He's coming later on.
He's eating all the ribs.
God damn it, Arcom. More like Arcum. Anyway, we're gonna get started here. Everybody, welcome to the BTR stream. Welcome to the BTR stream. I am your humble host, Lev Polyakov. Gio should be coming in soon later on, and today we are here with Big Boy Berto of Ghost Jail, a democracy enthusiast, Ghost Jail podcast with Emerald Fantasy, Classman, and Dialectical P. So, welcome, Berto. I love your show. We also have Arcom, Logo Daedalus in the house. Great writer, tweeter, however you want to call it. And
contributor to Ghost Jail.
Yes.
Contributor to Ghost Jail.
That's true.
And also contributor to the Pseudoxology podcast as well with Kantbot. And we got James MK Ultra Money Healey joining us as well, wearing his shirt. And by the way, James, look, I'm also wearing one of your.
Hell yeah! Hold on.
Hell
yeah! Let's go.
All right, Logo,
you're the. We should shout out is the Council of Foreign Relations hat over here. That is a fucking slapper.
What up? Yeah, we just I've been shopping for those recently. I guess we can talk about that a little bit.
I really should have been wearing my Ghost Jail shirt today, but I didn't even cross my mind because I was already just wearing this. But
wait, good. So you have merch? Is this an opportunity to show some merch from Ghost Jail? Where can we get this?
Oh shit! So I'm out right now, but I'll have more soon. They're on the way, so I guess you can go to ghostjail.bigcartel.com and see if it's on there. I mean, could be.
They're fucking sick, and the quality is really good, too.
Thanks.
So let's get into it. Berto, I love Ghost Jail. I think it is a work of... it's a modern masterpiece. It's a work of art. And why did you decide to go down this path as opposed to any other? Tell us your backstory.
So I'm just a musician, and I just didn't have the confidence to do I mean, I'm still building that now. I didn't really have the confidence to do full-on podcasting, and I was a fan of more art style podcasts and more performance art style podcasts like the Perfume Nationalist and a few others I'm trying to think. Anyway, I like the concept of art podcasts, so I figured I would do this. I don't know, I tried it in 2015. I tried something similar and it just sucked ass. So, and literally nobody listened. So recently I figured, I don't know, we just gave it a try and it worked out.
And what is your specific role in Ghost Jail?
I guess editor-in-chief. I collect most of the submissions and I make a lot of the music. I don't want to say most, but yeah, a lot of the music. And then Dust Breeder, you can kind of tell. I mean, it's kind of hard to tell who's who. Dust Breeder does full-on bits. So if you hear a guy's voice, he does a lot of black sense and a lot of stuff like that. If you'll start to recognize his voice over time, but he makes full bits and makes all the music and everything. It's genius. I'm trying to think of a couple he did. He does a lot of black sense. In the latest episode, he did the trannies talking to each other. At the cafe, he did the.
Wait, I wasn't exactly clear on that particular segment. So they were, at least if you're talking about the ones I think you're talking about, they were mentioning how they don't ever want to have a penis, and there was some witch that would. What do they call it? Not a Slim Jim. They call it the
Big Jim.
Big Jim, exactly.
And then if you don't have a dick, you got a mushy mouth.
So what exactly is this world of the Berto Center? It really does feel like a very fleshed out landscape with these opposing sides going on in the future. So, I know kind of the inspiration for it, I think, is in the air. We all kind of see, just like we've seen things with MDE World Peace. There are these things that people grab onto from all the I guess, paused situations that people are in today as a way of finding some kind of freedom to talk about things. But do you personally encounter it in your life to a certain extent? Because you live in Chicago, and
Yeah.
as far as the level of positivity, let's put it that way, within Chicago, how positive do you think people are on a daily basis there?
I'm kind of confused what you mean by positive, to be honest with you. But it's weird around here. I mean, if you're talking about politics and just like insanity of politics, I don't really encounter much of that, and I don't really encounter much of anything that's going on in this show at all. I mostly hang out with my family and a couple close friends. I have a pretty tight knit group, so I don't really encounter any of this. I just
Well, that's probably why. I mean, Logo, you probably have a similar experience as do you, James, right?
Of not encountering
no.
what exactly?
Of kind of having your own tribe.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
no, I
yeah.
definitely have my own tribe.
But
for sure.
I live in San Francisco, man. I walk to the Castro. It's an episode of Ghost Show, man. So,
Is it?
dude, have you been here? And
No,
I
haven't.
see like there's like old gay dudes walking around with just socks on their cocks, like, and that's it. As like a protest
Wow.
against like recent like. Dude, did you see the viral pic of like someone getting fucked on the street? That was like a few blocks away from here.
No.
Like,
Wait,
it
was
is
that
what
the
it
one
is
with
here.
the was that the one with the fisting, going round and round? Is that the
Oh
one you're
no,
talking?
it was like
No.
I'm saying I just know DT Delicious Tacos was riffing on this today, so that's why I'm thinking about it. But it was a picture of some dude just like clapping out this girl doggy style like on the sidewalk between two cars.
All right, let's go.
I honestly
And
would like to live in a place like that. That sounds like fun.
It is pretty fun, but I mean like it's like New York City. It has all the same grime and shit as New York City, except it's less like hostile. People are even like the crazy fucked up people are like they're Californians still. So
I see.
they're pretty chill. You know,
Yeah.
like I don't know. New York is a hellhole compared to SF. I don't know how people think otherwise.
I don't know. It seems like there's way more homeless in San Francisco from when I visited it twice.
But boy, go to Tompkins Square Park like anytime after 9 p.m. Man, like I don't know, like depends
Yeah,
on
but
where
that's
you are in
like
Manhattan, I guess.
one small park compared to like San Francisco as a whole. And I mean, I don't know. I'm also basing it off
I
of
don't
like
know.
LA, Santa Cruz, and shit like that.
LA is way worse in my experience, but I don't know. I haven't seen any like full
Way
on
worse?
camps.
Oh, I was gonna say in what regard homeless?
Yeah, because like that's the thing in like New York, you don't see the homeless camps near like low 30s and like all the way west. There's like one block where there's like a couple blocks where there's like a few homeless tents, but other than that, like I feel like that's the extent of our homeless camps.
I see.
In New York?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's not as like camped out, but I'm just telling you, it's in the parks themselves, right?
Oh yeah,
Like-
yeah.
like,
Yeah, I
oh,
mean,
man.
Thompson Square Park, I think, is like notoriously like the worst park in Manhattan.
Yeah, there's
so-
like an open there's like just like an opium den basically for shooting drunk like 24/7.
Well, one of the things that I like to do.
I think they shot some of Heaven Knows What there, the Safdie Brothers movie about people
Probably, yeah.
ODing on heroin. So
Speaking of heroin, one of the things that I like to do there personally.
heroin?
Yes, it's heroin. Well, one of the things that I like to do, not there, but on nextdoor.com, which I am still signed up for. So ever since I got the apartment back in the day on 14th Street, I've been signed up to nextdoor.com in the East Village, even though I don't live in the East Village anymore. And I like looking at some of the posts that people have written. One of which is this following one, shooting up in Washington Square Park. The park opened up northwest west corner today for kids' library or reading day. As I walked through around 4 p.m., a few feet from the kids' tables, a couple were sitting on a bench. The male had a needle in his vein pulling the blood into the shaft, while the woman watched him, and they both ignored passersby. No police or rangers in sight. I alerted the woman in charge of the park library. So, there we go.
let's
And,
go.
Yeah, man. I went
even
to
attached
NYU,
a photo.
dude. I
Fuck
saw that
that.
shit every day.
Fuck that.
I mean, it's probably gotten worse now than when you were in NYU, because I remember going to SVA, and maybe things were there, but it seems like now things have just ratcheted up tenfold. I mean, you're not there
Well,
right
New
now,
York
Logo, but
it gets worse it got worse every year that I was there, and I will never go back. Probably, I have no desire to ever go back. But it seems to.
don't
just
you
be
miss the
getting worse.
food? Don't you miss the restaurants?
Dude, I had better food in Texas. Number one, number two. Like SF's pretty good for food too.
I will say
It's
the best
just not as
Chinese,
good as Texas.
the best Chinese food I've had is
tight.
the best Chinese food I've had is in San Francisco. So
Dallas actually has incredible Chinese food. Is the thing. They have like so much Asian immigration. Like no one knows.
Oh, really? I didn't even
about
know
that at all. There's a whole. They took over a whole like plaza and like put statues of Confucius in it. It's like a strip mall, but it's all Chinese stuff. It's fucking incredible.
Space.
Interesting. So, Gio, you are
what are
back
you guys
with us
doing?
here.
Sorry, I fucking cut myself, so I had to go in.
Well, this is
It's
just
okay, I was late
it's the
and-
phase. Yeah.
It's
Oh,
just
so
a
you're-
phase.
So you're making
I
some
was-
homemade sauce, Gio?
No, I was doing.
He missed the joke. The joke was that you bleed
Yeah,
sauce, you
fuck.
Italian fuck.
Well, I have
We're
put
all
it in-
three Italian. We got 3 Italians in here,
Oh
correct?
my
Let's
God.
go, Italian
Wow.
I'm
gang.
Italian.
I
I'm
have put it
Irish,
in
so
a
I can be
painting
Italian.
before.
You
Well,
can be
the-
Italian.
The,
we
the
can
Irish are
pretend.
like the Italians of the Anglosphere. So that's,
Yeah, I can pretend to be Italian. too.
Well, look, I always say that Italians and Jews intermarry a lot. They're very close. They have
Oh, yeah,
similar
especially
family
on
I
Long
was,
relations.
Island.
Yes.
no,
Yeah,
I
people
was
in New York.
Yeah.
I
was-
resent that.
Like, if you're not either...
Berto,
okay, if
was
you're
that
not-
a Council on Foreign Relations hat?
Yep.
Jesus Christ, amazing. No, I cut myself. I was I'm refurbishing these painting frames, and like the glass for some reason when I was Windexing just like cut a chunk out of my like the fucking tournament of death here. Anyways, what do you guys? Sorry, I cut you off, James. What were you guys?
So
Oh,
we're
no,
talking-
I was
Talking
just
about how
going to
New
say
York's a
that, like,
shithole.
to legally be
Yes,
from Long
we were.
Island, you have to be either Irish, Jewish, Irish Italian, or Irish Jewish. And if you're not any of those combinations, then you're not from Long Island.
I'm a good Chicago mix. I'm Italian, Polish, and German.
Oh, there you go.
So that's pretty.
Mm.
That's pretty Chicago, right?
I know
Yeah.
literally nothing about Chicago.
I looked at the
Congo.
map. I looked at the map as far as the amount of people from different countries that are clustered in different parts of the U.S. There's way more German people than I thought. It's like a whole bunch
Yeah,
of German.
listen, man. No one knows about that shit. Like literally, German American. I was talking to my this friend of mine who's like German American from like middle America. They covered that shit up because we were lynching German people during World
Yeah.
War I. Like the anti-German hysteria
fuck.
was super high. Like and like
Doesn't
they don't
sound
like.
fun.
It's crazy. No, like there was like tons of German cultural establishments in America. They're like the Goethe Center and shit. There's like statues of Goethe and Schiller all across the country. All of that got like wiped out like during World War I, World War II. All the German Americans stopped like never acknowledged that they were German anymore.
Yeah.
There's like a huge anti-German hysteria, and like no, it's like literally calling them like Asiatic Huns, like that they're the Mongols. Like people don't understand old school WASP racism because now you have all these Latinos and Italians like yourselves being racist, and it's like
Hell
you don't
yeah,
get
dude.
to do that.
Let's go.
You
Oh,
don't
I,
get to do that.
I do get to do that though.
Well, Logo, and I'm going to get back to Berto as well. I'm curious about what you think regarding this too, Berto. But as far as the WASPs go in the United States, would you say that they have lost the mandate of heaven?
Oh yeah,
The wasps? Of course.
They're gone, aren't they? Like they're.
yeah, like they're already gone, man. Like the inheritors are, you know, the 5th, 7th generation of these lineages. Like, who the fuck are they? Like they have all this money and shit, but it's all just managed through like there's NGOs and foundations, and like they like keep their hands off of it. Like, what do they actually do on a day-to-day basis? Like, it's just a machine. It doesn't have anyone like as the face of it at this point.
But that wasn't the situation back in the day, let's say, where you would have the father speaking to the son about you are going to be inheriting all of this wealth and power, and this is what you must do, this is what you must never do. I don't know, just if this is something that went on generation upon generation, why would it stop now?
Because there's a whole economic like development of like foundations, NGOs, all of these things like did not exist prior. They exist so that like ostensibly so that these people don't have as much personal investment and like ability to control things that like personally. You don't have like someone like Rockefeller or whatever who can like Rockefeller could do so much more shit than any of the billionaires around now could. Like, you know, like
Yeah,
if
that's
Jeff
true.
Bezos was around 100 years ago, he could be built like, you know what I mean? It's like it's a totally different ballgame.
Well, that was a question that when we had oh, what's his name? what's his name, Lev? The Asians are oppressed guy.
Kenny Zhu.
Oh, God, Asians are oppressed. I asked him about like how come the sort of the imported Asian managerial class or make up the bulk of it. How come they're not like an easy one-to-one fit to sort of like take over the reins of the Judeo-WASP American establishment? And I guess he didn't construe the point because to him it's like, well, they're getting kicked out of Harvard and stuff like that. So like it seems like, what is the ruling class in your estimation, Logo and Berto? I was listening to Ghost Tale today. I was listening to the Berto Center one. That's like a total fucking acid trip. I loved it. Like
it's a total fucking ass.
But I love how, like in a world bereft of masculinity, the response is to go into this like implicitly like Robert Mapplethorpe like drinking piss in a amazing. But well, what do you think?
It would have to be homosexual. The manor bun would have to be homosexual.
Oh yeah. But that's what I mean.
Wait, what do you mean have to be?
Dude,
it always was.
There's absolutely
it always was.
No gay stuff at the Berto Center.
It would have to be a homosexual, culturally homosexual.
Well, I think like a lot of people on the right wing, they picture the future American aristocracy as this like Brazilianified mulatto trans people like Rainbow Coalition. But I guess would there probably be like a more of a regional elite, or is it a foregone conclusion that the elite are sort of the envisionment of, you know, the farthest Paul Nazi as like a trans woman of color will be the new elite? Like, I'm curious about as America's decline starts to take place. I mean, what's going to happen? I don't know.
Well, according, by the way, to the Berto Center, it would be somebody named Dianne Feinstein III. That's who's going to be taking the reins.
Probably.
Yeah. What's a fun person to look into if you're interested in that Asian elite, right? Look at like Mitch McConnell's kids, right? Because like they got a lot of freighter money, you know. They got they've been around, and they're starting 501c3s for Stop Asian Hate because they're Galaxy brained.
That I keep seeing those ads everywhere on YouTube.
It's pretty Galaxy brained. Like, I mean, I can't hate it, you know.
But then why are they so resistant to propping up the sort of the structure of, like, what would you want to call it? Like, I mean, all these debates around like CRT are so inane at this point. But it seems that the whole
like, dead on arrival, man.
Yeah, but because that's what happens with conservatives is that they tend to hype up an issue in sort of a linear fashion. Then it's very like easy for people to go in and be like, well, that's already done. We already did it this month. This month is CRT. Next month it's whatever. But yeah, I'm wondering like this, because before this stream, I was listening to Logo and the Fed Post and Logo with Joel Davis. So I thought there was the Amy stream. So this is why
did I, dude.
Logo sissy.
Yeah, so unfortunately,
the whole day I was like refurbishing these frames, and I was doing this like Logo sissy hypno stuff.
Hey, I'm happy to have. I'm happy to just be on like the miscellaneous episode, man. Don't worry about it.
Originally we were gonna do the Berto one, but then Lev had this like clever like trickery of like, well, let's do the Berto one now. I'm like, oh wow. So, but no, I wonder. Well, I do want to talk about Ghost Tale, but. I'm just wondering, like,
and I gotta finish this steak. This is why I'm not talking right now.
That's why you're not talking.
You're straight up.
It seems to me that the Asian is sort of like a weird middle, the way that us Italians were, like not exactly white, but kind of. And as they experience sort of the brunt of woke politics, I don't know how. I mean, the claims of people like, you know, the fucking the Weinsteins and all that about the Asian discrimination. I don't know about that, but it seems to me that the ruling class in America for the first time in like forever seems directionless in some ways, or maybe they're more directional than ever. It's just that we don't know the way things are
direction
going.
is Marvel movie. I don't know, there's no subtext. Okay. Like what the mainstream culture is what all of those people like the elites, they believe in this, like, you know, the people making the Marvel movies, like they're not like trying to fuck you around or whatever. They're like expressing like very ardently what they believe in. And what they think the world situation is, you know, like
Right.
It's all right there. Like if you're like, but like, doesn't this seem kind of hollow to them? No, it doesn't. They love it.
Oh man. But one thing I will, like, before we move on, I just to get it out of the way, Logo. And I don't want to say the word for YouTube. Let's just call it the ouchie, right? That's what the Fauci ouchie. You had the tweet about the fucking, well, they're gonna make it mandatory anyways, so might as well just roll over.
No, that's not.
What was your rationale? What was your rationale? I'm sorry.
What I'm saying is like I do agree. Like it is funny to me that there's all these people on the right, who are ostensibly like not libertarians, like you know, or at least like believe that like a state should exist and that like the state should be able to do this to its citizens, right? To be able to be you like for the public health, etc. There's like the reason like playing into this whole like libertarian side of it in the alt media or whatever is just creating the pretext by which it will be forced to become mandatory. Like this is how we plan things. Like we just have to psy up a part of the population into like doing it. Like we have to make it look like there's two sides or whatever. And then like it's all preordained. Like it doesn't fucking matter.
I do have a bit of a
don't do it. Don't pay your taxes.
Well, now that you
either.
explained
Like,
it that way, but see when fucking Twitter
like.
But Logo, I've said before, you have a disastrous.
I have to do stuff.
Well, hold on, Logo. I have a retort.
Well,
okay, so here is my retort. I'm going to be devil's advocate here and ask everybody: is it not the case that when you go to school, or if you're like staying at a college dorm or whatever, you have to have certain vaccines done before you can actually be in those schools? Like, except for like certain more hippy-dippy private schools.
True.
Ironically, right, all these people who are mostly against it, right, they're like generally some flavor of eugenicist of some sort. But the reason why we can actually have these mandatory vaccine laws, mostly. Well, most of the time they'll be like they're trying to like that. It gets.
Oh, the argument is that it's a eugenicist is that's what they're doing.
Well, that is what they're doing.
That's
and that
one
is how
flavor.
The legal basis was built. That's what the legal basis of what this was made in the Supreme Court with like Oliver Wendell Holmes and shit like that.
Oh,
like,
yeah,
it's very blatantly eugenics. Like it's even through Supreme Court case precedents to say that like sterilizing people is covered under the same legal jurisdiction as being able to like forcibly vaccinate a population.
In California,
wait,
where could they did that a lot?
Okay, that was in the 20s, but if you're saying that this is something that's still in effect, how do I find this information out?
They have it. I'm saying you could like there's no legal precedent against it is what I'm saying. There is a legal precedent for it from about 100 years ago.
Yeah, but that's different than people actually going out and doing it. So again, going back to what I said before with the schools, why aren't people protesting against let's say
NWO push and like we're all getting this is the mark of the beast.
It's all going down. It's the time. This is it. Everything's happening.
I think the truth is much more banal. I think it's really It's a great time to listen. It's a great time to listen to Alex Jones right now.
Oh, fuck yeah. Because everything is going down right now. This is it. Like, this is his moment. Yeah. So it's a great time to turn him on.
I think that the apparatus around the ouchie is more, I fucking hate that, but for YouTube's sake, I think the apparatus, like, I very much am a fan of, like, the recent writings of, I actually have the book here. Where is it? The Giorgio Agamben book.
I was going to say, are you going to say Agamben?
I read that by Breton, is that his name? Oh my god. But I think that to me it's just a level of hyper politicization meeting incompetence, meeting a push for a novel technology. And if it does come out soon, maybe in a year or so, that maybe certain people in the like 50 to 60 range, maybe they have a predisposition to heart attacks. Because even in my own life, I've seen people that's oddly suspicious who have never had heart problems in that age range. But I think that the whole, like, people are trying to say that.
I mean, I wish I would have gotten checked right before.
Yeah.
They're working on it. Here's the thing. The reason I don't, like I told you, the reason I won't take is because I already had the Backstreet Boys World Tour, Lev. And if they come out, I think they're developing a traditional tech ouchie by Novavax, which maybe I'll take that if, I don't know. I
don't think it fucking matters, frankly. But I mean, I personally couldn't have done I couldn't go to I live in California now, so I couldn't go to a bar. I literally can't go. into a bar unless I've done it. I did it a long time ago. I didn't think about it. I didn't have any reaction to it.
There are people who have a lot of
make
theories.
It wasn't a thing. In my
know,
mind.
Do you guys
really-
know what? Sorry. Go ahead, Berto. Go ahead, sir.
I was gonna say, you know what's really fucking weird? If you look at the difference just between downtown Chicago, we moved out of Chicago last year. If you just look at the difference between downtown Chicago and where I live, which is close by, it's so different. There's like a governor up here who won't enforce any of it, all this type of shit. And it's not like a right wing area. It's solidly blue area.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's wild. It's like way different. You go downtown.
So you lived in Chicago?
Yeah, I lived in Chicago for years.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Were you subject to what's her name? Oh, she's terrible.
Wait, Lori Lightfoot?
Lori Lightfoot. That's, oh my God.
I mean, yes, I was, but like, you know, nothing changes ever. So
yeah, that's
you live there. It doesn't matter who the fucking governor is. That's what I say to people who are like really interested in, like, I have my old guitar teacher, believe it or not, is like he's like 50. I don't even know how old he is. He's an older man. I think he's a boomer or like the older Gen X. And he's like super into Alex Jones. And what I say to him is, man, like the world's not like that interesting. Everything's going to just like be lame and boring forever, you know?
Fuck.
It's not
that's
like
the real black pill.
Nothing cool is going to happen. Yeah.
And maybe that's the karmic punishment we all deserve. But by the way, but
really quick, there are people that were speculating. Like, I mean, it almost reminds me now of the first few months of the global world tour. People are speculating because the head developer for Astral, I even say it, Aurora Borealis Seneca. The head developer died from Creutzfeldt-Jacobs, which is directly related to prions exposure. And
you're talking about Loki.
Oh yes, my good friend Loki Julianus. And so they speculate that the spike ouchie. That's too insane. Like, that's if that ever happened, then that's like a globalist bioweapon.
What's the story here?
Okay, do you know what prions are?
No, but I hear it from Alex Jones all the time.
Basically, they're a protein. They're not like technically a disease or a virus or a bacteria. They're a protein that changes the configuration of usually brain matter protein. It like literally changes the shape. And what it does is it causes a number of degenerative illnesses that are like really horrific. Like you don't want to wish them on your worst enemy.
Well, this is my more, it's like, you want the real black pill is we don't have conventional warfare anymore. So what we have now is this sort of biowarfare. And I could say, and we're just in the middle of what I've been calling World War Flu for fun. And
God,
I think a lot of novel technology in this vaccination in particular is more of a like getting ready so that we can then do another thing. Like we're gonna have
could be
super.
Yeah,
and
I was
like,
posting your takes about that on Instagram to my normie, my IRL friends.
What do you think it's gonna lead
I was
to?
posting screenshots of your posts about that.
But the good thing is that prions are relatively rare. The diseases, I think, Creutzfeldt-Jacobs.
They've been developing them in biowarfare labs, though.
They have, though, because Mad Cow, that was prions, and also Kuru, where you eat the Papua New Guinea, they eat the brains as in ceremony of their dead elder, and so they get Kuru, and so that's the inspiration for litany of zombie cannibal Holocaust movies.
So like Alex Jones is literally talking about this like it's gonna be zombies, and we're gonna have to like nurse the zombies, and they're also contagious, and like I don't really know. Like I said,
28 days later, come to life.
My old guitar teacher won't come near me because I've had the vaccine. You know what I mean?
Oh man.
Yeah. So I don't know.
I mean, for all the people who are haters on the Fauci ouchie or whatever.
Sorry, I've been saying the V word.
Just say the ouchie. Say the ouchie.
Yeah.
Also, just call it the jab, which sounds way less gay.
Jab, yes. Yeah. Okay, now the one thing that I wanted to...
You know what they called it back in the day in prison? They called it the stick. That was the blood donation that Bill Clinton took AIDS-ridden prisoner blood
Oh,
and gave
God.
it to people with hemophilia. So in
I'm
the
interested
90s,
to actually know who's gotten the stick in here.
Okay,
Are
I've
you
gotten
guys
the stick.
comfortable?
Yeah,
saying?
everything's
Yeah.
good.
I had the real thing. So
Now
I
there
only
was
had, 2 strokes, 3 heart attacks, and I have a debilitating brain disease. now.
Yeah, that's what I
Other
mean.
than that,
I have
That's what I mean.
All right, now
turning
there
my
wa- there
brains
was-
into
my,
Swiss
my,
cheese.
my penis fell off. And
there was
You
there was
know-
an interesting
you know,
thing by the
guys. Jules
yeah.
was actually patient 0 of the jab, and that's why he's like the way he is. They tested it on him years ago, and that's why Jules says the most insane shit every time he comes on MK Ultra.
So he's
Oh,
like the Gatan Dugas of this whole thing.
He's
jab is the modern day MK
There was a
Ultra.
lot of
Plain and simple.
I could go into how Fauci, like,
Mm.
you want to talk about the Inquisition, a man that helped destroy the lives of more LGBT.
but
never
Gio-
mind, that's YouTube.
yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah, okay.
do you want to know how long I've seen this man talk in this whole time? Not at all. I don't even know what the man sounds like. I don't know why. Like, who the fuck is he? Who cares?
Who?
I don't.
Fauci.
Fauci. Oh,
I see
you
people
don't know what he
talk about him.
sounds. Damn.
I've
dude.
never. I don't watch TV. I'm not in this world, man. Like,
That's
it doesn't exist.
That's good,
It's like
man.
all
Good.
fake, man. Like, literally knowing about.
But see,
That
Logo,
is
when you explain
nonsense.
the take, like, that seems more reasonable than when you're on Twitter and pissing people
Yeah.
off.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to piss people off. I'm trying to like.
Yeah,
break
we
the
know, man.
cycle.
We know.
How can I
Good
be as
job. I'm good
retarded
at
as
it.
possible online?
You know, every
today?
time Logo comes
are
on,
good at
I figure I'm like, oh, I'm gonna grill him now. But then this fucking cheeky bastard always comes in with a smile. Like, oh, I can't hate him.
I think this is also because Logo Daedalus is represented in that beaver you like so much. I see a kinship between you
Oh,
and that
that is
beaver.
true. That is true.
Yeah, Bucket. Exactly. There we go. So it's a spiritual resonance.
Man. That was
But,
just so sad.
Yeah. Wait.
Oh,
By the way,
man.
I do want to say one thing though. That when I had the jab afterwards during the night, I had a very interesting dream that was like one of those half awake, half dreams. What does I call it? Lucid dream? So I had this dream. All right.
It
I
was
had
all
this-
worth it, man.
Yes, I had this dream where I actually saw what looked like. Have you ever seen those 3-dimensional DNA?
Clockwork Elves.
Well, no. Hold on. Have you ever seen those 3-dimensional DNA schematics? The ones that show like all those
Oh yeah,
curved.
the grid. Yeah. The
Well,
helix.
No. It wasn't the helix. If you look like at any DNA strand, and not the
It's like
not the
grid.
double one.
Yeah.
Not the
grid.
double one, but like when they're all mixed up together. I don't remember what that's called, but that's not like when it's deep in the DNA, but when it's further away, you just get like all this loose bundle of. It looks like a bunch of colored strings. Do you know
I'll
what
show
I'm
you
talking?
deep in something.
Sounds like it sounds like some what is that? The Gaspar Noé movie, Enter the Void shit.
Oh yeah, or irreversible. Was Enter the Void irreversible where he takes DMT?
No, Enter the Void is the DMT
Irreversible
one.
is the rape one.
Yeah.
Yeah, with Belushi.
You got the
Yeah,
rape
that was
one, you
pretty
got
good.
the DMT one, you got the real sex one.
And you got the dance one.
Yeah.
Apparently, his newest one, the love one, is
Wait.
pretty good too.
Wait,
Here,
is
this is
real
what I'm talking about. This is what it looks like. So, do you
Whoa.
see what I'm
Shit.
talking about now? So I saw something like this in 3D, and it was just rotating around like a 3-dimensional model.
There you
It's
have it,
just an
folks.
NFT.
There you have it. The jab gives you ancestral memories of your DNA. So
And then I saw
go.
this brown bug with like these spikes and these dead-looking eyes. And this brown bug was also rotating around like a 3-dimensional model.
See, that was
right
a spike
afterwards.
protein right
I
there.
That
like
was
that.
that was a spike protein, exactly. So it's
Yeah,
very
that's the word,
interesting the way it
spike
works.
protein. So spike proteins are gonna make my brain like start bleeding out and
just
Whoa, whoa,
Jeez.
careful! We're on YouTube. We're on YouTube.
sorry. It's gonna do something, and I'm gonna something about all.
Lev
You're
is
gonna-
even
you're gonna
more
go to the
schizo
park.
about like the YouTube terms of service than I am with the Twitter terms of service, which
Yeah,
is
like-
insane.
Oh god.
Because like I won't even say bitch on Twitter anymore because
No,
like
me
I've gotten to
neither.
the point where it's like they're probably gonna start banning people for that because it's
They
derogatory
did. They got egg report Randy. That's how they got him.
for saying bitch.
It
A
sucks.
bitch is a bitch. That was what he
Okay.
said.
So
Yeah.
that shit sucks so bad. I don't want to be like a whine about cancel stuff guy, but like, if I lost my Twitter account, that would fuck me up. You know?
Yeah.
Me too. I'd be fucked.
It's so.
I was
lame.
worried about the Chris Chan one because I called him he. I don't know if that's gonna do anything.
No, I think they've already decided that that's fine. But by the way, I wanted to circle.
I called him the R word and said that he's not safe to have in society.
Yeah.
So.
You could say retard on YouTube, I think.
Yeah.
You just can't say the F slur.
Which honestly is a pretty big win for me, as retard is my favorite word in the English language.
Seriously, if they just had like fucking FCC rules or whatever,
then it would be better.
Then I would just be like, okay, fine, let's do that.
But why? How did I wonder what is the etymology, the development of why retard is now viewed as the other gamer word? I wonder if there's a maybe because it seems that to me in the progressive stack, to use an ancient term, it seems the ableist one is like a tack on that they have to do, that they really.
Oh,
that's
really?
look,
I was gonna say I feel like that's gonna be the more important one.
I've never seen a retarded person get offended over the word retard.
James, come on. James, that is so tasteless, man.
You know what? They actually cannot get offended on their own behalf, so it's our duty.
Exactly. Shout out to fucking Real Young Crip Donovan, literally calling him a retard in the chat all the time.
Well, that was my thing about the Chris Chan recent controversy in my video, Jenner Productions, youtube.com. That I think to play it off by using when I was in high school, for all throughout high school, I worked in the what we call a locally developed here, but autistic and Down syndrome children. And to me, people who have Asperger's,
Jules met, by the way.
Yeah, and then the special and to me, they're more harmful to themselves, obviously, to just play it off as. But that's a side note. I'm kind of burnt out with the Chris Chan. Although if we do talk about the pronouns thing, maybe we could talk about. But Logo, I'm curious about the ableist, because to me it seems that the ableist thing is like a tack on, and they don't really give a shit. But then now maybe as
I think it's going to get
more
bigger, man, because it's all going to be about neurodivergent and
yes.
If you identify as mentally ill, that means you get you need your pharmaceuticals, right? So that's going to be a big one. And you can be and then anyone that's already how, frankly, that's already how the trans thing works, right? Where you're like, I'm neurodivergent, so you can move ahead in the step.
There's a new.
I heard someone going on about defending people who use. I heard it on one of my various conservative programs I poison my brain with. Something about. Somebody was defending they were defending people who use animal pronouns, saying that most of the people who use them are neurodivergent, which is probably true.
Yeah.
But it was just so funny to hear someone make the argument, you know?
Frankly,
what about a guy that gets a jab so he can say retarded?
They used to call those.
I got it. Can I get that now? Because
you can say it.
I have to. I use that word all the time because growing up in New England, it's just one of the most common words used in any sentence.
Yeah.
Dude.
So it's specifically annoying to me because I have to I've gotten in trouble so many times for using the R word on Twitter. So I always have to type it out with an asterisk.
Did you have a Boston accent at any point when you were living in New England? Or
that's not how Western Mass is, man. That's the coastal accent. A lot of people don't really get it, but our accent's the same as upstate New York's.
You're almost like Canadian accent, a little bit.
By the way,
the closer you get.
I wanted to circle back to what we were talking about with the Stop Asian Hate thing. There's this lady who I met back at a Japan Society event on cooking.
Your ex-girlfriend, Lev?
On Japanese Grill. No, she's 60-something years old. But anyway, we've had enough of that as it is with Chris Chan. But anyway, over here, I've noticed that she's in this group over here. She's the third one from the right.
I love the neoliberal kitsch mural in the background.
That is,
dude. I literally walked by that a fucking 2 weeks ago, and I'm like, why?
No, but
it's got everything.
It's very interesting that this lady, who I remember,
I think
was
that's
just
why they hated.
It doesn't have everything. It doesn't have what's his name, John Lennon.
Yeah,
yeah,
imagine.
that's the one thing it's missing. No,
I
but it
love
does
that
have.
they're like,
It has the
Ruth Bader
updated flag.
Ginsburg is an unapologetic bitch. Like this
Yeah, I
is now
know.
like pro,
Yes.
but that's a statement in favor, right?
Yeah.
Like
I love how
okay.
too they have the Roman because I've seen that in so many Fash Wave edits that Mother of Heaven, and I feel like that's why the Sanford Biggers statue was so controversial among the white nationalists, because it's literally taking like basically a Greek restaurant version of Hellenistic art and putting this like grotesque that doesn't even have a relation to African art, but rather to like the tradition of Afro-American cartooning. But I think that's probably why the Whig Nats got so the white Nats.
And do you see the updated flag in the background there? So they're I'm not sure if this flag is cut into it, because it almost looks like a cutout, and the flag was put in there.
Flag?
they have to update it. That's
I was asking a question. I was asking someone about this the other day. How did they get the memo out to the people that the flag has been updated? Because I had I'm looking at a pretty small town up in the northern suburbs of Chicago, pretty small town. And like literally nobody on like the city council or anything or anybody knows anything about this shit. And they had the updated flag. So where do they get that?
I think
the PSYOP machine works in mysterious ways.
Well, they had what I don't understand is it seemed, I mean, this is such an old point, it's not even worth talking about, but it seems like when they tacked on the black and the brown stripes, there's a lot of like the equation of the particular whether it's Hispanics or blacks in America, especially with the LGBT plus issue, it seems that it's just like the ideology of massification, just tacking it on when there's so many different racial and identity tensions among even between, for example, the G and the T. I mean, I know it's an old like boomer
Dragon
fucking
Ball
James
GT.
Lindsay point, but
The L and the G.
By the way, I wanted to show you.
Did the L and the G always have problems with each other?
Everybody's got problems with the L, bro.
But by the way, over here, okay, I want to concentrate.
I don't know.
On this
I think the L isn't
here.
real. Oh, sorry,
Okay,
I wasn't supposed to say
Gio.
that.
Okay, so Gio, over
I
here.
think they're all bi.
We're talking about the trains. What else are we talking about?
All right, so in this article over
sorry.
here, I don't know if it's an article exactly. See, it says businessinsider.jp. So Keiko here, she works, I guess, for Japanese media, and this has been one of the examples I've seen so far of this attempt to try and bring in these elements into Japanese society. So I think I'm seeing it a bit with her. I'm not exactly sure if it would work out or not, but this is one example of it right here.
Weird.
So
yeah, the Japanese, but they have a different, don't they have a different approach?
how's Japanese gonna have like black power stuff? They don't even have black people.
They don't even like black people.
They don't have them is the real point. I mean,
They have Koreans though. That's kind of
oh yeah, Koreans.
It's just
Are
American
Koreans
soft
the
power,
blacks
man.
of Asians?
yeah.
Because we all know that's the
I'd be interested in the logo take on Japan in general.
Japan's cool. I mean, like they have the same sort of problems as America has. The thing is like if you think of like mid 20th century America, the sort of like aesthetic dynamism or like in industry, like the sort of like high concept design and like in like early Disney movies, the amount of effort that like went into that and like technological innovation, all of that shit went to Japan. So like really anime is American culture. It's just like the best version of it. Like that's just how it is. So like Japan makes the best form of American culture.
Even
like, we're
Puruisu,
backwards. Like frankly, compared to
Gio, that is actually you're making a good argument.
I mean, American and Japanese culture has been bouncing off each other for years. I mean, Westerns are literally just Kurosawa movies.
Yeah, exactly.
But Gio,
like,
you're making actually, I'm not Gio, a logo. You're making a great argument for American
we got
imperialism.
Judd
No.
in the chat.
I'm saying the Japanese, despite American imperialism, like they took all that and were like built up really cool shit. Sort of like despite like literally, do you go back and read stuff from like the 70s, the 80s, the 90s about how we thought about Japan? Like it was like there's like a huge like Japan's gonna we have to make sure Japan doesn't get too strong.
My
like,
old man
shit.
still thinks that about Japan. So he hates when I watch New Japan Pro Wrestling.
Hold on a second, logo.
He's like, back in my day, the Japanese are gonna fucking take this.
From what I understand, what you're talking about here regarding Japan. Number one, if I understand correctly, America put a lot of money into education over at Japan. They brought Japanese students for free
frankly,
into America.
We created the Constitution of Japan when we occupied it. Like, it's just a state that we have created. Like, that's what.
Yes,
Japan
but as
is.
far
I
as
told my
what
dad
exactly,
that Japan was an extension of the United States the other day, and he laughed in my face.
Yeah.
They don't get it, but we grew up with Pokemon, so it makes more sense for like.
Oh. Do you know what?
No,
do you know what?
Remember the
regardless-
South Park? Do you remember the early South Park
Chimpokemon.
episode about
Yeah,
Pokemon?
Chimpokemon.
And it's like
Chimpokemon.
that's what the-
Big
America's
bulbous
such big
penis.
penis. Penis so big.
Bulbous penis.
yeah,
Well-
everyone was super afraid of the Japanese. Frankly, the
Got my
Asians have been
Geo
getting
figure.
like cooler, but
Mm.
but like literally Japan, like it is American culture. It's the best form of American culture
Yeah.
at this point, and that's why K-pop's also getting really big right now because we're gonna need like Japan and Korea. They're part of the Anglosphere now, right? So we have to, you know, they have
God.
we have
But
to have.
look,
K-pop
I don't think
stars
that's
so you
this isn't
care
bad.
when
I don't
you go
think this
fight
is bad.
over there.
I think
I
the
don't think this
K-pop
is bad.
shit is a total psyop, in my opinion.
Oh, for sure.
All right, but partly it is, although I do like certain things like Twice. I like Twice. But anyway, when it's...
Well, wait, what were you gonna say, Berto, about the K-pop?
I was just gonna say, how do you like? How do
I
you
think the
explain
American,
that?
yeah, the American importation of K-pop, the way that it's sort of been used as a cudgel on social media, and how it's managed to glom on to a lot of domestic American politics. I think like maybe not.
How so? I just haven't ever
The
noticed
K-pop stands, they're deeply involved with
It's more of a Zoomer thing, frankly. Like
yeah,
talk
it's
to
more
young-
of a
like
yeah.
like
Fuck.
20-year-old girls right now and younger. I would say probably is like your cutoff, but
I
like
guess
talk
I'm
to any
old.
of them and they're super K-popped out.
But when you think
Fuck.
of it, it is true that they basically took the model from who is that guy that was they had to call him uncle, and he was probably doing stuff to him. All the boy bands in the 90s. What was the guy's name? John.
Same sort of shit. Yeah.
Yeah, they called him uncle. You know, Tim Dillon did the skit about him where he's in
Oh
hell.
yeah, he was
Yeah.
a blimp man. Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Ron Perlman, not Ron Perlman,
No.
the actor, but John Perlman. His last name was Perlman, and he basically owned all the boy bands. And apparently in Korea,
Lou
when you look-
Pearlman.
Lou
Lou Pearlman.
Pearlman. He's like, there's a lot of ungrateful twinks running around that I made famous. So apparently I could have took little Xan and put him in a fucking brisket. So I love that skit by Tim Dillon. So apparently in Korea they have an even more draconian, like total like MK Ultra version of like the way they manufacture K-pop stars. Like it's like they took that from America, but made it like 10 times more mass produced and efficient. And they have like all of these, like basically if you're a K-pop star, they control your life. It's like, wow. But
Somebody in the chat here did make a good point that K-pop is a mashup of 60s, 90s American styles, which
Yeah.
is true.
yeah,
And so it's all American anyway.
yeah.
I mean, if anything, Korea is also an extension of America at this point.
Well, that's
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
even
yeah,
like,
it is. Korea, Japan is what he was saying. Yeah.
do you think Justin Timberlake got the Perlman?
No, I think he was just like their weird uncle whose perversions they excused because, they had a fun time. Although they were not getting paid that much, interestingly enough, they flew in coach, as I read. They didn't even fly first class when this whole shit was going down.
Well,
with the
they got to
mania
teach
around
him
them.
discipline, Lev. That's it's like in Japan, the strong style Porisu is basically just like Southern American, like not Southern American, but like Southern wrestling, and like their own import of martial arts into professional wrestling. Like they learn from the great like Memphis wrestling, and which is kind of fucking crazy how like the most redneck of redneck like wrestling, the Japanese managed to fucking take it. And, like,
Well, the Japanese managed
know?
to take a lot of things and turn them into something very interesting. But when it
They
comes
did.
to Japan before World War II, I think people may have an overly romanticized notion of the idyllic, traditional Japanese life.
Oh, yeah.
I wonder,
I
wonder
don't.
how feral must
Wait,
have
what
many
was
of the
that?
people been back then.
How
Who were
what?
living in those feral,
Oh.
just like
What do you mean
Yeah.
complete-
feral? Wait, what?
Just like
What do you
Lev,
mean?
what do you mean?
what I mean by feral is just like the Russian people were feral, you know, back
What?
during imperialist
The
Russia.
peasantry, you mean?
Yeah.
Of Japan.
Exactly.
How do you know that?
Well, this is the thing. We can't have a time
Are
machine
we
to go
talking
back
the
in
Edo
time.
period here?
We're talking
before...
any of the period before the Yankees came in and opened Japan up. That's what we're talking about. Because
like
if you
under
have
the
samurai,
You mean
Shogunate.
the Dutch, right? You mean the Dutch, right? Or
no, the Dutch happened before, and that was a very small opening into the, you know, the hymen was very, you know,
Okay.
not
the,
much.
The metaphors you're using are
Yes.
very telling.
Yes, indeed. So anyway, the
He's
point that
he's remembering his ex-Japanese GF. That's why
Indeed,
he's...
indeed I am. So no. The point that I'm getting to here, and this is an important point, that the Japanese were closed off from Western civilization, whatever you want to call it, and we have this image, I think, that because we don't like a lot of the modern conditioned stuff, that we would look back idealistically, partly, at what a lot of these small towns, a lot of these villages were like. I think a lot of them were much more like, let's say, Akira Kurosawa's Seven Samurai, based on nothing purely than just the kind of things that were going on in Russia, where I don't really think it's that different. If you have a little village, you have a very, you have a very naive sense, I think, of going to Rousseau's, The Noble Savage, and looking at these little villages as being these picturesque places where everybody's, well-behaved in their structure. I think it was a lot more animalistic than that.
Yeah, there's no way. That's like how people talk about the Native Americans, like they use.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was talking about the use the whole buffalo thing the other day.
Every part of the buffalo, exactly.
Yeah, every part of the buffalo.
Yeah. What I'm basically saying here, Logo, is I don't necessarily think that a lot of this re-education that the American Empire has inflicted upon Japan or Korea or any of these other places, that's necessarily a bad thing if we consider the alternative.
I'm not interested in what is the alternative? Then we have to build a whole counterfactual history, and it's like that's just becomes like an exercise in absurdity. I'm not interested in making moral judgments here on was this good or bad. It is just what it is, that's what happened. I don't know what you're I don't know what your point is here. I don't have the same view of the American Empire in every single time period. In that time period, America at the time was actually trying to stop all the kind of fuckery that was going on with people trying to impose access to markets, etc., into Japan. So America was instead of all fighting, we're going to have this agreement. So when America came in, that was kind of different than in the context of opening that market, because that market was opened primarily by the Dutch and the Portuguese way earlier. And it's it's a long history, it's not that simple to be well, we just went and we taught them X, Y, or Z. That's not really, if you want to talk about a time when we actually did that, it was when we fucking nuked and invaded the whole country and built their whole new government, got rid of their emperor, and had MacArthur basically running it like a fiefdom, like a medieval fiefdom for a while.
It's kind of cool how
exactly, and look how well it turned out. It did not turn out bad.
I mean, we got a lot of bases there. It's fine. Yeah, I'm not saying it's
but we did destroy their spirit in the process. Sorry, go ahead.
It's
Berto.
I was just gonna say it's kind of cool how long the feudalism lasted there.
Yeah,
I agree. Well, like I said before, it was very closed off. But we have another example of Afghanistan. So in Afghanistan, we went into Afghanistan, and you could say whatever you want about the CIA, yada yada yada. The heroin.
We did
whatever.
a horrible job. The thing is, man, if you're talking about imperialism, America is uniquely the worst imperial country probably ever. We are the worst with our colonial possessions.
Yeah.
We treat them say other empires. They if we went over, we could have made Afghanistan and Vietnam the 51st state. But guess what? We didn't want to do that. We're like, oh, you're going to be independent. We're going to set up this little
that's where we went wrong.
Government for you.
That's where we went wrong.
Okay, so
you have to do colonialism all the way.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what my buddy Illich says. He's also part of the Ghost Jail, but he's always saying that to me. The people aren't mad at the Spanish for doing Mexico and South America because they did it all the way.
Well, even my mother
or more.
She we're
But this is totally a pseudo history when I talk because I don't know anything. So.
No,
Well,
it's true,
there
Berto.
were people
Like,
who wanted to go into Afghanistan and say, like, if only we, what if we raise money
No
and
one wanted to
bring
do
in
that.
all these? Yeah, they were like, fuck off.
No,
We
I
did what
don't.
we
I
had
don't
to
think
do, and-
I think
The
they
neocons had no
genuinely
desire to do that.
believed, like the neocons, they genuinely believed that like we have to fucking ensure self-determination around the world through the force of the gun.
Yeah, see, that's fucking
No, they
bullshit
didn't.
because you're putting people
Wait, what
in
do you mean,
charge.
Logo? What did they really?
I don't think they actually believe that. No, I think that they practiced self-consciously, like they were well aware of this, that what they were doing was purely for their own business interests, all of the people involved.
Okay.
And
Like,
they knew how to play the game, because you can just say that's what, like, they had no. You think they were going over there to do nation building? Like, I don't know. That's a little. Then wouldn't we be like working with the Taliban? Isn't that what the Chinese are doing
no,
right
sorry,
now?
I misspoke. Yeah, I
Well,
mean,
here's
they
a
believed.
counterexample.
What
Here's
I mean
a
is,
counterexample.
wait, Lev,
Okay.
they
Go on,
believed
Gio.
in it to the extent that they didn't want to have an imperial model. But at the end of the day, you're right. It was just like fucking Halliburton and like Triple Canopy and all of those companies.
They just had to create
there.
anarchy, man. Like, that's all we do is we just create anarchy in places.
That's
and we
true.
don't.
But
We
wouldn't they
don't
build?
fix anything?
But wouldn't it have been? Wouldn't an imperial model have been better for their business? If you look, for example, with the British and, for example, what's the fucking company? I can't believe I'm Canadian. Hudson's Bay Corporation or the East India Company. How come they didn't have an explicitly like joint stock imperial corporation to just like, I mean, which in a way Halliburton kind of was, but how come it wasn't like an explicit, like, we're going to build you up in order to like take the fucking beaver pelts or whatever is the
Because
minerals in
Americans wouldn't have
Afghanistan?
accepted it. Americans, like, I mean, I don't think, like, the thing is that Americans don't want an empire. Like, that's why it's all presented under these other things, because like, we're not going to present like the geopolitics or geopolitical interests like this, be like, this is why we're doing this. Like, we need lithium, we need fucking cobalt, we need fucking oil, because like, why we don't do that? Because it's actually not in our collective interest, right? Because we don't own any of those things, right? Like, when we're getting oil, are you getting money from that? Like, no, like, that's not helping. That's not going towards you. Like, it'll at best means that the price you're going to pay for gas will be a little bit lower, but like, the profit margin is going to be the same. So
if you have the cow, you have the cow. Why buy the horse? Or sorry, you have the milk. Why buy the cow? Fucking horse.
Well, it's like,
that was some schizo analysis.
Americans
right
wouldn't accept
there.
that. No, Americans don't believe that there is an American empire, right? Like, to say that there is, like, people get frustrated if you're like, well, this is an empire, right? Because like, we have this, it's just all fake. Like, we have the America everyone pretends exists, that we pretend to live in, and like, that has its own pretend rules, like where the president's the most important person, et cetera, et cetera. And then there's like actual America, and that's a complete fucking mystery to anyone except for like people who actually like look into it, because we're occupied by like the empire ourselves. Like, we are ourselves.
We are.
Logo,
Did I say?
Do you remember that speech that George H.W. Bush did that was called the Chicken Kiev speech? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I know what you're talking about, but I don't remember the speech like in particular. He did a lot of speeches.
Yeah, so basically what he was talking about back then, when the Soviet Union did not dissolve yet, he wanted to preserve the Soviet Union, the USSR, as it was. He did not want Ukraine to separate away from Russia. He did not know what kind of actors would start
they were
Trotskyists,
Lev. I mean,
But dealing with a single entity like the USSR, like at that time the establishment has been used to dealing with, it was something that was advantageous to them. And that's not an example, from what I could see, of the American empire wanting to create anarchy.
The destruction of the Soviet Union by like Milton Friedman and the people sent in to do shock doctrine, this was actually a total own on the American state, right?
If we're talking about the changing of a particular regime, if we're talking about a different an economic model going into place, people expect. Okay, for example, Logo. Let's say you are you're having a surgery done, and it's a very painful procedure, right? So during the surgery and after the surgery, you're pissed off all the time. You're complaining to your wife while she's trying to get her work done, and you're just generally grumpy. And then one day, as you start healing up, some chef walks into the room and serves you a nice breakfast, with this juicy steak, much like the one that I was eating right now. And
where are you going with this, Lev?
I'm getting there. Hold on. You got to be patient. Patience is a virtue. And you eat the steak, and all of a sudden you feel great. And at that moment, your mind associates this chef who gave you the steak with the person who healed you, and you still associate these fucking doctors with the people who caused you so much pain. The reason why I'm saying this is that was the economic situation of Russia at the time, when we had liberal reform, however you may hate it, going in there.
I don't know.
It's not going to take a day. It's not going to take a fucking day to change the economy from a
about the doctors,
from a centralized Soviet one.
Lev,
yes.
What was shock doctrine?
Well, you tell me.
Okay, it was that attempt to basically, in one day, change the entire fucking economy.
That was the Naomi.
Put all the public goods on the market. They basically just had a fire sale on the entire economy, and they were like, day one, we get in, and then it's going to be rough, and then, but at least this is the shock of the shock doctrine. So I don't know what you're defending.
And why
I don't know if you're aware of what actually happened.
I am aware of what actually happened. If you're talking about the economic transition from the USSR into a market economy, how would you have personally done it if you were to make a transition?
But Lev, that wasn't a transition. That was a hostile takeover.
It was basically just a dissolution. It was just
no. You still have to answer. You still have to answer my question.
What would
I
have
were
done?
in charge?
Well,
if you were pulling the strings, how would you have transitioned a top-down, bureaucratic glut of an economy, as was the USSR, into a capitalist one?
I would recommend the book How China Avoided Shock Doctrine, which just came out this year. It's a really good, well-researched book, and you can just read that because the Chinese did do that, and there you go.
For those who aren't familiar,
I don't have to say how I would do it. You can just look at what China did.
I'm going to take a look at
the
that
shock
book.
doctrine was Naomi Klein, right? It was her magnum opus.
I swear, I actually read that when I was fucking 14, and I don't remember a word of it except for something about Milton Friedman and Chile and
it's basically
doing bad stuff.
They what they do.
About Chicago boys.
Yeah, they basically go in these countries and they create massive economic instability all at once, and then they go in there with their Washington sets you got to privatize everything so we could come in and help you, right?
It's
kind of like a groomer, right?
The thing is that it's actually there's no such every libertarian is just a type of socialist. They're all libertarian socialists.
You're gonna have to explain that to me.
Okay, so Milton Friedman was like, listen, do you want the state to manage your retirement, or do you want a 401k? This is what the neoliberal deal was. And so they was transforming everything into the type of socialism we have now, which is having a 401k and having those sorts of Roth IRAs and those sorts of investment vehicles. Or whatever.
It's just
that is our form of
bankifying them.
Yeah, it's a high form of financial economism.
It's tying them to the market directly because all of those things are just market vehicles. If you're putting money into a Roth IRA, you're putting it into the market.
Yeah.
But then what about libertarians like Peter, the old Ron
Peter
Paul
Schiff?
People? Yeah, Peter Schiff that think that that'll just become such a disaster, the 401k model, that's eventually going to collapse, and then we're gonna, maybe the day of the pillow will come. So
it probably will. I don't think our system is going to survive. I don't have faith in it.
But this is what I wanted to talk to you about, Logo, during the Amy stream, was that it seems that you have a reverence for certain traditions in America or certain strains of thought, but yet you've recently embraced this form of almost kind of neo-reactionary cinephilia. Not neo-reactionary, but you know what I mean.
The exact opposite,
kind of embrace cinephilia.
What do you mean?
Wait! Before the cinephilia, I am curious.
I love everyone, man.
I know you do, Logo. When you were talking about the shock doctrine as being applied to the USSR, who were the specific actors you're talking about here, and what did they do?
Oh, Lev, no, please don't get.
No. I want to know.
Because I mention Russia,
the entire team, but it's the same team. It's we were just talking about. Naomi Klein covered it in that book, but I mean, a lot of people have written books about it. is like the Chicago School of Economics guys who were creating all of these sorts of investment vehicles in the first place.
So what did they specifically do in the USSR?
They had all of the publicly owned like state chartered monopolies, basically like the state-owned enterprises. They sold off all of their assets in the way that they would do a trust bust. We basically just did, like, you could say the USSR had like 19th century style capitalism, right? Where like that's why people call China state capitalist still or whatever, because that's sort of how it worked. Like they were robber barons and they were all like state robber barons. They had like positions in the state. That's how it worked. So what we did was like we did the transition where the way we did trust busting, right? It actually enriches the barons more, because now instead of like being beholden to the state or like having it all in one thing, it's like what happened with Standard Oil when they busted Standard Oil, right? It made Rockefeller way richer than he ever was before, because now he was selling, like he sold off all these things and they got to buy them all up under all these holding companies and then reassemble them like back and he's like puts Exodia back together, like puts his Gundam back together and makes money out the whole time.
And how is that even like?
That's because they set up the
legal,
like,
right?
They made the game, like
fuck. Because
I was reading about that in what's his name?
Murray Rothbard, because it's hard to assemble all 5 pieces in your hand consistently before your opponent can beat you. So.
Logo,
Rothbard
did you read The Progressive Era by Murray Rothbard?
Oh man, I read my Rothbard and like Mises reading days are like way behind me, so my memory of it isn't like the best. But I did read that shit when I was like a teenage libertarian for sure. I mean,
it basically says exactly what you just said.
But don't they have laws against that sort of like depressing your own stock, buying it back, or is it just totally free reign still, or is it?
Well, look at, I mean, well, like who's regulating it, man? You know, like it's a
true.
big game. We live in like the anomaly of America is people believing that like we have this like progressive world mission, blah blah blah. If you ask people around the world in the 1920s, like what's America, they'd be like drugs, gangsters, prostitutes, like
all the good shit
all of our movies were about. Like that's what our culture is. It's a criminal continent where like the idea that we're like the world's police and like conscience is very funny.
Yeah, that's kind of funny.
And yet,
I never thought about it.
Yet despite the gangsterism of the 1920s, besides the gangsterism,
don't mention Lev. Don't
you
please
still
don't.
had
Don't,
no. You don't even know what I'm about to say.
You're gonna mention you know who.
No, I was actually gonna go back to Japan.
You mentioned
Korea.
Putler.
No, I was gonna go back to Japan.
Hey, my parents wouldn't have met if they didn't drive the Italians out of Chicago.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I mean, look,
that's true.
Slaughter
of the cities.
For a different situation, you know, post the German defeat as far as what America would have done with the Russians, but that's a different story. I would have probably not have been born in that case, but that may have been for the best. But the point that I'm getting to here, Logo, is that you were also talking about the Americans, how they were helping out, as we can agree, the Japanese, the Koreans, they set up education for them and invested a lot into those countries. Didn't turn out bad at all. But didn't turn out bad at all. Who the fuck cares if they made a profit? That's not my problem.
I mean, that's why they were there, though.
Who gives a shit? Okay, so they were there. They made money. Japan made money. Japan's good.
I'm not making a moral judgment, man. I'm just saying this is the history of it. Okay, like you can accept it.
No, but in a way,
I think calling this like morally good is just like why. Like you're the one who's
because there are alternatives that are much shittier, and you have to make some kind of judgment call. I think so.
But what does that mean? Like alternatives when? Like what do you mean? Real historical like forces or whatever? Like then we'd have to talk specifics.
I mean,
but you're talking about this sort of like
yes, if we're talking about like a top-down leadership, like Stalin-esque, things like that, I would definitely say that is a lot worse than living in the United States right now for most people.
I wouldn't.
I think for most people, being a Chinese citizen is better than being an American citizen. Would you disagree?
I disagree. If we're talking about it,
and again,
we're not gonna get into China right now.
I mean,
because number one,
it just comes down to your criteria. Like what counts.
Okay, let's go back to Russia just to add to it.
Hold on.
Logo, when
okay,
go ahead, Lev. Sorry.
Okay, I just want to say regarding China, I am not an expert on China. You're the China expert here, Logo. We're going to see what happens with Amy Therese on the 10th. But what I do want to say, though, is that it still seems to me that with China, the price of human life is much, much lower than it is here.
It's lower here, though. We
have more people in prison. We have more poverty. we've got more drug addicts, we've got more everything.
First of all, how do you know?
Think of as bad. Okay,
know?
So you're gonna just say you don't trust their statistics, and you only trust Western media, and you'll only read Western media. So how can we have a discussion?
Well, here's the thing. Then we can specifically have a discussion about this. The only thing is that this is kind of reflexive of what happened, let's say, back when I was going to SVA. There was this acting teacher we had, and he was convinced that all these stories about how horrible it was in the USSR, the things that my family lived through.
Two different states, dude. It's two different states.
No. I'm making a comparison. Hold on.
You know, the Chinese and the Russians, they almost they were not. There was the Sino-Soviet split.
Yes. No, that's not the point that I'm driving at. That's not the point that I'm driving at.
But I guess what Lev is saying is that there are populations that are persecuted in.
No, I'm not even talking about that.
Here?
I'm making a different example. Here's the example that I am making, Logo. This acting teacher, when he heard the stories that my parents were talking about as far as their personal experience in the USSR, he thought, I thought that was a complete lie. I thought this is just what the CIA was telling us to make the Soviet Union look bad. And I do see reflections of that.
Right, I'm going to read something in your chat because I'm just going to say this is what you think also. China is a hive mind and no statistic is real. So how do we have a discussion? How can I even talk about these sorts of things?
That's why I'm not talking about China. I'm not talking about China. I'm talking about the tendency.
What I mean is that there's just an immense tendency among people in the West to know absolutely nothing about the East at all and to make these massive presumptions about how their system works, how people feel about the system, why, the whole history of it, their own discussions about it, etc. And they just say everything's fake. I don't have to look at it.
I would rather live in New York than Beijing 1,000% any day of the week.
I'd rather live in New York than anywhere else in America.
You're a citizen here, but what I'm saying is in the abstract.
Chicago.
No, Logo, you're absolutely right in that people are
70% of millennials. 70% of millennials in China own property. Do you own? How many of you own property? I don't own any. I don't own property. Do you own property?
No.
Logo.
I think that to play devil's advocate, my position is that I really don't trust the Chinese either. But at the same time, I think that when you talk about a national character in world history and people's dispositions, I think we don't know what the Chinese really feel about their own sense of a people and a history. Because in America, we really don't have that.
You can read what I mean? Their own things. They have, the thing is that they just speak a different language. They use different social media. And their language, then we fundamentally are not as interested in translating their stuff and putting it into our language as they are in translating our stuff and putting it into their language. So they know far more about us than we know about them. Because we just are fundamentally not interested. We don't think they're relevant. And we come up with copes for why we don't have to know anything about all these other places. Because we think that America is a microcosm of the entire globe. And that our own history represents the universal history of the world. And it drives people fucking insane because then you have all these bullshit dialect. You can't actually understand the world unless you have a picture of the world historical condition, and you need to actually embrace the other here being the East, being China primarily. If you don't have any understanding of theirs, then you can't even have an understanding of ours because
I agree 100%. But my question would be that we should really just fucking save it for the gaming stream. But when it comes to importing what the Chinese are comfortable within their own national character of doing, when it comes to policies in, for example, North America, then I think a lot of what they do is strange and odious to us because we have different, Anglo
because it's presented. We present it as strange and odious. We take things out of context and we don't present an accurate depiction of how it actually functions. China actually has massive diversity in the way it governs its various regions. They have tons of regional autonomy, really. That's where most of the power is on the local level. So you see these lockdowns in the major cities. That's not what happened in the countryside. They actually managed the entire crisis in every way better because they have more of these they have a civilization where we can't organize our own citizenry there's a total epistemic collapse.
that's what my favorite. That's like my favorite thing about the United States is that like we have a useless.
Yeah, it's a fucking anarchic like shithole of criminals,
cool.
prostitutes, and commerce. Like, yeah,
But that rules, man.
but like, yeah, like if you
man.
don't like civilization, like that's
Well,
why
but
ours is
it's-
gonna fall apart. Like that, it is what it is. Like that comes with a lot. Also, that comes with like that means it's also a society of tons of prisons, right? Like you got tons of prisons, you got tons of surveillance, you got all this sort of like more odious like and like psychological control.
But my fear is that if they bring the
like, more
social
important.
credit system here, we're gonna have the elites determining.
Do you know how the
like,
social credit system works? It's not as bad.
It's
as our
all
own
through
credit
one.
system.
It's through one company,
it's
like
not.
social.
No, it's not. No, it's not. See, this is the thing. No one knows. Like everyone has all these really strong beliefs about what they think is real in China, and they don't. It's so mediated by by people who are fundamentally like hate China or like they understand that their geopolitical interest is opposed to it. And like, they have no interest in it really. Like Western journalists, like think about Western journalists. You don't trust them on anything, but you trust them on fucking China. Like why? Like, do you think that they did?
Well, I don't know,
research?
Logo.
Are they
My
reading?
country is
Are they-
basically owned by the Chinese now. I have a different skepticism, but I think that I mean,
Good.
isn't
They
it all
should
through
take it
one?
from- you'd be liberated from the Brits if like, dude, are you kidding me? Like,
Well,
Canada-
if Xi
Canada
Jinping wants
is
to come
fucking
over here and
horrible.
Roblox certain political leader, well,
I mean, Logo, again, I
don't know.
just want to stress here
Oh,
that
wait, Berto
I have
had
no...
a point, and then
Oh, okay, Berto, go for it.
Yeah.
I have no idea. I don't even remember what I was going to say.
Oh, about
Alright,
the social
alright.
credit system.
Yeah, social credit.
No, I don't remember.
All right, Logo. Here's what I want to say. I am not gonna have any opinion on China right now. Let's save that for the stream with Amy. But I do want to say that if you're talking about West and East, Russia, I also consider to be a part of the East, and that is a territory that me and my family and everybody. No, you don't consider it the East? Why?
No, it's part of the West. Its whole history is tied to like Byzantium. Like you could say it's like the Greek part of the West. It's not like a Latin society, right? It's not. But like, who is the royal family? You think the royal family was coming from the East in Russia?
Yeah.
Where'd they come from?
I'll give you this example. When it comes to, let's say, Nabokov's book Lolita, when they were describing this guy who Humbert figured out was very similar to him, and he saw how naive the Americans were with this person not really knowing what was going, underneath. I think that there is a similar reaction that a lot of Americans have towards Russians, where they look like them. They're not that different as far as the, the face, clothing, all that. But as far as what is actually happening inside, I do see it as being far more Eastern.
They're
than,
like the
you may be
most
conveying.
I
Eastern
don't
that
think
you
so.
can get as like
Well, you don't think so,
Western
Logo.
country.
Depends on what part
Logo,
of
The
you've
Russia.
most
never-
Eastern Western place.
Like
Well,
we're
you've
the
never-
ruling family.
You've never
Aren't
lived
they
in
like
Russia.
Germanic almost? Like
You've
Yes,
never lived
they
in
were.
Russia, and you're
Russians.
making these opinions on what
I
they are
know a
like.
lot of Russians, and I think that
All the royals were related.
they're pretty similar to a lot of like country Americans that like I don't know. I have a similar experiences in like adolescence or whatever as like a lot of like Russian kids that I know similar ages in there when they were in the Soviet Union or whatever. Like our cultures are pretty similar in a lot of respects. I mean, they listen to rap. And
Yeah, similarly
they
superior.
listen to Lil
to-
Peep. You know,
they're
I don't know.
similarly superior.
That's
to
like
the
making the argument
Never
about
mind.
immigration and talking about how nice tacos are.
Yeah,
I don't. It's a
that's
very
exactly what I
surface
was
level
thinking.
thing.
yeah, but what do you
do you
think then?
mean?
What I mean is
What do
that
you mean?
the actual mentality of a lot of Russian people, how they go about life, a lot of these, let's say, things that young people like to do, same in America, same in Russia, that's surface level shit. I'm talking about the actual internal workings of how people operate.
They have more of
So
a
you mean like
Christian
Asian
society than we do, yeah.
despotism? You
But
mean
I don't
Lev?
know what you mean. Like, yeah,
He
you're just
means
going
like
for,
Asian
these sort of, like-
despotism, more or
You're just going
less.
for like the soft, like the wink, wink, nod, sort of like innate racial character thing. But I don't really.
No,
believe
it's not
that.
racial. It's purely cultural. Because racially speaking, they're extremely,
So what's
not
the
that
Eastern
far
element? What's the
I'll tell
Eastern
you-
element?
I'll tell you what the Eastern element is. The Eastern element is having been conquered and subjected by the Golden Horde. That's the Eastern element, and that shit is still, I believe, residing
even know
psychologically in
what
a lot
that
of
is.
Russians.
So the Hun.
Yeah, exactly. Literally the Hun.
I don't know.
That's
I mean,
kind
I
of
don't-
racial, Lev. I don't
I
know.
don't
that's
yeah. It's
No, it's all
I don't really buy
cultural.
that. But I don't buy that.
Well, again, Logo, you
Well,
haven't
are we
lived in
Chinese?
Russia.
Are we Chinese because we used gunpowder and printing?
No,
did that make us
that's
Chinese?
a bullshit comparison. Because
Oh,
what
we're
I'm talking about
I
is
just
people
used some
being
Sumiing
enslaved.
today for making some
I'm
prints.
Chinese.
And it doesn't matter that they
I
were
already feel
enslaved
more
by,
Chinese.
And it doesn't
Chinese.
matter. There we go. It doesn't matter that they were enslaved by the Hun or the Mongols. That's not the point. The point is that they were
What
enslaved.
about the Varangian Guard then? Like the people who actually, the ruling class of Russia, were they from the east or from the west?
They were from the West. A lot of the people who ruled Russia were from the West.
I recognize
Yeah,
and
that
that's
from,
a very-
I
and
recognize
that-
the
all
Varangian
of them,
Guard from a
exactly.
Ghost Jail bit, and that is the only time I've ever heard of it.
Oh, okay.
It sounds nice.
They were
All right,
like the
I'll-
Roman CIA.
Yeah, well, I'll give you this
nice.
example.
Ooh.
Way back when, Rurik, who was a Nordic, who was a Swede, he was called into Russia to rule. They wanted him to rule over them.
But wasn't
Yeah.
those notions of like Asian despotism, like there is some precedent within comparative politics, but wasn't that largely the perception of like post-Enlightenment writers that were having some contact with the quote unquote East, and then they sort of made this like, well, the god king of like Ceylon. It's sort of, it smacks of a very like different notion that come like a much older notion of like Westphalian geopolitics than like what we have nowadays. Like, I guess, Lev, what you're saying is that Eastern despotic character is still like by and large what rules the quote unquote the Russian mentality. But I don't know. I mean, the people that are saying, yeah, but there are people that are saying they are. Yeah, go ahead.
That too. Like that's how we treat the president. Even though the president doesn't have these powers, like we treat the president and we invest the president with the same amount of like.
Yeah.
Like, do you know how many people would have been like, people were literally saying we live under Asiatic despotism through the entire Trump era when they were saying that he was like Putin's puppet or whatever the fuck. So I don't know what you're talking about. Like people believe
No, that is
of our own
a
state.
very extreme thing too, and I am definitely
It
not.
wasn't
saying
extreme.
That
That was on MSNBC.
That
Like,
was
every fucking
yeah,
day.
literally was the
What are you
ruling
talking
I'm
class.
not
about?
saying it wasn't. I'm not saying it wasn't mainstream. I'm saying that it was extreme. But the point
No,
that I'm
but what's normal?
again, this is the thing, Logo, that I'm driving at here too.
Well,
If we're
Logan, what do you think? What do you think of when Putin got rid of all of the more corrupt oligarchs? What is your?
No,
are you
that is
Putin
fucking.
pilled?
That is fucking
I'm Putin
bullshit.
pilled, dude. Yeah, I'm Putin
Thank
pilled, yeah.
thank God.
No.
Uh-oh, we're pissing off
Here we
Lev
go.
right now.
It's
We're
starting.
mad
It's
about it.
starting.
Let's
Okay.
talk about it. I know.
No, because the whole thing is fucking crap.
His family lost a lot of money when that happened. You know.
Yeah,
No,
see, Lev?
We had zero.
I
We had
understand.
zero money to begin with.
Oh, yo, you meant Lev? Oh, God! Oh.
No.
Oh, no.
This is all a piece of crap, and here's why it's a piece of crap.
Oh.
Because during the time of Gorbachev,
Shit.
during the time of
Completely lost here,
Gorbachev,
boys.
no, we'll get you back on track, and this will be the
Oh.
last
I'm
thing
just
that I'll
sitting
say
here
about
looking at
Russia.
Pokemon cards on TCG.
Good,
Player.
I'm happy.
Fuck.
And Logo,
just
you didn't even
wasting money.
you didn't even have time to play Advanced Wars. This is how serious we're getting.
Oh,
here.
I already
Okay.
took like 4 turns throughout the
All right,
whole
I'm
thing.
gonna
You
get-
didn't know.
Ooh,
I'm gonna go get a drink, and you guys are gonna settle this.
okay.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
All right, here we go. Okay, so
Lev, I
during-
understand your family left, so you like have like an innate like your decision was that was good. So and you're an American citizen, but if you were a Russian citizen and you stayed, you might have different opinions.
I highly beg to differ. It depends on the Russian citizen whether they're being brainwashed by
Same,
the
man.
news that they watch. But the point that I'm getting to is this: back during Gorbachev's time, the Communist Party was dissolved. What was not dissolved was the KGB, and that's where you get people like Putin coming in there.
Based.
Again, you could say
In red
based.
pilled.
Okay, you could say based all you want. There's this lady named Marine Salye who was in charge of the city council investigation into this deal that Putin did in '92, where he oversaw, and he was in the mayor's office at the time. He was like the second guy in charge in St. Petersburg. The deal involved the export of 100 million worth of raw
I know,
materials.
dude. You told me this
Yes.
last time. I
Yes,
know.
in exchange for food for the citizens of St. Petersburg.
Okay, let's get
and the food did
get
not
off
arrive.
of this. This
No,
is...
no. So again, it's like you're praising a fucking parasite here.
Do you
was
know what a
KGB.
leader does? Do you know what like you have to do as a state? Do you know like what your job is?
Oh,
Like, do you
so
think
many,
that you're
so
meant to
many
be
tough,
chief of-
so many tough responsibilities. Oh my
yeah,
god!
but look how
it's
many
so-
people the
Oh, but
American
Obama
presidents
can
have
order
here.
a drone strike.
doesn't
Obama
sound
orders
settled.
a drone strike. And, like that's fine.
That's what we mean, Lev. Like that.
It's a
we
matter
get
of
into
degrees.
this argument.
No. It's a matter.
It's
of
not
degrees.
a matter of degrees when
It's
you're
gotta be a
bombing
matter
wedding
of
parties
degrees.
and starving people in the African Horn because one tribe went against you in the 90s.
And Russia's not bombing people as well.
No, they are, but I'm
every
saying
state.
that's
No, but
every
I'm saying like
state,
this is like you can't look at this with if you're looking at it with like a moral point of view. Then
yes,
it's like
you don't like looking at things with a moral point of view. I understand.
All right, let's talk about Ghost Chill
I
now.
have an ethics.
I want to talk about Ghost Chill.
I don't think so.
Berto's
I don't think
hot
so because
piss.
this is okay. This is like
I want
again,
Berto
I'm
to
gonna
take a
compare-
hot piss stream on the stream right now.
I have to get
Yeah.
the burnt the cherry
Can you
barrel
even-
Talk to
piss,
Berto.
Berto piss.
I got some turns on Advanced Wars. Talk to Berto. I got some.
nice.
to do.
Oh, wait, and one final thing. Yeltsin,
One
he was
more,
pardoned
kid.
for
One
his crimes because of Putin. Putin was the one who protected Yeltsin's ass, so he didn't go to prison.
No,
and his
Yeltsin
family
was a
owns-
glowy. He was
I
a
don't even
CIA
know what
asset.
any of.
No, that's bullshit.
The problem is I don't even know what any of this means, guys.
That's fine. Let's drop the
move
subject
on,
right now. You
please.
know
Please,
where I
What the
stand.
hell
God,
are you
let's
talking
move-
about?
There were plenty of intellectuals. Back in the '60s who used to love to travel to the USSR, then come back to America.
Bernie
and tell the-
Sanders
I
did.
know.
And tell the Americans how
USSR is
horrible
bad.
and tell the Americans how horrible they are, how horrible all our organizations are in comparison to this wonderful thing called the USSR. I'm
I
seeing
know,
a
but I
reflection
read
of that.
E.E. Cummings. You should read E.E. Cummings' book come out, which I know you haven't. And he was he got a lot of shit because he actually said that it wasn't good, and like he talked about like the reasons why it was bad.
Oh
And
yeah,
I'm
that's
not
right. He went with a
I'm not-
poetry group. He went like there was a number.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not saying that. No, I'm not defending everything about the USSR. Like the USSR is like kind of a tragedy. I'm actually kind of a fan, right, of the Romanovs. Like I don't think that they were bad leaders, and they were like good friends of America for a while, and that's sort of why, in some ways, they were like helped to be gotten rid of with the British. The British hated the Russians. That's the real
That's
story
right.
of the 19th century.
That's
was
right.
the Brits versus the Russians. So I have a more complicated view of this than like what you're like. I understand like your points or whatever, but I think that you don't really understand like where I'm coming from on this.
I'm seeing the effect
Can you
of
believe these
even if this. Okay, one final thing. Even if this is unintentional on your part, Logo, I think you're a very smart guy. I think that the effect that people have from the kind of things that you say is this very morally ambiguous thing of like, oh, both sides are bad, and it's difficult for me to accept that because I always
Yeah,
try to compare one
I'm
thing
not
to
giving you
another.
a storybook. I'm not giving you a Marvel movie where it's like who's Thanos. Well,
No,
who
but
is Thanos?
no,
Thanos
Logo.
cock. Thanos
Logo,
cock.
in
Thanos
terms
cock.
of your audience, I
Wait,
don't think
Berto,
it's
your
going to be-
microphone.
Oh fuck.
Oh,
Sorry.
yes.
There you go.
I
I
was
don't
saying
think-
that.
Thanos
Okay.
Who was
cock.
that?
who
What were
was
you gonna
Thanos?
say about Marvel movies?
I just
Yeah,
said
Like,
who was
there's no
Thanos.
good guy. There's no bad guy. It doesn't work like that. That's like a very like low, like you're saying I don't have a morality, but like the good and the bad, it's like like I'm not gonna like put a stamp on two of the countries.
No, because people
and
have
put
to
them in
make
Look
a
at the
wrestling
chat.
ring or
Logo
something.
is styming through the room.
because
always-
people
dude,
have to make
I'm-
certain decisions on what they end up
Oh, no.
supporting over time.
Oh, no.
People have to make certain decisions on what they support.
We're
and I do
taking
think that there
downers
is-
over here.
Oh,
Alcohol.
boy. I do think that there is, okay, not a moral ambiguity, but you have to understand your own audience, Logo, and you know that they are probably not going to be the biggest fans of anything American, and they see it as edgy and enticing
mean?
when you offer these various
Well,
nuggets
I don't know.
of
Wait.
how
I
bad the
will
CIA and
question
America
That's
is.
Logo on.
That's not my point. That's not my point. My point actually is that the Chinese, they were like hugely reverent towards America. Actually, until very recently, the Chinese opinion of America has dipped quite a bit in the last 5 years. But a lot of their like revolution and a lot of like their socialism, like all of the sort of thought that they had was very much influenced by American pragmatism, quite specifically. And like the Hamilton School, like the American School of Economics, like they take that stuff very seriously. They actually like are better stewards of 19th century American tradition than we are.
All right. No, that's very interesting.
But I will say though, Logo.
It
I mean,
is.
you've been very like. Was it Landshark that described you as a WASP boo before? But now it seems
I don't know. Like the thing is that the WASPs also aren't one thing. Okay. Like there's
Yeah,
like this idea that
is-
like there's
yeah.
just this unipolar America's always been like this fractured mess of like nations like unto
Yeah,
themselves.
yeah.
from the beginning that have very different like folk ways, very different like religions, and you go to New England, man, everything's still run on the town hall structure. Like it's still run like it was in the past. Like the forms that were set up in the 17th century, and the town hall is still like the basic civic structure in towns in New England and in some parts of like the Midwest. But that doesn't exist everywhere. And if you tell people up in New England, like they're like, oh, you don't have town hall meetings down there. They'd be like, what? But then there are parts of like the South, you go to Louisiana or whatever, and they've got parishes, and it's the same fucking
They have
thing.
their
That's
own
like how the counties work.
and they have their own genetic lineage, and
that is what I'm in favor of, is like more regionalization. Like that's what, again, we could learn so much from China because they have taken
Logo's a
America.
libertarian.
This is gonna be such a this is gonna be such a
I'm a
boomer
libertarian. I'm a communist. I'm everything, man.
all right, this is a very boomer take, but
You're
Logo,
gay.
if you
Let's move on.
if you like China so much, why don't you move?
No,
Don't say that.
don't
That's-
move.
I'm an American. I'm an
Listen,
American.
I hate
love
this fucking
America
country,
too,
but
man.
I wish I could move to America. But
I just
don't
think
know.
that why should we be enemies with the Chinese? Like we could be building things together. Like there's no reason for this like antagonism. Like the antagonism is because of our capitalists. It's not because of us. Like am I mad at China? No, I have no fucking beef with them at all. I think Xi Jinping is a really good leader. I wish that our leaders were more like him.
You called him the
he's
leader
doing
of
a
the
really good fucking
century, if
job.
I recall, on
He's-
Twitter.
What he's accomplished is really quite incredible. Like it's a really quite astounding. His whole life story is very interesting.
Yeah. But anyways, let's move on.
Okay, somebody said Logo won, and it's true. So let's just move on.
Oh boy. Okay, so
Sorry, I'm just
Finally.
joking. I don't even know what any of this
Well,
means. I'm kidding.
it's
No, I think people have a
Lev,
real.
that's retarded.
I think people have a real "fuck you, dad" relationship to the country where it's really cushy
You're
and
still
cozy.
going.
Lev,
Okay.
Lev, you have a fuck you dad relationship to Russia.
Yeah, exactly. It's projection.
I'm sorry, Lev. I shouldn't.
this fucking stream is so autistic.
Okay, let's speak
Yeah,
of real
bro.
autism.
I don't know what it means either. Trust me.
So, well, okay. So, anyways, let's.
I don't know where you guys get information from. What the
I just
fuck?
read books, man.
We should
Yeah.
just go. Okay, we should.
Well, I don't
all
read,
go
like,
to the,
nonfiction.
I
we should
read
go to the
articles from all of my friends on Twitter.
We should all
Anyways,
go to the Berto
I
Center.
don't read books
and
are
chill.
gay.
We're gonna. Well, we should go to the Berto Center. We should lift some weights together. Logo.
What kind of music do you guys
James
listen
can't
to?
even
That-
read. That's
Yeah.
the thing.
We
I don't
should
even know
drink-
how to read.
we
I'm a
should drink
writer who
some,
can't read.
We should drink some hot piss right from the tap, and I think
So
we're gonna
let's.
settle our
For
differences.
those who don't know, but I guess everybody knows watching this stream. What is Ghost Jill? How did it come about? To me, it's like I think true avant-garde Samizdat, and it's the fact that you've managed to have like so many different people contribute. It really is sort of like one of those very few unifying things among these spheres, the way that these magazines used to be back in the day, but then they all sort of got, disappeared. So Ghost Jill, what is the concept? You have one theme and you have this crazy schizophrenic, you would let people do whatever they want. They can verbally molest you in their little short time clip.
Yeah, everybody gets like a certain amount of time, but like I was gonna say one of my favorite things about Ghost Jail has been that it'll have like 3 people who all hate each other on it on the same episode, and it like kind of reveals that we're all like kind of part of the same shit, which is cool.
Do they know they're going to be in the same episode?
No, nobody knows. Who's
wow.
No,
gonna be on
I
it, yeah.
see when the
But
episode
everybody
gets
can-
posted and I look at the tags and I'm like, oh, I have like 4 people blocked.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I've seen people who have each other blocked and like, and I mean, like everybody can assume that like, I mean, after a certain amount of time, everybody could start assuming that Logo would be on an episode or that like,
What would be a good example though? Of people that hate each other have been in the same episode. Any prolific beefs, or
no prolific beefs. It's
Hmm.
just like, I mean,
in my case, like I didn't even know I had the people blocked. I have like 30.
yeah,
people
people will
blocked.
hit me up and say that they have each other blocked and stuff, and then there will be people who are like part of different spheres, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't want to cause any problems.
I don't
so-
know who I hate.
Oh.
I mean, unless you get some, I don't know who I hate enough. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird. But
No,
like,
you have a kind heart. You don't hate.
no, I guess there's people like it. I mean,
no hate.
No hate. No. But Ghost Jail, how did it come about? And was the general concept to like revive the sort of like character like theater radio, like but in internet form?
So I kind of tried that in 2015. I was talking about earlier, and it completely fell on its ass. Perhaps I just wasn't good enough at producing yet. I didn't get my Malcolm Gladwell 10,000 hours in yet. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, it was mostly based on Joe Frank. You know that guy?
Joe Frank. I've heard of the name.
He's just like an NPR fella. So it would air in the middle of the night in Chicago, and I was like a big NPR listener when I was like, 17. So I listened to a lot of it, and was very interested in the concept of a guy just like kind of raping people's ears with insanely weird shit in a context that they wouldn't expect. So I was really happy to like.
That's how Doc Breton read the Francis E. Deck schizo posts before schizo posting was a thing. Do you know Francis E. Deck?
I do not.
He was a certified schizophrenic. He used to post these. He used to like Xerox these screeds that you could look up, and this shock jock Doc Breton read them, and it talks about the gangster communist computer god, and he would like keep repeating phrases, but he was a lawyer in Nassau County before he went schizo, and he would like post them to like people's cars, and he basically he was like the first person to like record himself thinking that he was being gang stalked by the agents of the communist computer god that he believed was that he was Slavic.
I like him.
Yeah, you look him up. He believes that the only like real humans are Slavic people, and that and the Slavics created the computer god to crunch numbers back in like the 20s, and then it run amok, and then it like has this. It's actually funny. I have this whole episode with Jeffrey Schollenberger, his Outsider podcast, where he believed that the radio beams from the moon would like basically like imagine David Icke's like the moon is like hollow. Yeah. So he would post these letters everywhere, and then he would like email them to like radio stations.
Yeah,
and then
I love that.
Yeah. This was before the internet.
Yeah.
And then eventually like a lot of crazy artist people got a hold of them, like avant-garde people like Genesis Pia Ridge. I think like even Howard Stern had a copy of some of them. Yeah. Like a bunch of crazy musicians, punk people had them. Yeah.
That rules. That's the type of thing that I really enjoy. I was trying to like, I mean, just like weird radio, weird, just like even, just extremely odd things, invading people's spaces with when they expect something completely different. Yeah. Like in a podcast space, you don't really expect.
That degree. Yeah.
Were you also inspired by a Nobody TM by any chance?
I do not know what that is. No.
Really,
I was
dude?
inspired.
Really?
You should watch those.
Okay.
Yeah, you'd love Nobody TM.
Let me just pull it up on a tab. What's it called?
Nobody TM. Like you could find them. The original site is gone.
Vimeo.
Yeah.
On Vimeo, you can find them.
Well,
like
on YouTube, you could find.
When was this? Like early
Nobody?
2010?
Like no one, nobody.
TM.
Yeah, Nobody trademark. Yeah.
All right, I got it.
Was one of the last true video artists to do like. I say him, but it was a whole team. I talked to the head editor.
The music is really good too.
Yeah,
radical.
They put out. It was a whole like thing. It was like It was like big on 4chan, but it was honestly like one of like pretty important like artwork for me to see in like 2011 or whatever the fuck. Whenever those were coming out.
Changed my life.
I got that pulled up. Yeah, I mean, I swear it was literally the things we talked about before we started Ghost Jail were. The first thing I brought up was Joe Frank. And then we talked a little bit about like a zine. So we talked a little bit about Answer Me and Jim Goad.
Oh, yeah.
And somebody brought up Blue Jam, the English. It's kind of like.
That's right. It was like the.
Kind of like Joe Frank. It's very similar. And I think honestly that's it. And MDE. I mean, just because
Obviously.
Obviously.
yeah.
Well, there
of
was like
course.
Bizarre Magazine back in the day, and there was other kind of like Jim Goad's. Can you still find those? There was only like 5 of them or something, and then like he stopped because it was like a bunch of like weird shit involved in like each edition. Like I think people killed themselves or something like that. Oh, can we say killed yourself on YouTube? I don't know.
We'll find out.
Well, let's find out.
Jim Goad is an interesting figure.
Yeah,
And I mean, he's a bit of
recently kind of killed his. I mean, I don't want to.
Oh yeah.
He's recently kind of killed his reputation by being like a
edgy Gen
insane,
X,
just an insane anti-Semite and like a very Gen X atheist. Yeah.
Did you ever watch?
Both of which are extremely embarrassing for anyone to.
Oh God. Depending on who. Well, did you ever watch?
I'm like carrying the torch for atheists across the land. So.
Oh no!
My friend.
Atheist?
Wait, Logo, are you atheist as well?
No,
I don't
Logo.
believe that atheists exist. I don't believe it.
Yeah,
Everyone has a
I agree with
cosmology.
that.
But like, yeah.
Did you ever watch the Matt Forney and like Davis Serini live streams with Jim Goad?
No, I did not.
Oh God, they're disasters. Because it was like this drama with this girl that they knew, and Jim Goad was like defending her against Matt Forney.
Oh, you know what? We asked. Holy shit! So somebody on Ghost Jail knows that woman. I forgot her name. Ann Sturzinger.
Ann Sturzinger, yeah.
So
Sturzinger.
She follows me on Twitter.
God.
And she's like she like interacts with Illich, one of the guys who helps with Ghost Jail, on fucking Twitter. They've apparently talked before, and he asked her to be on Ghost Jail once.
Oh my God.
And she said yes and just never came through.
Oh God.
That could have been fun, man.
Oh fuck. There was this one moment where
we
like
would have completed the circle of connection to Jim.
It was
Goad,
like
though.
it was like Beardson and Forney versus, and he's going through his own problems now, but it was like them against Jim Goad, and they kept bringing up the fact that like something about Jim Goad when he was like 12 years old, he went with this like he experimented with this black kid, and they like literally like that was the joke, like the whole live stream is that like Jim Goad does black kids, and it's like, you know, that
so they just like
juvenile
did,
bullshit.
Yeah, they just like did internet irony to Jim Goad.
Yeah, pretty much the whole stream, because it was over like
that's not
this
fun.
this
like
woman. Yeah, like he has some like kind of like the whole like edgy Gen X thing.
I mean,
it. Yeah, but the thing is like
Ghost Jail is solidly edgy Gen X thing.
Yeah.
I think that they were just I think that they were just goading him.
They were because it was like
I grew up on like I'm like a solidly middle millennial. Actually, no, I'm like a late millennial.
Wait, when were you born?
1992.
Same.
No,
damn.
Yeah.
Am I a late millennial?
Yeah. Early millennial.
I'm like one
no,
of the
mid.
No.
Middle?
No, that's
that's late,
end, man.
Yeah,
that's
mid to late.
Oh
yeah.
shit! Oh,
that's mid to late millennial. So I kind of grew up on all the Gen X
core millennial.
I kind of grew up on all like the
like you watch Wonder Shows and stuff
yeah.
like
Yeah.
Well, I
Teletoons After Dark.
Hebrew, one of my favorites.
John Callahan's quads.
Hebrew ended up turning into Xavier Renegade Angel, which I wonder, did that show Berto have
that was
any,
the same
influence?
It did not.
So Jim Goad, did you read the Redneck Manifesto? What was it called? The
Redneck Manifesto?
Yeah.
No, I did not. I honestly haven't read. I haven't even read fucking Answer Me, man. I just am like, we talked about it because I've like seen it and know about it. I'm just saying, like in general, I grew up in like in the Gen X cool guy, what do you call it, like contrarian or counterculture of the 90s. That's what I've always like looked up to. It was always like older than me, and I don't even like know about all that much of it, but it just like
it's Rick and Morty now.
Yeah, well,
oh god,
yeah,
that's the ultimate product of it. No, frankly, that's
that killed it though.
It killed it, yeah.
but I'm like doing it in a less Rick and Morty way.
No, like yours is I was saying I feel like the Berto Center is like the last piece of art from the 2010s. Like it is like about the apocalypse of like 2020, really.
Yeah.
Like it's more like set on the internet than anywhere else. Like
you know what?
You really can't have it anywhere else.
That's what it's about. Like,
you know what it is solidly? I have
So
to give credit where credit is due on the Berto Center. And I think that the Berto Center in general and the whole concept and the general vibe of the intro that I wrote and like everything about it is solidly perfume nationalist.
Yeah,
I was gonna say Falstaff, dude. I think it's very Falstaff.
Well,
like,
I am
the Iron Dome, dude. Like, I don't know. So much of it's
you know what? I am very influenced by Falstaff, and I wrote the Iron Dome when I wrote it.
The greatest posters to have done it. So
I wrote it in all caps when I wrote it. So that's Falstaff.
What happened to Falstaff? Is he gone still?
I still talk to Falstaff. He's just chilling, man. We just talk about China.
Shit.
I talk to Falstaff pretty regularly, but I think it's in general though, it's solidly perfume nationalist. The largest influence on the concept of the Berto Center. The homosexual, the loss of the modern homosexuality.
Yes.
And just like masculinity in general.
Oh, we do have Jugs in the chat. Shout out to Jugs.
Wait, which Jugs? Because there's the Jugs.
Oh my God, it's Jugs right there.
Wait,
is it Jugs?
Because James, you know a Jugs as well. So
she's literally watching.
I'm not sure which one it is. If it's old BTR Jugs or if it's my Jugs.
Shout out to Jugs.
Yeah, either one. Shout out to either one of the
But
Jugs.
I wonder.
If there's a pair of them.
No,
by
that's
the way,
her. That's her. Avi. That was her Twitter.
Oh yeah, there you go.
From the Perfume Nationalists. So
okay.
I wonder though. It seems that I know Jack talks about it a lot. The loss of what homosexuality meant before, I would say, the 2010s culture. It seems that the sort of I would say aristocratic impulse that were in a certain contingent of them that. As the culture moves on to more lurid forms of identity exploitation and commodification, it seems that the homosexual male has sort of like become this like weird straightness in a way. It's like they're the most problematic.
Well, it's super real though. It's really funny. Like being an SF's funny because there's like a whole there's just like whole subsects of the gay libertarian type, sort of like the like, you know what I mean? I feel like that sort of right libertarian and gay is like a very big combo. Like it makes sense.
Libertarianism is very gay, I admit.
but it's like hyper masculinity.
It is.
You know, where it's like there can be no women in the right libertarian state.
Yeah.
You know?
Do you think that the right in general attracts, like always there's a contingent of, well, I know Logo, you're gonna go after your enemies here, but like, do you think that there is like
wrong or like bad that's the case? But I do think that's absolutely the case. You know, like
that there is like I think like
homoerotic
in ultra masculine circles there. But then again, I mean, it is a stereotype, and I wouldn't want to like say certain people are of. But at the same time, it is true. I mean, there has been, I think, like a mixing up of the order of things when it comes to sexual identity. I mean, for instance, you got into heat recently. I think some fucking bread tuber, you were arguing with somebody, then someone screen capped you, Logo, and they're like, oh my God.
Probably.
Yeah, it was about your thing about like how I think, as you said, they were addicted to pornography, and so that just immediately triggers their like.
Oh yeah, they hate that. They don't want to recognize that that's like a modern novelty, and like that the vast majority of people through world civilization weren't like jacking off to SpongeBob hentai or whatever when they were 15. But
they said that you were psychologizing them, and that was terrible. And
they asked me to. I literally, I know what you're talking about. I was like, do you want me to psychoanalyze you? And they're like, yeah. And I was like, okay.
That was
And I
pretty.
don't
That was
know.
pretty base take. I gotta admit what you said though. It was pretty
No,
base.
I'm trying to be empathetic here. Like I'm trying to understand like where this comes. Like I haven't experienced it, so like I don't understand. Like if I'm like what is gender dysphoria? Like I don't know what that means. Like I don't have
But
that
that's like-
experience. So
I'm
I
not
have
trying to
like,
be
figure out what it
empathetic
means.
about that.
I'm empathetic to everyone, and I just want. I want.
Well, it's like the
understand
Chris Chan
what
thing recently.
everyone
Like
thinks.
the take. Like my problem is I don't want to hear
I feel
your guys' takes on it.
Yeah.
What
Like-
if it's all a show? What
think
if
it's all
Chris
Oh, it
Chan-
is.
I think
It is
everyone's
consciously a show with Chris
I
Chan.
think
No,
everyone's
I mean, what if
guilty
he faked everything?
on that
What
one.
if it was all like the
No, but what I
the
mean, okay,
messages and all that?
let me read you something, a screen cap from one of these ghouls
Don't
that I had ghouls. that got-
don't bring this shit into here, man. Because like honestly, the fucked up thing with Christian, right, is that it's with this is all because of the voyeurism. Like think about
Feeding
like
the
Well, we
ego.
did a whole stream on it, but
it's super.
good.
I know I didn't want to watch it. Like I don't want to know anything more about this because I just think it's like extremely like it's like
No,
super fucked up that everyone.
it is.
just,
No,
like, paying
I
attention.
don't want to. Yeah, no, but
It
no,
honestly
not
horrifies me.
not
Yeah.
specifically Chris Chan, but I mean like the issue. So this thread, it got 25,000, probably more now. Respect people's pronouns was such a communication failure because now we get cis people thinking that if trans people do something bad,
Yeah,
that
this
gives
is
them
just
a
someone
pass.
being narcissistic and trying to get
Yeah,
clicks. Like
but
it's
but
not real.
their argument is that okay, so it means that my identity is conditional and not a human right. First of all, I don't believe human rights exist to begin with, but I think that the argument that
Neither does Xi Jinping, right?
No. No.
no.
Yeah, you guys
cut
want to
it.
get into it, so it's fine.
Well,
Let's do
I
it.
argue with someone that this person.
Well, you got to let him get that line in and just
yeah, I
let
know. I was arguing with someone on Twitter that it's okay. So the argument is that you're disenfranchising a whole group by saying that this person doesn't have inherent level of respect to call them by their self-identified name. But my problem is that you're essentially saying that someone who is you're taking their signifier and applying it to a signified that doesn't exist, or rather, not that it doesn't exist, but that is constructed and is confusing. When you see CWC, it's kind of obvious, right? So my argument is that to say that there's some kind of metaphysical value with the identity name template that you've consumed and then now you apply to a whole group, and to say that that person, they're basically, the argument that they've used is that, well, that means if a black person commits a crime and you call them the gamer word, it's like that's saying that they deserve it, and it's like not, but really you're calling all African Americans the gamer word. It's like it's this weird sort of like identity narcissism that says like it's very clear that in Chris Chan's case it's bullshit. But that being said, the argument that they have
I don't know what is or isn't bullshit in any of those cases.
Well,
because,
yeah,
like, I don't fucking
yeah.
understand it. Like I don't know. Like what's the difference to me? Nothing. I can't fucking tell.
But like
it's someone's authenticity about this sort of thing. Like I don't fucking know.
But that's what I
seems
mean. I
too
think
offensive
that
to me, you know,
they're
it
saying
seems like this person's legitimately fucked up in the mind.
no, I know, but the greater issue.
I don't know.
Well, go ahead, Berto. Go ahead. Yeah, like they're almost like speaking their authenticity into the aether.
I know. I
in
think
some
we got
ways.
Chris Chan. I think we got Chris Chan out. I think all the
Yeah, I don't want to
delay
talk about it
was-
anymore. I mean, it's fucking bullshit.
Was squeezed.
But go ahead, Berto. What were you gonna say about this issue?
About what issue? I don't really remember.
Like about the I don't know, the fucking pronouns thing, the respect.
Oh, I just think that it's a meme.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's that's all you can really say about it. It's like a social meme. I mean, I was talking on another podcast the other day, like the kids that we would have called gay, we're gonna now call trans, and that's just fucking how it is. And now they're gonna be castrated instead of fuck dudes.
Yeah, now they have to get pharmaceuticals. Like they can't
exactly.
Just,
now they have to get pharmaceuticals.
Yeah.
Now they have to
Fuck
get
up.
surgeries.
But now they're at the top of the social hierarchy. That's the difference.
Sure, they
in
can
high
have it.
school.
What
Are
the
they
fuck ever.
though? Are they really?
Yeah.
In modern
No,
high schools?
no.
You know what?
No,
Honestly, people
yeah.
who fucking
They are
castrate themselves
online.
can have it, man. Whatever.
Well, they like, you know, that video that I don't even want to speak of, the fucking
Who-
kids
with the cat boy.
voluntary eugenics is what it is.
Yep. Exactly.
but maybe there could like I know some people have some like very like schizophrenic beliefs around it, but
libertarian eugenics.
Yeah, maybe it is kind of like a participatory eugenic program. I don't know. I mean,
that's what it is.
Oh, God.
I mean, no, honestly,
eugenics are based when you do
want
it
to
to
know how
yourself,
fucking
guys.
bad it is? Look at like the original, like the drugs that are being used primarily for this, and then look at like the history of those drugs, what they were used before, and like why they were recalled for their previous use, and then how there's this huge, there's this huge drug supply, and there's no. So we have to we manufacture like markets, right? So like if you have a whole bunch of something and you can't sell it, you have to like invent a market so that you creating the demand, right? That's how marketing works.
But that's what's fucked up.
You can say this
about
whole
it.
identity was marketed, and it was, and it worked.
Yeah, it did work. It was marketed and it did work. 1000%, both undeniably true.
But that's what's so fucked up about it is that, like, that's the typical like postmodern hyper-capitalist critique of how identity is formed around various like market forces. But then when you apply it to them, it's like you can't. They have this indelible human right to become their own signifier, right? So it's
it's because that's like, think about it. They're like it works on so many levels because like they're like a lot of these sort of the people's identification with Planned Parenthood even or whatever. A lot of it just comes down to like tying like their sense of self to access to pharmaceuticals.
Yeah.
Ironic considering we have like one of the worst healthcare systems
in the world
ever.
Yeah.
But
USA,
that's America for you.
USA,
when you live in a like, that's what I'm saying. Like we're the con art. Like it's like if you're like, how would a con artist like design? Like if you were a con artist and you were the head of a pharmaceutical corporation, like what kind of shit would you get up to? And it's like,
again, that is the cool part about the United States, not the bad part.
What is the bad part for you, Berto? The United States.
All these straights, these breeders.
These breeders.
No hot piss to get.
Yeah.
Just
Wait, I have a question about the breeders. Okay, one thing
it's what they're selling, not how they're selling it.
One part I did not
that's
understand in the Berto Center when they had the comedian on stage, who I believe was
they were
saying
grabbing
something
his
about
cock.
No, that wasn't the comedian. That was the singer.
Oh,
yeah,
that was the great and wonderful Hayden, who is a poet. I wish I had his on the top of my head, but I don't.
So he was talking about his wife, I believe. I wasn't quite sure.
That was Brendan.
Brendan.
Yes.
So what exactly was going on there? Because that's the one part that I was a little bit fuzzy on.
What do you mean? He was just a stand-up comedian who was performing in the piss bar, and he was
Piss bar.
and he was a I mean,
God.
honestly, I tied these. You have no idea how this worked. Like, I tied these things together with like fucking, I don't know, like just I was like, how do I put all these things in one scene? You know what I mean? People just sent different shit, and I tried to make them.
I mean, you build a fucking world out of that. You know?
Yeah,
what I mean?
I guess. But I would ask people to like change certain things. But he sent something that was about a wife. So I was like, how do I make this make sense? He has a wife. He has to be a breeder. So he's a visitor at the piss bar from the breeder colony.
The breeders colony, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. He's a visiting comedian from the breeder colony that we have in for the night to make everyone to entertain us.
Look what I found, by the way. There is an actual Berto Center.
Yeah.
No. That's real.
What it is, and then
it's mentioned. Okay, so let me explain the origins of the Berto Center meme. Okay, so the Berto Center was a meme before. If you like scroll back in time, you might see it. I think everybody deleted their tweets during like the when Biden was elected. So everybody deleted all the tweets, but there's been a long history of Berto Center memeing. I watched The Last Dance. Is that what it's called? The Michael Jordan docu-series?
Yeah.
And they mentioned a place called the Berto Center where the Bulls used to practice. And the
Bulls used to practice.
I took a picture of my television screen and posted it on Twitter and said, yo, this is called the Berto Center. And everybody started joking about it was mostly people in the perfume nationalist scene where I was like hanging out, and they were all making jokes about how we were all going to meet at the Berto Center when the world ended or whatever. And then I would start posting like guys getting milked and say like research and development at the Berto Center and just shit like that. And this was like last summer. And it just like sat around, and then I wrote that, like I just decided to like write an intro about it and then send it to everybody and have them send in bits that take place there.
But what happens in the world? Everyone turns into like an androgynous blob, or there's no real men left, or masculinity is outlawed. Like, what?
Yeah, it's illegal.
You have to take a test about what was it? DSM. You have to take a test on the DSM and
baby cartoons.
Holy shit.
Baby cartoon trivia. And then if you pass it, then you become part of the elite class. And then you have to take something to get your dick mushified or your.
Fuck.
So what does the mushification look like if you were to imagine it?
Oh fuck.
The bimbification.
Nasty, dude. Honestly, like smooth and clean and good.
Oh, like
It's like
mellow,
an Apple
yeah.
Store.
Yeah, Apple Store.
You go to the App Store.
It would look solid and good, honestly. Yeah, if I think about it a little more.
Go to kiosk in the mall.
I don't know. I would prefer to just have my dad's uncauterized dick attached to me,
Oh,
but
God.
that's just me.
That was my favorite part, by the way, like with the fathers. I mean, I don't want to give away. I mean, I think James already kind of gave away too much, but you should still watch it. It's an amazing part.
Oh man.
And also, I love that infiltrator from the, what was it, something Ravenclaw, who ended up sneaking into the Berto
that was a
Center.
guy named Jargon on Twitter, if you can find him somehow. I wish I had everybody's ats just pulled up. But anyway, yeah, I think it's Jargon_0. But yeah, that one was sight unseen. Like a lot of them I had to like maybe direct or talk to people, or some of them were, it was all different grades, but like,
Yeah, the first one that I sent in originally, me and Terrence got really drunk and then recorded it. And then Berto's like, yeah, I think I'm going to have someone do some rewrites and then I'm going to direct you guys. And I'm like, yeah, that's fine.
yeah, we did rewrites. We used your whole idea though, I think, right?
Oh yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So
Okay, cool.
that's why I was like totally fine with it. Cause I'm like, oh, this is literally my entire idea, except they just polished it up.
Yeah,
I mean, it could work as an animation, but it could also work
I've been
as an art.
telling him that.
Yes, but it could
like
also
an
work.
animated version of like all the episodes. Of
I've been
that show.
talking about
It'd be so good.
I've been talking about
man.
to people. Yeah, I talked to Lev. Lev's an animator. Yeah,
Let's
just
see what happens. I mean, it is very
I'm thinking
interesting.
like Bakshi style, like 70s.
Oh,
like,
yeah, Ralph Bakshi.
like yeah.
He used to teach at my school, by the way, and James' school. He used to teach at SVA back in the day.
I love how Robert Crumb like fucking hated him, like because he like just shit all over his like wannabe like 60s hippie idealism, and that was like he made it like what
I never
it truly
read
was.
Fritz the Cat. I never read the comic Fritz the Cat.
That's
saw
why
the
he killed
animation,
off
obviously.
Fritz the Cat. It's like the guy that made who's the original creator of Peppy the Frog?
Matthew Fury.
Yeah, like he killed him off because the evil right-wing racists are like using Peppy, and Peppy like
LOL. That rules, man. The fact that guy just like completely bitched out on like his whole claim to
creation,
fame. Yeah, I love that. I mean, that's just like honestly, we can talk shit about the whole like memeing gayness, but it's cool what they did.
Yeah, I think it's I think like Peppy and Wojak, they really are like the iconotypes of like our generation in a lot of ways.
Yeah, it's cool.
Really
It's cool what happened with the memes. I don't like I have a lot of things to say about them and the people who use them, but it's like pretty cool what happened with those.
I mean, kind of. It's also just like I don't really know, man. Like I kind of like I honestly think what's cooler is like fucking Ghost Jail. Like Ghost Jail is like really more the type of thing that I was like hoping would come out of that sort of creative energy or whatever.
Word.
But so much of it is just like disposable and it like disappears, and like people don't want to put like effort into making something that sticks around. But
yeah,
I think Ghost Jail is something that'll hold up.
I came up in like bands, you know, I was in bands and I was in music scenes. So that's like what I thought of. This is how I thought of everything. And I think everybody came from like a meme framework, and I like brought the band framework to the meme framework.
Yeah, you brought the like DIY sort of shit. Like that's what I like, why I wanted to like work on it too, is because like you were like doing good shit, and it seemed like, you know, you put together, you're very good at it. Like this is what you should be doing. So I just wish more people would like do that, you know, because like I see so much like creative potential and talent like all over the place.
That's being wasted on memes.
It's just wasted on memes. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's true.
And I did waste my talent on memes for some years, but like I was like wood shopping.
Haven't we all,
time.
man?
Yeah.
I'm saying this, but like I've done the same fucking thing, you know. Like,
I've done the same.
But like something that could also grow as far as
Shrek Fedora will be immortal.
Like is this something that you imagine, Berto, having like a bigger company producing these things and you know, turning this into
No, then it'll die.
The answer is absolutely yes.
Oh no!
Thank you. We all have to make a living, right?
If fucking Larry Gagosian came and wanted to represent me, I wouldn't say no. You know.
No, I think I have to do. I mean, honestly, I don't think it's fucking physically possible for me to relinquish control of something like this. So, it's.
But
not,
if let's say Adult Swim came to you and said,
"Oh
Berto,
God,
we want to produce." The goes
hey,
jail
we are Diet MDE, as our greatest critic has said. So
no, like,
the greatest critic.
All of that shit is over. Like this whole dream of like some part of we'll just like do really good underground shit. And then we'll finally get like the book. That's never gonna happen.
No,
ever again.
it's not.
Like,
but
what can happen? What can happen is like building your own fucking shit. So it's like, if you want to see Ghost Jail animated and you got animation like chops, start doing it, you know, like just
I mean, that's what
memes, you know,
that's how
like,
I think of it.
Anyone,
it'll have to be that way. It'll have to be you know, around. It will have to. We'll have to take the way around.
Is really like if you were to get like some actual like some like more creative, like a billionaire with creative sensibilities towards what we believe in.
I mean, then how many billionaires?
We could get the fucking Elon Musk endorsement.
Or if like Peter Thiel can come and like fund Ghost.
I'm not interested in that. They're not interested in that.
I know you.
No, I know.
I'm like, now that I've been in SF, like I'm like way too, like I know way too many people who have like way closer connections to all that sort of shit, and those people are not interested in anything artistically at all.
Yeah,
like, frankly.
That's very true.
Not even a little. So you're barking up the wrong.
But that's the tragedy. Is that
I mean, Elon Musk did marry some stupid art hoe and like do some and post memes.
Yeah, but is Grimes really indicative of? Yeah.
We could do that.
You're talking about these big billionaires, but what about all the, let's say, 100,000aires or like small-time millionaires?
What you need,
that there are a lot of.
Find yourself a baddie heiress. This is the key to everything. Find yourself a baddie heiress. That is like
you gotta do what Matthew Barney did.
All the great avant-garde movements are just like these people like surrounding a baddie heiress.
Yo, it's always the idle rich in general. I mean, but yes, I could see it's the women. I could see.
You know how the secession, you know, Art Nouveau, the secessionists, you know how they got it? Because people like Gustav Klimt were like fucking these heiresses. Like Matthew Barney, the way that he funded the Creemeister cycle, those films, is that he fucked Gladstone. What's her name? Like she was pretty hot back in the day. I mean, she's, you know, whatever, but mommy GF, Chris Chan style. But like,
yeah.
Well, see, all you need to do is you
know, I'm very sorry. Like, I don't even want to make that fucking stupid joke because the horror of it. But anyways, if I just keep talking about, go ahead, James. What were you gonna say?
You just need to put all your life savings into a DeFi shitcoin and then just hope you times 100 on it. And there you go. It's that simple.
I'm just going to fucking continue to work myself to the bone and continue to reach out to talented people.
Is there Peter gazing?
Just make friends in crypto Twitter, dude. That's it.
Yeah.
I think what logo. I remember one time logo. One of the best tweets I ever saw, among many, is that you said like the reason we're so like there's this huge limitation over world peace is because it literally was the vision of the possibility of like what like a right-wing entertainment industry could possibly be. Yeah,
it was. Yeah, and it's sad how
no,
it ended.
it's not even that it was right wing. Like honestly, like,
no, it wasn't.
Sam going a little hard on the like pull red pills or whatever the fuck.
Yeah,
like was kind of tragic, but like nothing on that show.
What was tragic about him going hard on the red pills?
He kind of did.
He's not that smart, frankly, man. He doesn't. He's not that.
Oh no!
I think he's a genius.
He's not.
I mean, maybe not in like your.
No, but I mean, but like, if you're gonna be making those sorts of pronouncements and then like that happens to you, it's like you knew that going in. Like that's
Sam was a retard for like not ending the tweeting. Like,
yeah, exactly. Like, just don't like.
I'm not going to be involved in the stream where we say Sam is a retard.
I'm not saying he's a retard. I'm not.
He's a genius.
That was like a very bad move.
I think Sam and I are both retarded geniuses, plain and simple.
He's a genius, but I do think that
it fucked over Charles more than himself. Also, frankly,
I don't know anything about the situation. I just know that I absolutely love Sam and have mad respect for both Sam and Charles.
Yeah,
and like I
do as well.
Yeah, I don't know. I just
I think
that could have been.
Sam...
Wait, to finish my point, nothing
on
that show would have been out of place in like my entire childhood watching like Adult Swim or whatever.
Yeah,
like,
and Sam has said as much
comparatively. Yeah. So like that's what's the real tragedy is like that. Like we've had this this like culture shift for the worse mostly, and it's been mostly like totally manufactured by like marketing, PR, or whatever. Frankly, because like things have just been getting like worse here, so we had to create these sorts of new tensions so that we can't like organize any sort of like wider support for just what is generally popular, which is not the government. Frankly, like most people are fucking miserable, and if we didn't have all this manufactured like tensions, like it would be more self-evident that that's the case. But like
I completely
that's how
agree.
It was when I was growing up, you know. Like that's how it really was. Like it was a very different place.
Oh god,
Have you ever seen that? I mean, like I know these are all like silly, but I saw like that viral racial relations chart where the early 2000s was like the best time in U.S. history.
And then Obama brought racism back.
That makes perfect sense. And everybody with
fucked it up.
A single brain cell knows that's the truth.
It is true.
I mean, because like
we were all there.
The early 2000s was like a continuation of the 90s still.
It was in a lot of ways, but it was different.
But the 90s were like more like today than the early 2000s were.
Oh yeah, you had like Riot Girl, lesbians and guitars, you know.
Yep. The early
2000s.
What happened was that shit got popular and went out of, and that shit went out of style is what happened.
Then it was edginess. It was a new metal and deathmatch wrestling and fucking
Also, how about this? Rather,
you're right.
Tournament of Death 1, where fucking Nick Mondo takes the weed whacker. That was
solid. Correct.
Yeah.
The late 90s is, I mean, the early to mid 2000s is a continuation of the late 90s specifically.
The late 90s.
Say
that's where you really feel the shift
really
is.
I'm going to give you guys the real red pill here because it's just media ecology. And what it was the proliferation of more channels on TV. So you had more channels, you need more things to fill in that content.
Wait, we got to let James finish.
Money.
Yeah, James, go ahead.
Okay.
Because the real decade really was like 97 to 2006. Because like after 2000,
some say 2003 though. They say 2003 is when everything flipped. But
I don't know. I still, when I observe mainstream culture, I see the big flippening in 2007 where like all the soul is like removed from mainstream art.
Oh yeah.
And you still have all this, you know. I mean, you have stuff like Miami Vice, which is like one of the fucking most experimental mainstream blockbusters of all time, and that came out in 2006. And you had Inland Empire, you had Southland Tales, and then like immediately after, like you see all that experimentation with the digital form and whatnot, and then like it's like almost overnight that in like 2007, like everything becomes like this brown and bloom mush in both like video games and
I kind of disagree in one. I think that the early 2000s lasted from, you know what? I don't know when it starts. You might be right about 97, but I think it ends in 2011 or 2012. 2012.
Oh, yeah,
is when it
2012
died.
Does it end at around the time that hipsters start to become a lot more prevalent? Would that be a fair thing to say?
No.
No?
I agree and disagree,
It's when
Berto.
hipsters
I
were
disagree
kicked
in the
out.
sense of art, but I agree in the sense of humor as we had.
No, I
4chan
think the hipsters
to carry the torch.
The hipster, like I agree
The
with
commercialization of the hipsters. Let's put it that
because
way.
the hipsters they were the death of unique youth culture. There was no longer any sort of like it became
What's
one
the
homogenous
logo?
blast.
What's the logo?
What do you mean logo? What do you mean? You're defending hipsters here?
Well, I'm talking about like what the hipsters were before they were optimized and like turned into a market category by Pitchfork and Budweiser for music festivals and all these other things.
Yeah.
But like, it was this like Ghost Jail is what you're all hipsters. Everyone
it's the
that's what it was.
Yeah,
I remember this.
I grew up
conversation.
hipster. I'm still hipster. I am full on hipster in every regard. Somebody called me a hipster in high school freshman year, and I said, "What's that?" And then I was like, "Oh yeah, I am that. Yeah, that is."
Yeah, it's like, did you listen to like indie rock or like even like metal punk stuff? That's all gonna be put you.
Well,
in the
I was
same
a scene
team.
kid. I'm gonna give you that.
Same.
Oh my God! Really?
Yeah, of course.
Oh
bro.
my God!
Yeah,
Gio,
you go to high school in 2007 and you're not.
Yeah,
a scene
it was.
kid?
It was.
I wasn't a scene kid.
Well,
I
mean,
was going through a grunge phase at that time. So
Well,
you remember those scene girls?
Grunge
The ones
shit,
with
bro.
those,
Sorry.
colored, whatever they were.
The scene guys were getting
in Canada we had a pretty strong scene.
I
Yeah.
loved it. Like I don't know, like everyone pretends.
The
like,
scene guys were the ones who girls wanted at that time. You know.
Yeah, I missed out. Damn it.
But as far
I was
as,
aware of it. Like I remember in MySpace days, like that was the.
But then there was the crossover, and then there was like, oh, you don't dye your hair anymore, but you still have the same haircut, and you don't straighten it anymore, but you still have the same haircut.
And then everyone does it. Yeah. Then everyone does breakdowns.
Hipster. It's like it's.
Then it's hipster. Yeah.
Okay, so it's like you listen to Taking Back Sunday, then
of course
whatever. But then I've got this is like an old fucking tour hoodie that I could never get rid of.
I still listen to Taking Back Sunday regularly.
Me too, dude. It fucking rocks, man. Like that's what it was. Like that's where you'll hear that music still. You know.
I still listen to Fall Out Boy regular. I still listen to like all the Fueled by Ramen shit. I still listen to fucking Paramore regularly.
Oh no! Oh my God.
No, Paramore's good, dude.
They're good. They were good. That was like
Chemical Romance.
They had
absolute.
They became a pop band. By
the way, the My Chemical Romance guy, he went to SVA too.
They were good.
They were like Pure. They made the.
They're so good.
They had great producers and great. It was like the last gasp of like rock and roll music, like with real producers and hi-fi production and everything.
Would you say there was something aristocratic about it? I mean, even their outfits were kind of aristocratic. They wore like
they were 80s hair metal. No, I think that came from like hair metal and like white trash shit.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
Well, I was still into the whole new metal thing at that time, so that was, but
that's a good way for girls not to talk to you at that time.
Yeah, at that time, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Listening to fucking well.
But
it was
now?
like a magical, like the early 2000s. It's really funny how the Zoomer kids, like it's
always important what chicks are into. By the way, you always got to think. About that. Yeah.
So what are they into now? Like, what is the
being MBs? K-pop.
I don't know. Ghost Jail. I don't know.
MK Ultra Bunny, Break the Rules, Fed Post.
Yeah.
Women posting their L's.
Women posting.
Yeah, that's what they're into. They're into posting their L's online.
Yeah. I think like oh God. I think that it is true.
What a legendary account, by the way.
I know.
Dude.
Yeah, he started it all. Can't believe it.
That's legendary. Yeah.
There really is like when it comes to the 2000s. I remember someone made this argument about like how like the resurgence of like how the Y2K aesthetic is so popular. But people were saying, but back in the day, the fashion wasn't that. That was like a media generated thing. It was in the design world. The fashion was fucking. You know that TikTok video where it's like the like girls wearing the fucking bangs and the, you know, shit like that. Like the, you know, that video I'm referring to, the one that blew up.
Anyways, guys.
Yeah, well,
Joe Biden moment. From
oh, Joe Biden. No, but the point being is that we idealize like the actuality of it was that the Y2K thing was only like a peripheral thing. It wasn't like what people were.
I don't know what you mean by Y2K. Like there were people who did think that the world was going to end in '99. I do remember
No,
that,
the aesthetic,
but
the Y2K aesthetic that Zoomers are obsessed
just like
with
the
now.
Y2K culture, whatever. Which
But you just mean like
completely
analog
made up.
technology, like VHS tapes.
Well, like
and
the
stuff like that,
crossover
or-
into digital technology that has a unique.
my literal
Early
fucking
digital
art,
is where it's at.
Yeah,
the MK
early
Ultra money
digital.
art
As
is
far as-
Y2K aesthetic.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know,
pretty
Matrix, Deus Ex, you know, all that kind of shit.
Yeah, yeah,
That's Y2K. Oh,
Hey, your
okay,
shirt that you're wearing right now looks like fucking Will Smith Millennium.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
this was
it is like that, but then there is like in the design world they have different like if you look at like Bryce 3D, that's kind of like Y2K. Like
I mean,
Yeah.
Y2K is my favorite aesthetic of all time.
Oh, yeah.
I mean that's
But
that's
it's
Early
just-
digital is good.
early digital.
Yeah.
But then like a lot of like Zoomer, like the people that like we would
I've been on the early digital
politically
for-
they, you know.
Well, look what it got replaced by. It got replaced by all this flat art bullshit and this simplistic style, which is too sterile.
It's
yeah,
over.
exactly. That's why I'm so obsessed with this error because
Yeah.
like,
I like.
we were at
I'm
Because then digital
created-
technology became
like,
sameness.
Hold on,
really.
one at a
Peak
time. One at a time.
creativity.
James, then
Yeah, we're all going.
yeah.
Yeah,
No,
go ahead. Who's going?
Yeah,
What's
no,
up?
I was just saying that like that era was peak creativity. Like,
But
you
even the
had-
way that they approached the sorry, go ahead.
I can't speak for music just because I'm not like musically inclined, but I can speak as far as, you know, video games and movies go, where video games were transitioning from this 2D pixel art to 3D. And then you had movies that were transitioning from film to digital. And because of that, there was so much in experimentation in like the art style and the aesthetic and whatnot, that it was just creating like just amazing stuff. And it was crazy that this was like in the mainstream too.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm saying like that. I've been thinking of like MySpace glam, like where like I miss like the parts of the early of like Web 1.0 where it's like, oh, like here's your page.
I was there.
Like, you can fit with the HTML. Like here's you can embed whatever you want in it. You can customize it like any way you want. Like everyone would like you just had like full customization of like everything, and like actually everything since then has been like removing features as opposed to like, adding them.
Well, they went
like,
full.
Used to have game mods on everything. You can do custom servers.
Well, it
or,
turns us more into these.
I think
these
they quickly
puppets.
realized that's not what people wanted and went full Facebook.
No,
you
it's
know?
they just wanted to make mad money. Is what they
Yeah,
wanted
you're
to
right.
do.
You're
So-
right. You're right.
Well, I'll
But
give you a
the-
good example. Okay, sir, go
That is
ahead, Berto.
the MySpace to Facebook switch is like the insanity, creativity, and weirdness to like flat design, minimalism, gayness switch. That's like the main switch.
But that's a good example.
I remember when I got rid of my Facebook account or got rid of my MySpace account and had a Twitter account. It was like 2011. I didn't stop until
I
still
murdered it.
We I had a band in the early 2000s, and we had a MySpace link in the early 2010. We had a MySpace link on our stickers in 2011. So
I know you were saying that like 2012 is like when things really ended, but I think it's like it was like 2007 to 2012 was that like transitional era, maybe
mid
2013, and then like 2014 was the real culture shock.
How?
No, I think it's summer 2013.
The
was
second
the
that Trump
I'm just
was
talking
on
about
the
for
scene,
me personally. Because I went to Cannes that year. That was the first year I went to Cannes, and I said gay F slur that I can't say on YouTube. And then like the whole table just went silent, and all looked at me like I had 5 heads, and I'm like, who the fuck cares? And then like they're all just like, it was from that moment on, and I still can remember it clear as day. And then I saw the culture shift.
Yeah, like I said, I keep a small community and stuff, but I started hearing about friends and bands and all. I've talked about this on Ghost Show, but like I started hearing about like the places they would go play and what was happening there. And that was the first time I heard about like trends and getting mad about feminism and all this shit.
Oh yeah.
It all comes from Occupied, because basically what happened is like when that progressive stack and all that went through Occupied, that like think about the intersectionalities between that and like underground music scenes, et cetera, et cetera.
Oh, yeah.
It happened on internet forums. I remember watching it happen. Like it started first on like anarchist and like libertarian forums was where this actually came in first. It spread through all of Reddit, and then you could watch it come in like a tide.
Oh
Then-
yeah,
then
I
the
mean,
gri-
Occupy was,
It was like-
100% the start of it, because like I've seen the graphs that prove all of it.
But then when did Tumblr come in as a factor in that? Was that around the same time?
That's like mid 2010s.
Yeah. Because like
no, I remember Tumblr was earlier than that. I remember some
Really?
classmates
Would you guys
had
say
a-
that
it
Tumblr and
accumulating
4chan
to,
have
like,
had
the map.
equal effects on culture?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
I
I
think
say
so.
that
Probably.
no,
4chan
well,
was a better
something
Tumblr
awful
for the
has a
worse.
lot of wow.
Yeah, Something Awful is up
That's
there.
like the
I mean,
what is that
you can do a
dirtbag
whole
left
lineage.
shit? I guess.
something
Yeah.
awful was like prior
Something
to
Awful is
4chan.
also what founded 4chan. Yeah, so
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
like that's where like the
Yeah.
original like splits over everything. It was like all about
Yeah.
moderation policy.
Yeah,
I
like
would
I
say
just
that-
missed Something Awful. Like
Yeah.
And
like-
also going back to Japan,
I wasn't there
I
for
think-
any of this.
yeah,
I
'cause
was
I got
not
onto
online.
4chan in like 2006, so
I was
like,
not
I
online
would
on that.
say that they have an unequal influence. I say that in terms of the
I
sort
got
of
on-
periphery that 4chan would have an influence, but yet when it comes down to it in terms of who has power, it really is just Something Awful and now Tumblr. Like I agree with Default Friend when she says that Tumblr was really the spreader of it rather than
I
academia.
refuse to acknowledge default friend.
Why?
Yeah, no,
why though?
no,
Oh,
that's
drama!
absolutely true.
What happened?
That's
What's wrong?
absolutely
What's
true.
What?
no? What's with you and Default Friend?
Oh, she's just like mad at me for like siding with same meme and the gay Me Too Twitter thing. Sorry, I said.
Oh my
gay.
god! What happened? Is he gonna come back?
I don't know.
I love Same Meme.
Mm.
Yeah.
Man.
I remembered I followed Default
Best poster
Friend.
of all time, by the way.
I remember I followed Default Friend, and then I saw she had women posting L's blocked, and so then I blocked her on main.
course
and
she
then
did.
went on
No.
alt account
Of course she
and
did.
DM'd me, and she was like, "Why did you follow and then unblock me?"
She has
Never
Berto
answered.
blocked, by the way. She has me blocked, and she
Oh.
like did a whole thing about how great. I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't matter. None of that matters.
Away from
Yeah.
parasocial shit. 'Cause
She
I
was-
just
Yeah.
wanted to say
Let's.
that Tumblr
yeah.
actually
Fuck.
absolutely was the origin of all that shit. Because when I
Yeah.
went to school, it wasn't the professors teaching kids this shit. It was kids
teaching
being,
the
like arguing. Yeah, it was also like actually my wife showed me this meme that she saw on Instagram, right, where it was like fighting colonialism by not reading my assignments or whatever, like fighting. and it wasn't
that
like,
kind
they
of
weren't,
rules,
like,
man.
That's
Fuck.
I would
no,
love
that's
to
what it
fight
was.
colonialism
No,
by not
you're-
reading my assignment.
That's what they did, right? They go to college and they're like, I'm not going to read any of this shit, and they would just like lecture that's how it worked. It was, and they get A's. You know, it was like
That
it was
rules.
really just a min-max.
Because they were
strategy.
outside thinkers. They thought outside the box. Yeah.
You know what? That's some like hardcore baller libertarian shit right there.
Yeah.
That's
That's like
DIY
that,
punk culture right there.
That's
yeah.
like that. What's that name of that island from Pinocchio? The one that all the kids went to and they got to do
Spit
it.
Island.
Pleasure Island.
Pleasure Island. Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah. Now that I think
Little
about it, there's a
St.
difference.
James Pleasure Island.
Yes.
So no, but I'm the only. I mean, well, Default Friend's always been a sweetheart to me. But anyways, I think
Well,
like
tell her to unblock me, and I take
I will
back
tell.
everything.
I will
Yes.
tell her.
Yeah.
But I think
Okay,
but-
go on.
no, I was just gonna say, I think when it comes to the Tumblr thing, the fucking, I mean, it goes without saying the conservatives fucking shit the bed when it came to the culture warish. But what I want to say before the Y2K thing is that I think even the approach that corporations had of the internet, like for example, like I watched this program when I was a kid. It was this like tech, like public access TV Ontario thing, and they talked about I wrote about this. They talked about fucking Second Life, okay? And this was when like universities were involved in it, and this is like when people were big on it before it became like a haven of like creepy shut-ins and sex pests and all that. So
Like academics.
Maple
yeah,
Story.
yeah.
You guys
No,
want to
but-
play? You guys want to play some Maple Story?
Oh,
Maple Story, dude.
Oh,
No,
But
but
no,
I want to
graphics.
go Rick roll the Gaia Online panel at an anime con.
I am on.
Wearing
Oh,
Guy
God.
Raw's mask.
or we
'Cause
can.
I did that
create,
in 2009.
But my
or we
point
can
being,
create the swastika in Habbo Hotel and block
Hub,
the pool.
oh my God, block the pool. So all the ancient memes.
I remember
So-
being on MapleStory and like just playing it with my friend down the street who was down the street. I was like, oh, it's so cool. You can play with your friend down the street. And then like I would see people who were in like internet relationships publicly displaying it on MapleStory. And I was like, what am I'm just trying to play like a fucking side scroller with my boy down the street. You know, I'm 12.
See, that was really the info hazard of the day
Yeah.
for young people. But
I'm like,
my-
which one of these is 40 years
Yeah.
old? Sorry.
Oh God!
Well, then there were also things like the Final Fantasy house, which I think
Oh,
was the
no!
progenitor of the
No.
what we end up
But
seeing today.
But my point, yeah, the influencer house. But my
Yeah,
point,
continue. Sorry.
about the early 2000s was they thought that in the internet space, it would very much be almost like a proto virtual reality where you would have your unique avatar that would carry across. And then even the way that you would do things like e-commerce, you would go into like an idealized store setting. But then they've realized how inefficient that was. And instead they went for the Amazon, like mass market consumer, like very point and click flat design. You
Yeah.
have a cart, like every website has a cart.
Yeah.
And so
yeah.
that really murdered the potentiality and the creativity that the early internet was providing, the idealism of, and I know like the Silicon, like the California ideology, that was all bullshit. But like in terms of what people, how they experienced the internet was very much this sensuous, tactile thing. Nowadays, the way that every social media company, for instance, is the same as you said, Berto, like that really is the death of like, this is what, the tweet I said, like
The original promise of the internet was like infinite
Yeah.
customization.
yeah,
And like you pick the color of every little thing. It's still alive in some places. Like here, a good example is I created the Ghost Jail. It's always for like I created the Ghost Jail big cartel store to sell the t-shirts. And it was like you can pick your shit. I was like, oh, that's kind of fun, I guess. I can like put a transparent image and all that. And it was like, it's just, yeah. Sorry, continue.
No, I think like that was really like even, well, I think they brought it back. They have Neo cities now, but you had like Geo cities, you had like
yeah.
Angel Fire. It really was like the Wild West, but then like
Web
everything.
rings. You remember web rings?
Yeah.
It would be really cool to have like I think it would be cool for the future of the internet if there was a central hub for websites and everybody has a website, and then like you could somehow be the controller of the website and be a like and still do all the chat and posting functions, but like have your own page. I don't know.
Don't
You know
they
what I mean?
say
That's
that?
basically what Facebook functions as for the majority of like the boomer population.
Yeah,
and
it's
that's what
everything.
AOL was. That's what AOL was really like way back in the day.
Yeah, but what if it was actually your own domains? Yeah, no.
Don't
but
they
that
say the
is what AOL
Fediverse
was.
is like that, or like Urbit or the Fediverse, or I know that Wyatt guy.
I don't
is
know
like
what
really
the
big in
Fediverse is.
Yeah, I've only heard of it
Mastodon, things like
because
that.
the Wyatt guy. Yeah.
But it would be cool. I mean, I think it would be cool if it was more like MySpace. But it was like MySpace, like hyper MySpace, like even more.
Yeah. Wait, is that I Can Click? Oh, hello, brother. Y2K nostalgia is straight up aesthetic revanchism. Now, since Tumblr's ideal space persisted, a lot of people getting back to its emptiness. Well, yeah, I have a friend who's really big into the theoretical work behind it. But I think that's what wasn't Urbit trying to do something like your autonomous zone, and I know fuck all about Urbit.
The thing is that like you can go set up a website for yourself right now and do whatever the fuck you want with it.
Oh,
and
yeah.
anyone
Yeah,
can.
but
the thing
you
is
can't.
that
But they can't connect.
went on these.
Yeah, it's not like GeoCities.
It would be cool to have them connect.
Yeah.
I mean, you could still have a blog and people have their links to the other blogs and their side hand. Like this stuff still exists. The thing is, mostly it's just that the internet used to be the domain of less people. It used to be only like enthusiasts of some fashion. And now it's full of like normal people. and
Yeah.
we're kind of it's a totally different type of space. Like, so you're kind of subject to the fact that normal people use Facebook and YouTube and blah blah
But
blah.
what if it
Twitch,
wasn't?
and that's
What if it wasn't though?
but like what if yeah, like how would you do it? You basically have to break up like the big like tech monopolies as they are now, and good luck.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, you're right.
I think
But there
I think
should be a
Trump. I mean,
certain,
he really shit the bed on that one.
But there should be a certain
Yeah.
breaking
Couldn't
point,
do
I think,
shit.
for people. If things do start getting worse, then I imagine that there would be some breaking point for people, unless most people, except for
Most
us
people don't
here
give
on-
a shit.
No, I think they'll go with whatever. I mean, honestly.
Most people honestly just do not give a fuck. They could not give a flying fuck about any of these sorts of things, like these sorts of issues. Like, you have to make them care because they don't know why they should, or like what the fucking point is.
Well, I
They don't
remember
give a
you
shit.
criticized.
Yeah, and shit just continues to get worse if you don't convince them why
Exactly.
they should care.
Oh, and Minotaur
But
says
everyone's trying to
Minotaur.
convince them to care about everything all the time, so they're
People-
also just like, fuck off,
Yeah,
I don't care.
Minotaur
you're kind
says,
of
by
right.
the
You're
way-
right about that. You're right about that.
Real quick, Minotaur says you all don't understand Urbit. So, Minotaur, if you would be as kind to tell us what we get wrong about Urbit, thank you. And I think, yeah,
well, even
Minotaur's
like
one-
I remember like nobody TM.
I
was
couldn't
talking
understand Urbit because I don't even know what the fuck it is.
It's kind of useless. Like, the thing is that everyone, like, I've been on it for like a long time. I've like never used it because there's honestly like nothing to do on it. Like, it's,
I know a
like,
lot of people. I've heard that a lot of people hate you on there, but I don't know if that's.
I'm sure, probably. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't
How could
fucking know. I've
anybody
been to
hate
the
logo
Urban
anywhere?
Yeah. You're, like, regardless of
I've
any
heard from
disagreements-
people. I've heard that they. Well,
That's not
anyway.
very nice.
I know.
I'm not surprised. I mean, I don't really care, but like, I've been to the Urbit offices themselves. Like, I don't know. All these people, like, it was kind of like they don't like me now, but it's kind of like, I don't know. I just like kept reading, and my thought has developed in the way that it has, and it actually makes perfect sense to me, like the development of it. So if other people like don't like that and they wish that I'd like,
But you think their
know,
dream of a
don't know.
decentralized internet, that's sort of a pipe dream, or what do you?
I do think that's a pipe dream. Yeah. I mean, I just don't like, the thing is that like there already is a decentralized internet. It's just like basically like you can do all of this shit right now. The thing is that not everyone is interested in that or is doing that. So it doesn't have this sort of scalable thing, like this idea like, oh, we're going to make something that outcompetes and like replaces Amazon without like Amazon's Twitch, right? Without being like Twitch. So we'll have like DLive or et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. None of those things are going to take out Amazon. Like,
Or like YouTube
You're
was
right about
never
that.
going to be taken out by BitChute or whatever. Yeah.
it's not going to happen.
What would you say, Berto?
No, I don't know. I was not really going to say anything.
Oh no, but I was gonna. Oh fuck!
But maybe
Yeah.
we
Stop
can
saying
create-
what did you say, Berto? Because I'll always
Yes.
have forgotten. If I
No, but
stopped,
actually-
if I stopped, it was for a reason. Otherwise, I would have
Yes,
cut
exactly.
everybody off.
like a man.
Well, like Logo, you criticized the Darren Beatty thing of like, why can't the Russians or the Chinese make an alternative like free speech platform?
They do. You can go have a Weibo account right now. and
Like
you'll
a
probably
WK
have-
or.
You could go on all the Chinese social media and they're not going to be policing the fuck out of you. They don't give a fuck about like, wait, what are you going to do? If you go on there and you start like spamming
Private
like,
American
Tiananmen Square
businesses-
tank memes or whatever, yeah, they'll get rid of you. But like,
If you
can
start
say all the
what?
shit about America you want. Like, I'm saying, like, if you're going to break like their own policies regarding
Yeah, like
censorship,
if you start criticizing the
take you off.
government.
Yeah,
and,
yeah,
you're
like,
right.
If you're, like,
They
a
kind of-
Canadian and you're like, let's criticize. But, like,
You're
you
kinda
can
right,
post
they
whatever
kinda-
you want about America there. They're not going to.
That reminds me.
They
That
kind of
reminds
have
me of that.
closer to they have like closer to an FCC policy. Like I was saying earlier, if the internet had an FCC policy, I would be fucking
Yeah.
fine with it.
Yeah.
I mean, even
the
if
thing
it
is
was
that
about not criticizing the
our
government,
soft
I wouldn't
power- no, but
care
our
if it
soft-
was about criticizing the government.
Listen, man, our soft power is preconditioned on this idea that like we're like there aren't any of these rules. Like, what are you talking about? Didn't you just read the terms and services? It's supposed
That's
to apply to
bullshit.
like to everyone. We pretend it's not geopolitically motivated, or that like ultimately Twitch and Twitter and all these platforms are subject to like whatever the Department of State tells them. You know, like they can. You know what I
we
mean?
just
Like,
have
they're
the
not independent.
panopticon situation.
Exactly.
Yeah, we have the
Participatory
panopticon
panopticon.
situation, and they have like a fucking old American fucking rules.
Top down.
If they just had like it's just like what we would have had back in the day. You know, you
Oh, yeah.
can't say this, you can't say that.
But
I
then-
wouldn't give a shit if it was about like oh yeah, you can't say this about the government. Sorry, continue.
No, I'm just curious. Like when, for example, Xi Jinping.
Are you gonna make the
either picks
Reagan joke? The Reagan joke? Is that what you're gonna?
I was going to, but then I thought better. I'm better than that. But
Are you?
Yes,
Lev's
I am.
philosophy is a series of anecdotes, which is how you know he is Russian.
Exactly. No. But what I was gonna get to is something different. Let's say Xi Jinping one day he goes bonkers. He just goes crazy. Mad, like in the conspiratorial way, like Stalin did. Okay.
I don't think Stalin went crazy. I think he was voided out for good reason. So I don't know.
All right. Well, regardless,
if you were in his position,
I'd start chopping people's heads off left and right. Yeah, that's true.
You do have a good point there. Actually, this brings me to another aspect of this, where under that kind of dictatorship of Stalin, you had a situation where people were still, despite the risk, lining up to be the next head of the KGB. Either you had stupid people who were going to go in there, and you had the smart people who wanted to actually usurp the power from Stalin. And you ended up having a situation where, let's say, somebody like Khrushchev, who pretended to be a dummy, he was able to kind of, navigate.
Was probably he's probably, like, we can go into the Soviet Union shit, but he was pretty close to some British people.
Specific English or specific history is against the rules in this stream.
Yeah. We don't have to get into all that shit. It's fine. What I'm saying, the greater point, I think we can bring it back on track here, is that if you want to have, like,
let's just make generalizations.
If you want to have absolute free speech on a pretty much unregulated like internet platform, just use Chinese social media apps.
Wait.
Yeah, but would that not be true for any other country? I mean, like, is it just China? Are you trying to say something about China?
Creating their own platforms. They have their own platforms is the thing. Like, there's a lot of.
I'm just wondering if you're saying something about China, or if you're saying something about about how American social media has a very specific set of bullshit.
Right.
American social media is ostensibly for everyone in the world, because it's supposed to be a vehicle of American soft power, so that the way that everyone is accessing the internet is mediated by Americans, essentially.
Every sort of social movement now is basically generated by the domestic scene in America that spreads throughout the world because of social media.
Yeah, so and there's on American-owned social media apps. So that's what I'm saying is, like, China, like, they're kind of unique. Russia has, to some extent, its own social media platforms, but in China they have, like, they don't use Western social media platforms at all. Like, they have their own versions of everything.
That's kind of if I'm going to use the gay word, based.
But don't they do it to play devil's advocate? Don't they do it because they basically, like, block a lot of, like, the Western social media companies, like, from gaining
too.
Yeah, I would too. You got to admit. Yeah, that's true. Like, I remember, you know what they're doing? You know what's
created a whole but think about this, by banning, like, Facebook, etc., from their, and Google, etc., from their countries for the most part, or from their country for the most part, that also created a whole industry domestically for them to build their own industries, right? And now those are, like, mostly publicly owned, so their profits off of, like, Silicon Valley type shit are actually, like, go larger into the pool of, like, public goods because of the way they raise funds in their state. And they can also fucking do shit like today, for instance, the PRC at some official and was criticizing video games as digital opiates, and it drove the price of 10 cents down a fuck ton, because they can bully the fuck out of these people to do whatever they want. They banned OnlyFans. They've been banning basically, like, fandoms in general, and, like, honestly, like, it's like, do you want a good internet, or do you want, like, what we have? Like, that's like
okay, you're right.
But Logo, that goes back to the point that I was making here with these.
I'd ban all stands, all fandoms.
Okay,
how is fandom opposed to the decentralized internet we were talking about earlier? I guess it is, right?
Because fandoms are largely
Logo. You're talking about them.
Yeah, it's the purest form.
It's just gay objectively. Sorry,
it pretty much is.
If you're talking about banning fandoms, then you're talking about banning certain fandoms that, let's say, you wouldn't have a problem with them banning, but then there would be other ones that you would have a problem with.
No, ban all of them.
Well, is there any fandom worth a shit, Lev, though?
What the fuck are you talking about?
We should line up the Rick and
Roblox, the Rick and Morty.
I'm with Logo on one thing, is that we should line up the fucking Rick and Morty fandom and
against the fucking wall.
Do something nice to them.
Yes,
something,
give
him
give
pets
him a
and-
bouquet.
I would give them
Don't go
a
to a
book. I
summer
would
camp.
block them. I would give them a vacation to a nice nice room with books,
nice,
and I wouldn't
yeah.
let them leave until they've read some.
Mhm.
Yeah, well,
I would send them to a
That's not
nice
gonna
camp,
happen.
like where they have a lot of books where they can concentrate a lot.
Indeed.
Oh, to
that was
chat,
the
chat,
that was
for
the
instance.
James
For instance.
Mason.
No, but
For
again,
instance,
logo.
in the
Hold on. I
chat-
want to.
in the chat.
Okay.
I'm seeing the William Blake fandom. Do you think that exists? Do you think
No,
that's
that
real?
doesn't exist. No.
That's
think that's a
you.
real
You're the William Blake fandom.
No, the William Blake fandom is just artists.
Yeah.
No,
I
but
think-
I wanted to circle back. Hold on, Gio. I wanted to circle back on what I said before about the dictators to actually tie it into this whole question of censorship. So sure, you could say that if your guy is in charge or whoever is going to get rid of the fandoms, that all the fandoms, fuck them, get rid of them, doesn't matter. Okay, number one, what if Z one day gets crazy? And number two, the point that I was bringing up with Khrushchev, regardless of whatever CIA
What do you
thing
mean
you want
gets crazy? Like that,
Goes
like
nuts.
he falls ill. Okay, so like would
puts
are there-
on a Napoleon
you're
hat
saying-
and just starts
do you think-
daffy ducking around
what
the
would
room.
happen-
I don't know.
What would happen if that happened to one of our presidents? What do you think would happen?
That has happened. It's happening right now.
Yeah, it's happening
So like,
right
what
now.
happens?
We
So,
have
like,
checks
what-
and
like,
balances in
so-
there. It's not
Oh,
all dependent
you
on a-
guys are doing it again.
It's I know we're doing it
Cringe,
You're
again.
doing it
I
again.
know.
Let's stop
Cringe.
immediately.
Thank
Stop,
you,
yeah.
thank you, Berto.
Let's
Lev, I
stop
don't
it
think those checks and
immediately.
balances are
Lev is
real.
instigating.
Let's
Lev is definitely instigating that.
I'm listen. Lev is.
let's,
I do not
yeah,
co-sign.
he probably. You know what? I haven't even noticed because my buddy just texted me. Okay, let's
Okay.
bring it back. With my buddy just said that he's gonna show his friend or his brother-in-law the Berto Center episode on the way home from Michigan
Hell yeah.
tomorrow. And I said, gay piss time with your bro. And then, wait. But this is the whole ethos of the Berto Center episode, which is that after I said gay piss time with your bro, I said straight and put an asterisk after it. So the whole concept is that you say gay in a sentence and then you replace it with straight after the fact.
It's just no homo, but for ghost jail.
Yeah,
like
it's
woman, man. Like
it's
that's
no homo, but like for the most homo shit you can imagine.
Does the piss give you powers? Is that why they keep the testosterone?
It's the only source of vitamin D.
Oh, it's like Sunny D.
Logo
Love is the
read the lore.
BTR checks and balances. No.
I contributed to the lore.
No, I know the
Oh.
checks and balances today suck, but again, I know I'm Mr. Compared to What all the time. I'm gonna remain Mr. Compared to What because that's how grounded I am
The one thing I will
in my worldview.
Like I wanted to save it for Amy, but I will challenge Logo when you said that the Chinese regime, they really don't give a shit about like you know how
What do you think people are getting banned for?
This
there?
isn't even English to me.
No, but like, for example, in my country, they fund a lot of like woke like propaganda. Like they have the fucking the indigenous. They had like the official Chinese news outlet like posting like cartoons of like the
they're trolling
skeletons,
mostly. But
body.
the thing is like they're trolling basically. But you know,
But is it to just sow
But-
dissent? Is that like
well,
like-
they actually they like I don't know, like they have like a multifaceted like propaganda campaign. It's nothing really compared to ours because frankly, like they don't.
we've done it.
They don't really care what people think about China, and the propaganda domestically against China is so like what am I like? Are they actually funding that, or are they trying to like think? Is that one way they think they're going to raise like their public perception is by being like, hey, like we're anti-imperialist or whatever? Like, I think that they actually are anti-imperialist in that sense. Like they probably like this is like the Soviet Union would do this too, right? They talked about American race relations all the time and stuff like that. So I mean, I don't
even the
know,
Nazis did that with that one poster.
Well,
Where, like,
Berto,
I don't really like. I'm
Berto,
not- I
can
don't
we
really
do
give
a
a shit.
China themed? Can we do a China themed ghost jail or something related to China or Russia and ghost
Ooh.
jail?
Honestly,
think?
we should. Yeah, I think so. At some point.
Well, what kind of
I
themes
thought
are
we
you
did.
working with right now?
There was the war episode.
We did. There was a big China America war at the end of the war episode, which was absolutely genius on both fronts. That everybody should listen to. for the absolute final word on Western versus Eastern, American versus Chinese, everyone should listen to the last, I don't know, I think it's 20 minutes, honestly, like 15 minutes of the Ghost Jail War episode, because it's Logo versus Falstaff, and it works.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone should listen to every episode of Ghost Jail
Yes.
in order on a
please.
weekly basis. I'm
Yeah,
not
I
even
agree with
kidding. I
that.
listen to episode 6 on vacation like once a week.
You
at
know what,
least.
dude? You're the only person who I know who's like a big On Vacation fan, and that's my favorite. That's my second favorite episode after the Berto Center. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, I'm dying to fucking get Jamie on MK Ultra money because, dude,
Jamie's the man.
He tells the best stories, even when it's just us hanging out. Like
The dude is out of control.
Dude,
He's
he'll
the
show up
star
to
of
my
that episode.
He'll show up. Yeah, exactly. That's why
Yeah.
it's so good. Like he'll show up to my apartment at like fucking midnight, 1 a.m. And
I wish he
then,
would show up to my apartment, dude.
well, it also helps that he's in walking distance from mine
Yes, yeah.
when he's not in Miami. But yeah, he'll just come. He'll drink Jameson with me, and then just like tell the best stories.
Yeah, Mini Donkey Stan on Twitter. Everybody try to follow him. I think he's probably usually
He's in jail right now.
oh, he's in jail.
yeah.
Well, he's usually private anyway, but
Yeah. But
Why is
dude
he in
is the-
jail?
he's the absolute man.
because he was doing a bit where that copy pasta of like we're officially getting back crushed again by COVID, and he would just like keep repeating that, and so he thinks that's what got him.
Gotcha.
Oh.
Yeah, he kept copying.
Oh,
that,
Twitter
yeah.
jail. I thought I meant physically in jail.
No.
Oh, yeah.
I just love Jamie because he's an own to poor people. That's my favorite thing.
Oh God. I think I could get in on an episode of Ghost Jail. That
Yeah,
could be
you
fun.
definitely should, man. 100%.
Yeah.
Hit me
See what
up. I'm
topics are coming up. Because like I remember it was like I wasn't very familiar till like last month or today. Because it was like one of those things like everyone was telling you, like, oh, you gotta listen to Ghost Jail. And then it's like, you know, just doing BTR and researching and doing other things, it's like I didn't have time. But then like a month ago I was like started binging it. And I'm like, holy fuck. This is like damn. This is like a sledgehammer to the brain. It's amazing.
That's the idea, man.
I remember when when I first started talking to Berto, and he was telling me about Ghost Jail. He was like, "Yeah, and if you like it, if you want to come on," I'm like, "Oh, cool. When do you record?" He's like, "Oh yeah, people send in voice memos." I'm like, "The fuck?" And then I listened to it, and I'm like, "Oh, this is beyond a podcast."
Yeah. Well, like, yeah, it's not, you don't talk on it. That's what people, yeah.
What about creating an RPG? I think that having an RPG made out of the
Berto Center is an
would be-
RPG, so
Yeah.
it's
But do you
already
give
done.
people scripts or they just come in with whatever they want?
Depends.
Oh,
It really depends on the situation. I mean, like, I would say 90% of the bits over time have been just self-produced, man. So
When
Yeah.
when
the
Berto
answer
told-
actually is that yes, people write their own shit.
Oh wow.
I mean, when Berto
So
told
it really
me
has
the-
nothing to do with me, man.
Yeah.
Sorry.
When Berto told me the concept for the episode for Berto Center, and he sent me like the preview, that's the very beginning of the episode.
I wrote that.
Yeah. Like when I heard that, like I immediately, like the idea that I came up with that I ended up using, like immediately came to mind. I'm like, oh, this would be hilarious.
Yeah. So yeah, I just literally send people a fucking word that's gonna. I mean, for the first 5 episodes, I sent people a single word that was gonna be the topic and didn't do anything else for the words. And I talk on, like, at the beginning, I thought I had to talk a decent amount, but I didn't talk on I don't think I'm on the vacation episode at all. I'm not on a lot of the episodes.
Well,
And
I
if
mean,
so barely.
Good podcasting is like a good podcast host is really being a curator above all else.
Yeah, I guess
Yeah, in
so.
some ways.
Yeah, that's why I let
Yeah.
Gio interrupt me all the time.
I mean,
Oh,
like,
fuck off.
Motherfucker.
Jesus.
but I mean, like, you know, like that's like what me and Lev do all the time for, you know, BTR and MK Ultra money is like we're curating, you know, more than anything. Like I've like tried to take a bit more of a back seat on episodes now because, like, you know, Jules will be saying something insane, and then Arsene will be doing his jokes, and then, you know, whoever else is on that. It's like, you know, I don't need to talk as much despite being the host anymore.
Yeah, I just am not. I mean, honestly, I just know a lot of people who are smarter than me. That was honestly, I was talking about this the other day. Like, that was honestly one of the biggest things about getting on Twitter for me, was like realizing that I'm not like the sharpest tool in the shed. And like, I was kind of bummed about it, and I was like, fuck.
Yeah, I know, eh?
And then like and then I just like kind of try to find something I could do.
Or
And
then
that was
what
honestly
pisses you off, like what pisses you off more. Oh, sorry, did I interrupt you, Berto?
Not at all.
No, like what? Okay, for example, like I saw I Can Click in the chat. I don't know why I Can Click doesn't have like multiple thousands of followers, but I think like what pisses me off more is like you can get humbled by people who are smarter than you, like on Twitter or wherever, but then when people like just low effort post and they have like a meteoric rise when you've been doing this shit for years, it's like, fuck.
Yeah, but that shit doesn't last.
Well, that's
like,
literally just women. I mean, that's
yeah,
straight up just women posting their pussies or whatever.
Yeah.
99%.
No, but
of
even
the
like
time.
takes, like there are people that will have like very specific posting style and they'll hammer it for engagement. It's like, fuck. Like that's
I feel you.
know.
And
Hey,
it's also
But
yeah.
You know,
I
be nice
respect
to
it.
my
I
judge.
respect it a little bit because people will be. I mean, like I respect a little bit of the like posting skill in general, because like I don't have that, and all of my everything that I've gained in the last, I don't know, 9 months has been from Ghost Jail, and nothing having to do with me actually being good at Twitter, because I'm not good at Twitter.
I think like it depends if you have a specific like post style. Like I think Logo here has a specific style that people know him for, and that's how
I have my own like grammatical tics basically, which
yeah. But like just like the mini thread, like you're the master of like the mini thread. Whereas
dude, honestly, I remember when Twitter changed the characters,
character count,
like the character count.
Whatever.
And I was like, this is gonna suck, but it was actually really good for me, particularly because I think that like
3 posts thread or whatever, 3, 4,
like,
it's like
4, 5, 3, 4,
I think of it honestly the way that like
it's the way to go.
If you read like Wittgenstein's notebooks or like a lot of like philosophical essays are just structured exactly like that, where it's basically just like aphorisms or like, you know, like numbered even.
Yeah.
And I've always liked writing in that sort of like constrained form. Like I honestly think it's like made me a better writer to write on Twitter, to like make it, you know, shorter, brief. Like it's a good punchy sort of medium.
Because to me, I approach it
I like Twitter.
That like Twitter's the sketch before the main thing, which is an article or whatever. Because to me, if I were to post like a long thread, like people are very prolific at that. But to me, I figure like, well, just write an article, right? Like it seems.
Yeah, but then what are you gonna do? You're gonna just tweet a link to the article, right? Like
that's then you get engagement.
That's why
Twitter's where I can
stop writing long form stuff, because I just ended up like having to like make people like, it's like you have to put like, I wrote a book, right? You know, and like I don't promote it that much because it's just like I don't know. I'm
gonna promote it for you. Ampersand, guys, buy Ampersand on Amazon right now.
No, but you're right. Like it's even with like my YouTube channel or my artwork. Artwork is different because you could post it on Twitter and then, you know. By the way, Lev, did you like the?
Oh, I loved it. I loved it. It was beautiful. I'm gonna post it here as well, right after I post Ampersand. But my biggest pet peeve with a lot of the Twitter communities, like why I haven't really gotten into a lot of the more meticulous political posting, whatever the fuck you want to call it, is what I don't want to have happen is
you just post puns all day.
I know, because it's a safe area right now. While I'm still, I still have to read some more things. But anyway, the point that I'm getting to here is that when anybody posts anything political, my big fear is that the reinforcement that they get from their particular audience would reinforce the kind of things that they post and the kind of things that they think about.
That's not me, bro. Do you know all I get is shit. I'm like everyone just thinks I'm a contrarian. Like I can't be accused of having.
I don't know about that, Logo. You get so many likes. You
this
get
is
so
me
many.
My audience.
No, but Logo, you get so many.
You
You get so many likes and you get so many retweets. People are interested if nothing else, and the fact that they are interested means that you're doing something that makes them interested.
You know what the most common thing is to be like, I hate Logo, but he's right here, or
yes, exactly.
I've said that.
Normally,
not that I hate Logo, but
my favorite thing is I love Logo, but he's wrong here. That's my main thing.
That's my approach to Logo.
I mean, look, if you started posting things that would be, let's say, more excusing of the American empire in comparison to other entities around the world, I don't think it would have the same effect, because I think that a lot of people
I think
today
because
online,
Logo,
I don't have any business criticizing other regimes. I have business in my country because I'm a patriot and I gotta
take a piss. I'll be back in 3 seconds, but don't fight with each other.
You better bottle that piss.
Only 30 seconds? My God, man.
Oh no, I don't know if we can do it, Logo.
I'm focused on the well-being of this country, right? And this country is not ruled by the Chinese.
Wow.
This country's not ruled by the Russians.
No, but if you say that you're
who it's ruled by, actually.
Yes, but Logo, the kind of, let's say, how do I even phrase this? The end of your arguments when you're talking about a lot of these different countries, to me at least, and I could be wrong about it, but to me it seems like you're basically saying like all of these institutions, they don't work, they failed, look at all these better examples, and you're absolutely right when you say that Americans don't know a lot about China. I'm not even sure if you know that much about China, even if you know way more
all the time.
If you know way more than the Americans.
I'm the first to admit that I don't know as much about China as I hope to, because there's so much to know. Like it is.
Could you take a trip there? Could you take a trip there?
Love to.
Go to the countryside, not to the cities, because I know Indian Bronson. He says that he went to Beijing, and I don't remember the second place.
Where have you been in America, Lev? Have you been to a trip of the countryside here?
Yes.
Where?
I've been to North Carolina. I've been to the countryside there.
Where in North Carolina?
Charlotte.
Oh, that doesn't count.
The countryside. The Charlotte is the countryside.
in the suburbs of Charlotte. What?
Oh!
No. Let me tell you something, Logo. We saw a lot of burger people there.
Love is
that
outed.
I think would be
Those are Americans. Those are your fellow citizens. Now you're calling them burger people?
Yes, I'm calling them burger people.
What's a burger person?
I don't think they're living up to their potential.
What is this? The Elvis country?
I think I walked away and now there's fighting happening again.
Yeah, I know.
There we go.
Elvis countries where there's no Jews and no Italians.
So no, actually, it's funny. Logo, hold on. One quick thing. Logo.
What's the countryside?
Let me.
I want to tell something. Have you been to the countryside?
Hold on, Logo.
He said Charlotte, North Carolina.
Yes. Okay. Let me tell you something about Charlotte.
I don't know
North
anything
Carolina.
about that shit.
In the suburbs, Logo. Let me explain. In the suburbs of Charlotte, Carolina, there were these neighbors who, lived next to our relatives, and our relatives are Jewish. The neighbors had no idea that they were Jewish for a very long time, and they constantly talked about, all the 4chan tropes came out of their mouth. So as far as like you talking about,
your problem is that Americans in the South are in Charlotte are anti-Semitic. That's your problem?
I didn't finish yet because that was not my problem. Because once they started speaking with my relatives, they got along famously.
Yeah.
They have different politics, but the fact that they were able to, despite, one side being Trump supporter and the other people, the relatives being against Trump, they constantly have an open door. They go over each other's houses. They hang out. And I think it's a beautiful thing. And I think that is a spectacularly American quality, despite any of the weight problems and any of the other things. I mean, Russia's got tons of drug problems. But the point that I'm getting to here, Logo, is that I see worse than here. Yes.
Worse than here?
Worse than here. The point that
Where's
I'm getting
out of touch? America.
No, you're out of touch. You don't know the kind of problems that they have over in Russia.
It really depends where
it comes to drug
in
problems.
America you're talking about.
That too.
Yeah, it really does.
You haven't been to the countryside, Lev. I'm sorry, but you don't.
America's big.
Where I'm from. America's a big place, and it does have a massive drug problem. Maybe it's
it
not.
Does. I'm not saying
localized by your
brother
suburbs and whatnot. But
I've had that in my life. It's bad. Drugs are bad.
I completely agree. No,
Hey,
I'm not
everybody,
saying that
don't do drugs. 1, 2,
Drugs are
3,
bad.
4.
Don't do drugs.
Don't
Just
do
say
drugs.
no.
They're literally bad. I swear.
No, that's true. I've
No, all that
being
I'm
around
saying is that
construction my whole life, you tend to see like
Yeah.
what it. Yeah.
all
It's
that I'm
bad.
saying is that
Being
I
around
think
crypto Twitter, you tend to see.
I think
Yeah.
I think Russians could give Americans a run for their money in terms of drug abuse, but I'm not saying that this is not a serious problem in the U.S.
They're
It
different.
definitely is.
No, but there's different like degrees. I think like the problem is that Russia they don't have
They've got
how
AIDS
shall I
in
say-
Russia.
No, they've got AIDS everywhere, but
They've got
no-
tigers and AIDS.
nobody's got AIDS. I never want to hear that word again in this place. No, anyway, I'm doing the fucking Sopranos, but no, what I mean is that Russia doesn't have a lot of the same capacity to sort of at the top at least like ignore like Russia has a way smaller population if I recall, right? Like
Well, 20% of the Russian population still doesn't have indoor plumbing.
but that's what I mean. Like basically, the American elites, like they could afford to like not care and call these people pillbillies and like basically run
Wait,
more or
American
less
elites.
autonomous.
The amount
Yeah,
of money,
more or less
the amount of money
autonomously.
that the Russian elites are extracting from the economy
But
is
that's
monstrous.
a pittance compared to like these
I don't know
American
why we're
drug
talking
companies.
about Russia. I
Yeah,
don't know
like it's
how
a spurious.
Like I don't know what's going on here. The point we were actually discussing was if you have actually seen the American countryside or like the rural areas of America, like at all.
No, that was the point that you brought up. The point that
I
we were
know, but
discussing
like, have you
earlier.
ever? I want to know. I'm
I
just
have.
interested.
Let's see. I have to think about it because
I
I don't
have.
remember. Okay, he has. I don't think that I have gotten that deep into the American countryside relative to a lot of people. That would be
Well,
my answer. But the
You should
original.
do that because
I'm-
it's your own country, and like you're telling me I should do that in China, but you haven't done that for your own country.
You know,
I
Logo,
completely
I know a decent amount about the countryside. I've been a decent amount throughout, and it's not that bad. It's actually like quite
It depends on
good.
where you are. It depends.
Yeah,
There's a lot of
I'm
really
talking
good
about
parts to it. There's a lot of parts.
southern Wisconsin. I've been
but
in a lot of
Wisconsin,
southern
that's different. Yeah.
a lot of southern Wisconsin, far from. And I'm not talking like the Milwaukee suburbs, which go for like a mile.
Yeah,
but
like lake towns, you mean?
yeah, I'm talking lake towns. I'm talking I mean, not only lake towns, but like just in general, like southern Wisconsin. There are a lot of lake towns. Those are the nicest outside of yeah, of course. The lake towns are the nicest outside of cities and city suburbs, but I don't know, like the rural areas are not that bad. I mean,
I don't know. I know my own experience. Like my town had like 5,000 people in it. And like I grew up like next to a farm and stuff. And like
Yeah,
it is very
I've
nice.
played in a
There's
lot of
lots of
places
really
like that.
good. There's lots of like nice stuff about it, but like underneath, like David Lynch stuff is like super real because like underneath
yeah, you're
that,
right. You're right.
There's
yeah.
also like all this other like dark shit that
Yeah.
like you don't necessarily see, but like the
But that's
post-industrial
true of
areas.
like but
Every
that's
single
true of
country
everything.
on Earth.
That's true. No,
That's true
but
of everywhere. I
no,
mean,
but the
there's
thing is-
a
the
top
thing is,
and then there's an
there's
underbelly.
been a distinct shift, like specifically in like the opiate epidemic, like
Yeah.
that was extremely noticeable,
Yeah,
and like
yeah,
that's a
yeah.
massive
But do you
thing.
think?
It's not
Yeah, I
like
feel that.
random or
But do
You're
you think
right.
is there relative sort of like that much of a regionalism in America to where people in the coastal cities they can sort of ignore what's happening to people?
that is
like, for
absolutely
example,
what it is. No, they like have like a basically like genocidal like feeling. Like a lot of like this is the people on the right are kind of right to a degree. It's just that we have this like super warped like understanding of things. But basically like what the Democrats like this like they
Some of them literally
like, the
say they
anarchists-
want to kill people.
and the
like
anarchists. They just
yeah.
hate the middle class, like working people. They hate like the proletariat. They hate the average working class people for the most
Yeah.
part. And they also don't like the petit bourgeois, the small business owners, etc.
Yeah,
They don't like any
especially.
of those people. They call them the same thing Lev would, which was what, burger people, right? So they don't like all
What's
of those
a
people. They don't
burger
give a fuck
person?
What happens to them?
You know, Ameriburgers, like the average, like 56%.
Oh.
You know,
So me.
well, like you have to
Yeah.
be, you know,
So me,
burgers.
like eating burger. I'm just kidding.
like average,
Yeah,
like
we're
you
all
know,
burger
middle to
people.
lower class American, like schlob, pretty much. Yeah.
yeah. So
And
name
again,
on-
I get that snipe that Logo just did at
You
me
know, they
there.
have
It's
truck
probably
nuts on their
it's probably
SUV.
well
They got truck
deserved.
nuts, you know.
But the one thing that I would say is that my hope,
Ron is
both for the Americans and both for the Russians, is for the Americans to get out of that burger state that they are in. If they are overdrugged, if they are overdrugged by McDonald's.
No, but the problem is, Lev,
unfortunately, our state isn't interested in doing that. In fact,
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
And they actually want to do more of it. So it's actually
like
pretty
here's
bad,
the thing.
why I criticize it.
Here's the thing: the right wing, which I am obviously a part of, but some people question me on that.
Are you?
I am. They're right.
Part of the gay wing.
No,
The gay wing.
if I was
Same, dude.
James, if I was this gay, why would I simp
Gio,
every
the truth
e-girl?
of Gio, the truth of Gio is the nicest guy in the whole fucking world, but he has to have he's like wants to have like a harder exterior because he takes things seriously. But he's actually one of the nicest people, and that's like true of a lot of like the right or whatever. It's a lot of people with actually just like higher levels of empathy, I think.
You
And
kind of
like,
have to have
understand
it.
So he won't be a
I
simp
feel
anymore.
that. I completely
Wow,
agree with that, Logo.
I'm Mountain Logo.
Oh.
No, but what I was
It's
gonna
true.
It's
thank
true,
you,
yeah.
thank you. No, but what I was gonna say is that I think the right wing, they're right that when you actually read the writings of people in these coastal, these NGO people, like there was this one woman that said, you know, fuck them, they deserve it, right? They're terrible racist, fuck them, right? They're right to the extent that they're genocidal. But what I think that, okay, so the leftist critique of poverty, I think is like not in the way they think of, because they like to put race into it, but I think that when it comes down to it, they're more or less right that poverty and drug use are a structural societal problem that don't have an easy answer that is predicated upon personal agency. Because these
I
things
think
are
it's predicated upon like the fucking CIA and the DEA, like
Yeah,
working
that's
hand in
what
glove with the fucking cartels.
Yeah,
personally,
yeah.
but you know.
No, it's true. I think it's that, but it's also the incentivization of them to keep these quote unquote pillbilly burgers down is so strong compared to having a healthy, like, you know, a healthy, vital, you know, a vitalist society.
Did you read those like leaked emails from, I forget, like the manufacturers of oxycodone, like
Yeah,
the
the
ones where they're like,
yeah,
oh look, the
yeah.
pillbillies learn to read. Yeah, no,
Yeah,
these people are fucking sick. Like it's disgusting.
yeah.
And frankly, they should be executed.
Oh, in Roblox,
Minecraft.
in Minecraft, yeah.
In Minecraft.
But I think
Yeah.
like the problem with the right, like the old school conservative thing is that having known enough people who have had drug addictions, it's like there is a level of personal agency to these things. But to say that the average homeless person is like a welfare queen that should just get a job.
No,
like,
no. I think that's super fucked up too. I'm not.
Yeah.
on
That's
that
not
boat at
true.
all.
Yeah, that's
That's
not
what
true.
It's
black.
super
That's what
fucked
CRK was talking about. Like the right wing, they have this permissiveness towards. I think it's maybe not true with younger.
Hey,
right-wing
I
people,
hate poor
but-
people as much as the next person.
Oh, we all
But-
hate the poor.
Yeah. I hate poor people a lot.
That was
but-
also hilarious. The fucking Polyakov thing about Maya would go after the poor is like,
Oh god.
oh god.
I
But
remember
it-
that
So, like
film,
my uncle was fucking homeless, and it
Oh,
wasn't because
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Let
Alright.
me go to the mods. Anyway, say you go ahead to your uncle.
Sorry,
Wait,
what did
why
I
can't
do?
I delete?
What
why
did
can't
I do?
delete this?
Time
No,
to
not-
be.
Did I do
Someone
something
put,
wrong?
Like, TOS
No,
in
no,
chat or
it's in
something.
the chat. It's in
Yeah.
someone on the YouTube chat.
Oh fuck!
Yeah,
I'm
just
going
one
as
of
fast as I
one
can.
of those things.
Somebody's sucking really bad.
Lev,
and
why
being
can't I
lame.
delete messages anymore?
I see that. Anyway, good noticing that. Anyway,
Oh, thank you guys.
yeah, my uncle was like homeless, and it wasn't for any kind of, it wasn't like a welfare queen type situation, and I can't imagine that it is most of the time.
Yeah,
That was my
it's
point.
Like,
Yeah.
that sort of thing is like, it's like, you know, there's just like there's no unified like understanding of the problems. Like everything's like micro targeted, so it's like
Yeah.
all these little pieces, like they'll have like correct gripes about one thing and then be like fucking flagrantly wrong about something else. And
Yeah.
like that, those sort of like hypocrisies amongst all of it kind of keeps everything together. So
Yeah.
and like then you can like disperse facts between these like different groups too, and then like they like no one's like going to put them back together, because it's like if you only watch Fox News, you're only getting like this thing, or you only follow this, or like you're either on mainstream media or alt media, and it's like you just have like two narratives that don't they don't like converge, so we can't actually ever fucking address the issues because we don't have one base of knowledge to even work with.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, but I think like another thing too is that in America, like we don't recognize the fact that there is maybe not like the welfare queen thing, but there is like intergenerational poverty that goes unaddressed. Sorry, go ahead, Berto.
No. Don't worry. Continue. I was
Like,
just saying.
like that's the thing. There is there is like multiple people that for whatever reason they've been on the lower rungs of society, and there's not really an incentivization there.
Because finance capital basically deindustrialized our country because that's what they wanted to do to make a lot of money. So they did that, and they didn't really give a fuck about the consequences, and they still don't, frankly. And that's just the truth. Like we just had like treason fundamentally amongst like the financial class in America, the intelligence financial class. They destroyed this country and made tons of money, and we've done nothing about it.
Yeah. And like the whole concept of like the whole concept of among like the, I don't know what you would call it, the like upper or the middle class finance people is like don't, you know,
the PMCs, the private
basically the PMCs in, especially in finance in general, that I know, the whole concept among them is the culture war doesn't matter.
Oh God.
Yeah. And that's
well, the thing is that most of these people, I know them very well. Like I know consultants, I know people at like the fucking McKinsey, Bain, all these sorts of places. They're all very smart, competent people. Then they have like good intentions, like in their minds. They just have very limited. They don't have time to read the news. They know way less about all of this shit than anyone else. Like they know what to do their jobs, right? And basically, these people are actually our central planners. They are like the vanguard party of America. They actually are the ones who plan the economy.
No,
it is. That's what they do. What do you think? You go to the Ivy League school, you get a job as a consultant. What do consultants
sucks.
They're planners. They plan the fucking economy. That's like what their job is.
Even
they go to businesses, they plan, they like restructure them. Like this is what their job is. So the thing is that in like the Communist Party, for instance, these people would be doing the same exact fucking thing, except instead of enriching private corporations, they would be managing the public good. That's the difference.
Right.
Yeah.
Logo, but you're talking about the communists specifically about China or any of them? Because if we're talking USSR,
well, that's how it worked.
No more USSR.
They had to import the class of people to do that because they didn't have as many people who were capable of doing that, right? You had the NEP men, the NEP guys, like the new economic plan guys.
You guys need to pretend like you don't know anything about history at all.
Just
pretend like you're
but
that's advice.
It's almost funny how even like, well, in my not experienced, people that have told me, because I'm a total outsider, but like when it comes even to the professional art world, like they're almost like the PMCs now, but in a different way that they have like a lot of it's just managerial positions.
Identity entrepreneurs. It's
exactly
all about, It's all about
creatives.
It's all about creating, but like then it's all just about creating markets. So it's like that's why the like auto ethnographic form is so important, because they're like, oh, can we create like a market for like trans Black literature, like or whatever? Like these are all just new markets.
Yes,
like,
the answer is always yes.
The answer is always yes. We can make more markets.
We
can. So we have to, and like because identity has now become like a commodity in this way, we have to fracture it into like all of the possible fucking. That's why there's this fucking total madness we have now. Because you make money by having a totally fractured identity. Like you're just like this thing.
Exactly.
I'm like operating in a different time zone or a different like sphere. I feel like Ghost Jail could have existed before all this, you know?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, but like your work, like it's even more holistic in like the fact that there's all these different. As you were saying, like there's all these people who like hate each other or whatever, but they all work on this thing. Yeah. And so like it's a more complex work of art really than like what is made for a specific market, because how would you even describe the Ghost Jail market? Like what the fuck? Like
there isn't one.
Who's it for? Yeah, exactly.
So you would agree with like
how would you describe the freaking Suitcast audience? There isn't, you know, like even the fucking
I don't know, it's just whoever fucking shows up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How would
Exactly.
you describe it to the commissar if you want to have it be used for cultural enrichment purposes in an alternate
say-
society? Let's say.
I'm teaching people to read old books like Edmund Spencer. That's what we're reading right now.
You know what? I've been talking about this recently. I absolutely love one of my favorite things about you logo is the like unironic read a book vibe.
Yeah.
You know, like
I'm not kidding, that's the best.
Which I wonder
People are just
whether it would
missing out.
actually.
Like,
what-
but
frankly.
like yeah, the unironic read a book thing is so good. That's like a good call to do that.
Well, that's why I fell in love with Logo in the first place, because
Yeah.
Logo is a fan of Nabokov and a lot of great Russian authors, and
Yeah.
that's
I
a
think
good
you should.
quality.
But what do you
care
think?
more
Reading
about
a book.
literature and like poetry than anything else, like frankly. And
yeah.
like
No, but
agree,
I
like,
disagree, Logo. You should be a theory cell.
No.
Go out, buy all the urbanomic category.
I can't
No,
even
but Logo,
fucking,
wouldn't-
I can't
wouldn't
even
the
Every
physically
time
read.
you go to pick up a book, you should pick up the weights instead.
Yes.
Books are for homos. Plain
I
and
picked up
simple.
weights today. No, but wait,
I can't
Logo,
even
if you
physically read fucking nonfiction.
Literally, all I
No.
can read is manga, and
Yeah.
that's it.
I mean, I lack
I can't
severely
relate.
in
I've tried.
fiction.
I try to read even history. Like history is the closest thing I could get to nonfiction, but I cannot.
it all
physically
depends
read.
on the book and the writer itself, my friend.
Yeah.
Like at the end of the day, like
Yeah.
there's great writers and there's like some more technical or like research or like, academic oriented stuff where it's going to be like drier but more dense with like information and links to other things. But it's all just like different genres, and it's like if you're really interested in a subject,
brain
you might
just doesn't
want to
work.
read something like that.
Yeah.
So you're
Look,
not.
if
I
an
can
author
see
really
that,
wants
yeah.
me to read their
I've been
stuff, they
interested
should
in
make an anime visual novel with music.
Oh, God.
That's,
Yes, dude.
Can you imagine half
anime
of the
visual with music?
Umineko gang, let's go.
Ghost
Study
Jail.
gang,
Can
let's
you
go.
imagine
Fate
half
Stay
of,
Night
like,
gang, let's go.
like the theory cell, like the semiotext or Varso cell, or like half of the fucking urbanomic, like as a anime slice of life? Can you imagine? Like, you imagine the fucking spinal horror book as like an anime? Like, damn. Like, do you know about that one, Logo, the spinal horror thing? It's like this
I don't know
guy.
anything about that.
It's like this guy, this phenomenologist who talks about how it's kind of like the Nagarastani like theory, like fiction,
Oh,
like existential
I've
threat.
been saying my thing recently has been people who write theory fiction have only read fiction in theory.
That's good, dude.
Oh, that's good. No, but like
Wait, but what is theory fiction?
It's like it's where it's basically it's like a lot of sci-fi stories. It's like it's what they call sci-fi now because sci-fi is like mainstream or whatever.
Yeah,
Because it's like you're just using the fiction to like present a hypothetical like basically
yeah, that
scientific
sucks.
superstructure.
Asimov did
I was
that
gonna
to
say
an
that
extent.
sucks because like historically, like I was about to say, isn't like Dostoevsky theory fiction?
Yeah,
I mean, they would say so at this point, but no one had that term back then.
No.
Yeah.
Like,
No, Dostoevsky is like literature
Because
so
I don't
good.
have the frame of reference of modern whatever is going on.
Yeah, like Dostoevsky
it's
is like
more
literature that
it's closer to like at once like art manifestos and also like, as a
avant-garde
genre.
writing.
Yeah, and
Oh,
it's like
It's
Nick
like
Land
fiction.
versus
Yeah,
like,
yeah. It's like theory fiction is kind of like when like philosophy grad literature studies grad students that like hang around like certain circles basically try to attempt to write like
it's what they call poetry because they don't want to call it their poems, but theory fiction
Yeah.
is just like prose poetry basically.
pretty much.
I like
yeah.
prose poetry.
It can be good sometimes.
I was talking
yeah.
yesterday. Okay, how do you feel about this? I was saying yesterday on Twitter.
Fiction.
What?
The guy in the chat, fiction.
Fiction.
A slice of life anime with a huge pog in it.
I was saying yesterday on Twitter, why? I was like watching some kind of movie and reading some kind of book. I don't really want to get into specifics, but
Oh,
Wait, does the movie start with the letter T and end with the letter L?
Oh, to the person
No,
in
it
chat,
does not.
I'm fucking
Okay.
outside.
Does it begin
I'm
with Buck and
outside
end with
right now.
breaking?
yes,
I need
it
to
begins
go
with Buck.
outside.
I was about to say like, what do you guys feel about the fact, like, people will read a book where they just explain what happens in a plot instead of watching a movie. Why not just watch the fucking movie?
Because the
That's
movie
like
is
the
often
ultimate question. That is the ultimate question.
If the novel is good, it's doing things that can't be done in film.
But yeah, literally exact. I completely fucking agree with you.
But
That's what I'm saying. People today in modern society will read. Why is it that the most popular genres of fiction in 2021 are genres, or like the most popular fiction in the world right now in 2021, where there's film, are books that could be done on film always?
Because they want to sell the rights to Hollywood. That's
Well,
probably
it's because writers also have watched more movies than they've read books.
Books,
So
yeah.
It sucks.
Also, like,
it sucks. Just fucking write something that you can't do. You would think
But
that.
yeah, but
read
Berto,
enough
like, it's
books
not
to
as
do that.
easy as
You
just
would
like,
think
oh,
that
I have an idea and here I can get money and make the movie. Like, you know,
There was only one film I ever saw
There's
based
no
off of a
point
book.
in writing a fucking. There's no point in writing a fucking novel if it can be done on film. There's no point.
yeah, but
And there's no
people
point in
can't
reading one
get-
either.
People can't always get funding for the movies. That's why
It doesn't matter. Then who cares?
No, but I think
like, you should either devote yourself to the
Then you
medium,
suck.
and then
Yeah.
you, like, if you want to write books, like, read a lot of books, try to write books. If you want to make
Yeah.
movies, go.
And I mean, this
Books
is
are
for
different
me-
than
can't afford to
movies.
make.
The
Yeah.
postmodern writers knew this.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. This
Yeah.
is
It's
coming
true.
from me too, who's thinks books are gay, and I'm a filmmaker and stuff like that. So
Well,
like, I
but
have
what
it all
would even
against
be
books,
like-
but-
Well,
But-
that's right. Make films. If you think
Yeah.
books are gay, make films. If you think
But you
movies
need,
are
but you
gay,
need
make
to,
books.
but you need to
I
have
would
money
say
for
that
those
all the
films.
best filmmakers read a lot of books.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
true.
That's very
I'm not
true.
denying
No,
that,
but,
but I just think books are still gay.
James,
I don't know
if you
about
want to be
Hey,
if you want
what
to be a good
about,
filmmaker, if you want to be a good filmmaker, James, you have to get yourself with a hot widow, and you will become MILF maker before you become filmmaker, so you
God.
can raise money.
But do you think
How
like,
many books do you think Michael Bay read? He's a great filmmaker.
probably
Honestly,
zero?
I'm sure
Zero.
he's read a lot of like thrillers, like a lot
Yeah,
of.
he
like,
probably yeah.
Like,
You're probably
who's
right.
that guy? Tom Clancy. Probably read a fuck ton of Tom Clancy, I would bet.
That might be right.
Ian Fleming maybe.
Stuff like that, yeah.
I think
will
like
say though, for these guys, it was much back in the day. It was much easier to have access to tons of books. As it is now, movies, I can go on fucking online to private torrent trackers and get literally every single movie.
You can do that
go
with
to,
books too, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, books they had easier access to back in the day compared to.
I think
movies.
like it depends.
I don't know what the
because-
point is.
Well, okay, like Logo, what would be considered even like quote unquote postmodern literature nowadays? Because it seems like the publishing industry, like only grad students.
Every good writer,
postmodern
every
literature.
single good writer in modern history is considered postmodern literature.
Right, but nowadays it
Yeah.
seems the publishing industry is so
Yeah,
fucked
you could
up
say,
that-
like
Well,
a
the
guy who
publishing
was
industry
good
just-
in modern history.
The publishing industry is for the books fandom, you could say, where it's more like the RG, like going to any of those bookstores, they've got like a Ruth Bader Ginsburg thing, and they buy whatever the New York Times
tells them to buy.
frankly.
Yeah,
And it's a totally just like bullshit market. That's like.
but then they have
totally,
literature
like,
just like that grad students write that other grad students read. Like that's
it's all
Very
like these
expensive,
insecure
too.
markets.
Postmodern
There's
literally
very
just
little-
means that you tried to make it good. Literally, like
Nowadays.
that's what I think.
It's very true.
That's my thought on postmodern literature. Like that's what I was thinking about when I was writing that post about how like people will read a book where they just describe a shitty plot to a movie that sucks and not even as good as any movie could do it, and people will read it instead of watching a movie. Like Harry Potter is a perfect example.
Well, now they're not, man. Now they are just watching the movie.
Just watch the fucking movie.
No. Now they're
Yeah.
watching cinematic video games they get on Steam. Like now, books will be
Sure.
turned into video games. now.
Make the fucking video game.
Even like the aura,
play
like
the video game. I don't
if
care.
film destroyed the aura, like video games pissed all over the aura's grave. And I guess like maybe Benjamin like probably wanted it that way. Who knows? But like, I think like the only film I've ever seen that is true to the book is The Road. That's it. Because I think you could have done.
But The
like-
Road sucks, and the movie's
Yeah, and that's like
good.
one of his worst books.
That's his
But I
worst
loved
book.
it as
One
a
of those
kid.
cases where the movie
No,
is
that
probably
shit
better.
sucks, and the movie's
The movie is
fine.
better
The
because it
movie's
gives
fine.
coherence to like
I
jumping.
only say that because some of his other books are just so fucking good that like
Blood Meridian and
I mean even like Suchery is my favorite, but like
I have a buddy who's
Suchery to me is like
I have had it explained to me that that Cormac McCarthy had he had an editor that was making him good. And
I don't know about that. I have no idea.
That something about losing the editor made you can see a clear I'm not like a Cormac McCarthy scholar. I've read The Road and that's it, I swear.
Didn't Philip K. Dick have a good editor?
I've read bits of his books, but
he made coherence out of it.
Yeah. But he had an editor that made his shit good that he lost, and that's why he got bad. That makes perfect sense to me.
But I think like isn't nonfiction editing is of course like a totally different animal.
As a guy whose only job is editing, I totally understand that.
Because like fiction editing, how does like because nonfiction's pretty straightforward. Of course, you get someone who's knowledgeable in whatever field you are. But how is like for literature editing, like what is that process?
I imagine it's literally just writing.
But is it to just make more sense out of like the Philip K. Dick editor? He had to like take like
it's mostly cuts.
Really?
Cuts?
Really?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Generally.
Interesting.
Well, but not. I don't know. Like it could be just making it better. I don't know. I have no idea.
Because like I know all the great.
As far as I know, like
yeah.
If what I was just saying is to make any sense, then it would be making less cuts and like encouraging the writer to be better. I don't know.
Because, I think it really depends.
The difference between you can see the difference between like the earlier and later Cormac McCarthy shit. It's not that he made less cuts, you know.
I think. Do you want to know what my theory is? My theory is he has a kid and he's like, I need to write some fucking pop boilers here. I need to get like Oprah. That's what
you might be right. Yeah. That might be the real case.
Yeah, you're right, John James. Yeah, I was referring to William Burroughs had a really great editor, and because he would like William Burroughs would just like go on a fucking acid bender, and he would like write. I think like Naked Lunch had like some ridiculous like 200 extra pages or some shit that just made no sense.
Yeah, he would just be hopped up on drugs and just type and just
honestly that should have stayed.
No wonder he killed his wife. Oh no! Every great writer or artist killed. Like, let's see. William Burroughs.
Behind every great writer, there's
a great wife
that they killed.
William Burroughs, Carl Andre. Who else killed their wives? Norman Mailer almost killed his wife.
Yeah. By the way, this would be a good time to.
You don't think Norman Mailer's great?
No, I don't know.
Oh fuck! Why?
I just read a lot of other stuff, man. He's
not my style, my friend.
But you don't like Burroughs, though. You don't like the sort of like acid hippie.
I can't read Burroughs. I can't even physically read that shit.
Yeah, it's a real trip, literally.
It's
I personally think in the art world, Carl Andre was a hack, but just because I liked his wife that he killed more, which is Anna Mendieta. Jimmy Superfly Snuka killed his wife.
I just like defer to the general like people who I agree with and who are smart, and in that case, it's like William Gass, William Gaddis, Thomas Pynchon. Yeah.
So then I could see why you wouldn't.
Gang that's good.
So then I could see why you wouldn't like Norman Mailer or like Hemingway, because that's like very
I don't like any of them.
Or what about somebody like
American shit?
What about somebody like Truman Capote?
I've never even read.
He's okay. I read a lot of Truman Capote when I was younger. But
when I was like 14, I read In True Blood, and I don't remember it very well.
But do you like? So you're not a fan of like both UN logo, like of the like new journalists like Tom Wolfe,
absolutely
to an extent Norman Mailer.
No.
I mean, Tom Wolfe, his book on the art world.
I think it was a degradation of like the complexities that the American novelists were like working with then. Like honestly, a lot of that, and like the Iowa Writers Workshop shit, is like fucking spooked up. But it's like think about like going from Thomas Pynchon to like that shit. It's just
it's just not good.
It's fucking absurd. Like,
what's the
point of
Chris
Benoit? I forgot Chris Benoit.
Watch a movie at that point.
A recent
That's
book
what
that
I mean.
read.
Yeah,
Recent book that I read is
yeah.
The Secret History by Donna Tartt. Logo, have you read that one? Are you interested in Donna Tartt's work or not
Is
as
she
much?
the Goldfinch lady? I don't know. I don't know who that is.
She wrote she wrote The Goldfinch. She also wrote Little Friend. I haven't read those two, but
this is what my mom's always trying to get me to read. You're giving me my mom's book recommendation.
It's a great book. It's a great logo. It's a great book. So what? Your mom has good taste then. What can I say?
By the way, Minotaur,
my most unpopular opinion is that I like Jonathan Franzen.
I like corrections. No,
the corrections is quite good, my friend. And Freedom is decent.
Everyone hates on Franzen.
Freedom is
why don't you correct the dick out of your ass?
It's not the correction, it's decent.
No, but why do people hate him so much though?
I was
like,
what do you mean?
People like really hate.
Where they're talking.
Explain that.
They're having phone sex. Do you remember that part?
Yes,
of that book?
I mean, like I read it when I was 19. I'm trying to remember.
I haven't read enough. Like
16
explain.
But yeah.
Explain the part when they had phone sex.
The son, right? He's talking about like shitting into the girl's mouth and like.
Oh my god!
Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah, I've read Herman Hesse, I've read Siddhartha, and I've read Glass Bead Game. Yeah. No, my crossface point was that that was not his finisher when he was Wild Pegasus in New
Whatever.
Japan.
I will defend Jonathan Franzen as better than anything going on right now.
Well, why do they hate him so much? Yeah. Why do people hate him?
Because he's a misogynist. That's right? But he's actually he's super like.
But the right wing hates him too for being like a lib or whatever.
Yeah,
they hate him for being like quote unquote.
He's like
He's like literally a neoliberal dramatist, and I love him.
Oh, damn!
Yeah.
How
is
a
neoliberal melodrama guy? He's like the He's like the neoliberal. What's her name? Ayn Rand.
He's the Aaron Sorkin.
He's Aaron Sorkin.
Oh my god!
Yeah, Aaron Sorkin's a good analog. Yeah,
but what makes him a neo? Like, what makes him a neolib specifically, Franzen? Like, is it just the sincerity
that he wrote in the early 2000s or like the late 90s, early 2000s, and was like accepted by the mainstream and was like.
But was it like his sincerity post? Like that?
I guess he's kind of like a socialist or whatever.
I mean, he's a progressive. Like, he cares about the birds. Like, he cares about the planet.
Yeah. I love how James writing, is just spinning in this
very much like
right
Daniel
now.
Quinn type of.
He was like
Daniel. I shouldn't say that. Daniel Quinn's a good writer. I like Ishmael. You know,
he was like trying to do
that. David Foster Wallace is better than Franzen too.
Everyone knows that.
David Foster Wallace is the reason that I got into good fiction in general, and he's the reason that I had all the opinions I had about the fiction I was talking about earlier.
Can I ask you guys?
He's the best.
I tried to because my old man he reads a lot of like fiction, and he like read a lot of like the more modern authors, and I tried to get him. I'm trying to get him to read Infinite Jest, but why is it like that? There was this turn against DFW from like
he's the absolute best.
Because everyone else like he has this huge book out, and it's like you have all these fucking dinky ass writers who are like, oh, like I'm gonna be like my book is better actually. You know, like no one has
because of this and this and this and this and this. Yeah, it doesn't matter how many reasons you give. Fucking read it.
Yeah, but like specifically people like in lit, like especially women in lit studies, they're like, well, that's dude bro literature. That's sus.
Yeah, because they're all fucking anxiety of influence shit where like they don't read it. They don't do it. Like they won't read it. They won't touch it. They're afraid of being humbled basically.
But what they think is literature is like confessional, like almost essay.
All the guys
want to be humbled because they're not
confessional essay.
And everybody at the time who's been influenced by all that crap that was going on then, that wasn't David Foster Wallace. Everybody who had written and like has passed down whatever they were doing was interested in David. They were all like massive David Foster Wallace fans. You know, like what are you going to read? Then Zadie Smith or whatever. You know,
yeah,
like she's fine. She was fine. Jeffrey Eugenides, yeah, he was like wasn't Jeffrey Eugenides like a student of John Hawkes, dude? I'm pretty sure that
it was the same in the art world at the time. It was like fucking the new.
How could you
British
be a student
of
John Hawkes and like come up with Jeffrey Eugenides? I don't know, like
I don't know.
whatever.
Did you read the marriage plot? It was pretty good.
I don't know.
Yeah,
if you
he's
noticed,
fine.
by the
He's
way,
fine. He's good.
You
Have
kind of
you
do
noticed
look
that,
like David Foster Wallace.
I look like him,
Wait.
don't I?
Wait, is that your dad?
I can see that.
That
I can
could
see
be.
it.
Is that your
Well, it was
dad,
like
Brett?
that in the art world at the time.
Especially
Like everyone.
when I had longer hair, I looked very similar to David Foster Wallace.
Yeah.
You both got the 90s look and you got the little short beard.
Dude, that literally looks like it's your dad.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what your dad looks like, but I would assume that.
Like, I
No,
mean,
no, I'll
people
show
were
you a picture of
doing
my
like
dad.
avant-garde shit at the time. Like there was like, you know, like in the art
Well,
world,
the
like
thing
I
is
mean,
that they would still market it. Is the thing. Like David.
Oh,
Foster Wallace,
yeah,
like Infinite
definitely.
Jest was the last time. Like, and this is actually probably what killed it too. And David Foster Wallace himself like hated the way that it was marketed. But it was marketed as like, you need to own this book to be a smart person. You
Oh,
know? Like,
yeah.
My dad,
that's
by the
how
way.
it was done.
This is,
yeah.
this is what my dad looks like.
That's how it is.
It's funny because you could say like Damien
Is
Hirst
that
in
your
like the art
actual
world
dad?
had.
That's my actual dad, yeah. And
Aw.
this is a painting that he painted. Look at that. Look at that.
I'm
beautiful,
pro Lev's dad.
Yeah,
I'm big pro
yeah, I
Lev's
think
dad.
David Foster Wallace is your dad, not this guy. Sorry.
Ooh.
What, you think my mom cheated? Is that what you're
No, I
insinuating
like
here?
I'm pro Lev's dad. That's your real
Thank you.
dad.
that's a great
Yeah.
painting.
And look at this, by
Yeah.
the way. Look at this beautiful dragon. My dad created this dragon out of wood over here. Isn't this
That's tight.
isn't this cool looking?
Nice.
And he also makes these beautiful paintings like this one, which I'm attaching right now, of this wolf. Hold on one second. And by the way, all the people who are watching this, please subscribe.
Hey,
Yada,
somebody
yada, yada.
said Lev and that guy both have incel glasses.
No.
I'm actually
About
okay,
David.
guys.
I'm
I'm
married,
getting
bro.
hold on. Okay, first of all, you see this shit? You know how this happened? This happened.
He was
because-
talking about David Foster Wallace, I think.
Oh yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought my glasses were the inside.
But yours
no,
are
no,
more
no,
yours
Mine-
are
mine are
more
broken.
related to David Foster Wallace's glasses than Lev's are.
Yeah.
Yours might be the
gonna have
exact same thing.
Tomorrow I'm actually getting a new pair of glasses. Finally, they came in because you see this epoxy over here.
I do.
The
Just
reason
have
this
the tape like the fucking like.
the reason
you know?
the reason this happened is because I was using the gravity boots to hang upside down, but I was so dizzy afterwards that I sat down right on my glasses and it broke my
Oh,
glasses.
no.
So that's what
Oh,
happened there.
gravity
I
boots.
can't see without my glasses.
I can't see. It's not fair. It's not fair. That unironically was like one of my favorite Twilight Zones, and that was
Yeah.
so fucking depressing because his wife was such a hideous bitch that it's like, oh man.
Oh wait, by the way, since I mentioned my dad, I think it will be a good time to mention this.
Oh,
my
shilling
God.
time,
You
shilling
guys see
time.
This moth over here? See this beautiful moth? This is the Brittany Venti moth, which was
$20
made in honor.
patron.
Yeah, this was made in honor of Brittany Venti appearing on our show. Here it is. Look at this beautiful texture here, made out of cherry wood. So this is going to go to whoever is the lucky $20 patron who becomes a patron of Break the Rules. And you have to go to you have to go to patreon.com/breaktherules. No number 3, just write down patreon.com/breaktherules. And for $5, you're going to get secret Discord stuff. You are going to get the MP3 episodes.
You're going to get secret butt stuff.
Exactly. And
I could
for-
use free secret buds.
Secret foreplay.
Yeah, it'll work. It'll work. The G spot. By the way, the one thing that I am happy about after the
Oh,
after the Chris Chad thing is that the word G spot has returned.
Yeah, it's
to
gone. It's
vernacular.
done. It's dead.
No, I thought it returned back to the. I know. I'm doing it again. I'm
Oh,
summoning the Igor.
stop
Aren't
it.
I-
Are
aren't
you
I?
a
Is this-
boyfriend-free G-spot?
Oh,
Is this
I lo-
chat for wait, I'm looking at the time right now. Is this chat 4 hours?
I
5,
don't
6,
know.
7, 8.
I think
It
we've
will
been
be
in-
in
yeah.
10 minutes. So I was about to say like I can give this till like the top of the hour, but I got to do.
Oh shit.
I
It's
gotta go
almost-
eat. Holy
It's
shit!
almost 4 hours. We did a good job, guys.
Yeah.
This is every break the rules.
And
almost
honestly,
4
I want
hours.
to talk about. I am not done talking about the fiction action, but
Yeah,
whatever.
Go ahead.
Well, no, we're
I mean,
done.
we can talk about books forever, man.
Yeah,
You could just come on and read books, man. We could do
yeah. Well, I'm like a big dumbass, man. Like I feel too dumb to go
one.
on
You've
your
read more
podcast.
than most people, man. I mean, you've read.
guess.
you've
Look
read
at Jules
that's
over here.
More than most people.
Never
read
met a
what?
happy person who loves David Foster Wallace.
I've read
You
what?
read Pynchon. You read Pynchon. You read David Foster Wallace. You've read like Gas, as you were saying. Like these are.
Yeah,
Most people don't read anything, man.
yeah, yeah. Well,
Criminally retarded cumbrain. Yeah.
Those
You
are the good
probably
fun.
have read more of like 20th century modernist like novels than a lot of people teaching them.
The stuff that we're, yeah, I guess probably the stuff that we're fucking living in now. Yeah.
I can't even imagine what like lit study, like an intro to lit studies looks like now.
It's
Like
disgusting, dude. It's
I had
really
a
bad.
friend.
It's people.
You know
just
what's
being like,
really-
that reminds me of Rick and Morty.
I got a fun fact. I got a fun fact before we go. The reason that I even have any connection to any of this scene in any regard, or that I even know what Twitter is or how to like do it, is that Jack, the perfume nationalist, found my Twitter account through the hashtag for James McElroy.
Oh God.
He found me through I posted a picture when Women and Men came out, like when they released a reissue of Women and Men. I posted a picture of it. I haven't read the book yet, I will say that, but I posted a picture when I bought the book, and Jack found me through the Joseph McElroy.
Wait, so you got discovered in this section of Twitter by using a hashtag?
A hashtag on Instagram, by the way.
Yeah,
Wild.
hashtags aren't relevant anymore on Twitter. I mean,
Yeah.
really.
Why?
That's
That's
how I
wild.
discovered Berto
I
through
remember
Jack.
when he was doing that too, because he was like
Mhm.
saying. I remember he was saying like if you just go through like the hashtags of like these like authors, it's like mostly like beautiful women reading them.
That's what we were talking about that. I was saying that like it's like Bimbo's reading Joseph McElroy. It's like Bimbo's reading William Gass, and it's not like right-wing bros reading the
Autistic
best.
man.
Yeah, autistic men reading the good shit. You know, it's not them.
No, that the autistic men are reading like index
Theory.
forum posts that they're
Yeah.
going like this to.
Yeah,
and
they're
like,
reading
like,
forum
oh,
posts, and they're reading
that
fucking
and,
like theory
Oh,
bullshit.
And they're reading Dugan.
Yeah, they're
yes,
reading
actually, I
Dugan,
am
just
No
like
one's reading Dugan.
yeah. No, I guess no one's reading Dugan. I'm not reading Dugan. That's fucking.
I read Dugan, but no one's
Gio's reading
that shit.
Dugan.
I'm not, and I haven't. But
forever, bro. I actually have I have his other one.
Oh my god.
the people
Gio.
reading the shit that's actually influencing culture today are bimbos on the beach. They're posting
Whoa.
beach pics. They're posting beach pics with
So you
fucking
mean- so
women and men.
Berto.
One of the most difficult books that I can't even read.
What's it called? Women and Men?
Yeah,
What's it
that
about?
I
like
haven't
it's-
even been able to get my
About
way
women
through.
and men.
Oh
What?
shit.
I don't know what it's about, dude. I haven't read it.
So you mean to tell me that we're not changing the culture by reading like a 20-page thread deep on 8kun about how the internet is fake?
Yes, you're right. You're not. No.
Fuck!
We're
I'm
changing
wasting my
the story.
time then. I should just read fucking
reading Slate Star Codex and the old. That's not.
No,
it's
I
not
was
gonna do
never
it.
I was
Yeah,
never
no,
a fan of Scott Alexander, but yeah, it's you mean to tell
No,
me
it's really
reading
a
like
failure
fucking
amongst
mold
men.
bug posts?
Women still read books. Women still there's more it's so funny.
It's
People
women
think,
reading books. It's women,
women are reading books.
But that's
Yeah.
why the
Because
publishing
they've been
industry is
told to.
trash. Because women
Women
No,
reading
control
but,
it.
but when I'm saying that, like, there's also more women reading Tolstoy in America than
You're
men.
right.
Like,
That's
there's more women
true.
reading.
Yeah.
There's women reading
Dostoevsky,
Tolstoy,
like, women
Dostoy-
reading
yeah.
all these things.
You're right.
So you mean to tell
Absolutely.
me I'm not going to get ahead by reading like
I'm saying
fucking-
you can actually find like all these like incels or whatever. It's like read books, talk to girls who read books. I don't know, like it's not really that
and
hard.
slowly
It's, like,
over
not a
time you
problem.
could get them to read
It's
like,
literally like 19-year-old Asian girls posting pictures on the beach of them reading literally fucking like the most dense, insane shit you could possibly imagine.
so they're not reading Mysterium Fascist
No,
Blog
they're
No,
not.
post.
reading.
They're not reading.
Mindset either.
Here, let me tell you, they're
Oh,
not.
yeah,
Reading...
you had to fucking go there. Oh no.
But
I do not
you pull up-
endorse.
You pull up. You start talking about William Blake. You'll be fine.
Oh, fuck.
They're not reading Bronze Age pervert.
They're reading
Some of
my
them are.
tweet.
Some of them are.
reading
Which
my
ones?
I've seen a lot of art hoes read Bronze Age Mindset.
Yeah, well, I'm not talking
see,
about art
it's-
hoes.
yeah.
Art hoes are
Art
literally just autistic men, like you were just talking about.
Autistic
They have
men with
female
the pussy.
autism.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I need an art hoe GF. Holy crap.
I need Bimbo GF. Or gospel.
Well, they're kind of interchangeable.
Well, I was just explaining that bimbos are smarter, and I'm going to explain it on Sunday.
Bimbos are smarter.
When I appear on the Perfume Nationalist, we will be talking about how bimbos are smarter.
Nice.
When I do my Legally Blonde episode.
You are making the rounds on every podcast.
Oh my God.
Including yours, James, right? So
that's right.
Yeah.
We're
Berto's
recording
gonna be on
tomorrow.
Ghost jail.
What? Yeah. We are we're recording the Ghost Jail episode tomorrow. We got all the Ghost Jail boys coming on. Today we just dropped the Brian
Is that
Singer
tomorrow?
Yeah, we're recording tomorrow, dude.
Holy shit. Okay.
Yeah.
We're ready. I told you
guys.
boys.
Crazy how William Blake
just
managed
dropped-
Oh, wait,
to-
Logo, before you go, one final question. Are you sure that the commissars are not going to start banning all the books you want to talk about on your podcasts?
No,
in
they
this,
promote
theoretical...
them. Actually.
They can't even read them.
All right,
No, they
good.
promote them. They promote books, like they promote literacy, like they.
Yeah,
have
I know
a
they're terrible,
better reading
Rosa.
public. They have more publishing. They have a better literary scene than we have here. Like, I'm sorry, like they're Xi Jinping quotes Goethe. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
I will say every day that even the neo-libs have a better literary scene than what we have going on. That's not a doubt.
I don't know.
It all gets moribund though. It's like what? Like you have like Bret Easton Ellis, the luminary. Like it's fucking sad. It's
but it's better. I mean, they have. You know what? They still have Silverblatt. They still have Michael Silverblatt, and he still likes good shit.
Silverblatt's pretty good. Yeah, he's good. Yeah,
they still have him.
Can't deny
I thought
that.
the neo-libs were reading like trans women of
He's
color.
one of the
now.
best readers.
Well,
Yeah, for
again,
sure.
Xi Jinping may be a legend of the galactic hero's golden god. Somebody's going to take the guy's place. And there's no guarantee that they're going to be as good as he is, and they're going to destroy the
Well, I
world.
don't know.
The libs still have
no
Silverblatt, and the
checks and
libs still have
balances.
everyone who's
No
on
checks and
Silverblatt.
balances.
Well, the lips
All right,
have
I'm actually
everything
gonna
now.
do
That's
All
the
right,
problem.
take care.
Peace.
All right, see you, Logo. Thank you, my
Logo.
friend. It
Thanks, man. That was fun.
was
And
amazing.
don't forget, we're going to have Logo and Amy Therese on next Tuesday. So 1 week from now, they're coming on. Be sure to bookmark this. What's so fucking funny? What's going on?
No, I'm telling Jamie to come over, and I said LMFAO to something, and he's like, "You're not laughing your ass off." I
think
see
the
you right
problem.
I got a cold Subway sandwich waiting for me. I'm not gonna lie about that.
I have a cold, something waiting for me. But no, I think like the
lady
problem is
bought
in
me a
general.
Subway.
Oh, nice. The problem is in general, like we don't, in terms of the arts, like, I mean, me as an artist, I mean, there's like me and a few other people who are actually like doing painting and printmaking. Like I can name it on my hand, right? Like, I mean, that's in general, like just the poverty of it. Like, I think I will criticize like what Logo was saying. It is true. Like people like, well, just read Mishima, Celine, read Younger. That's it. Like, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to go too far in that, but
the people on I mean, like, there's not the way that the right wing on Twitter brags about their whatever literary and artistic credentials or whatever, and that they're better than whatever they're opposing is not as true as people say it is.
what do you mean it's not as true? Like,
it's not like as valid as people say it is. I mean, like, there's, like I was saying, there's still Michael Silverblatt. There's still things going. The scene that they created that was built up over years and years is not completely dead. Yeah,
you're right.
Quote unquote neo-libs or whatever you want to call them.
I think we do overestimate like our potentiality to a vast degree, because you have to realize that we do exist like on own space all the time.
We
on
do
social
have
media.
potential.
Yeah, of course.
Mm.
Yeah. But we do exist on own space. We are largely a product of a Skinner box, which I think people don't really come to terms with, because that reality is just so blackpilling to people that, you know.
I don't even know what the own space and Skinner.
Wait, Skinner
thing
box.
mean.
Okay, it says over here it's an often small chamber that is used
Skinner,
to
it's like an
conduct-
observation, like for a lab
Yeah.
rat, but it means like a metaphor for like,
I see. So
yeah, they're placing
we have-
us and.
We have something going on that could be great, but like we should be humble and
Exactly.
recognize what actually went on, which was fucking fantastic. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, especially in the postmodern literature scene,
Oh, yeah.
which I think it's a bad rap for Absolutely no reason, because it's like it's kind of like indie rock. It gets a bad rap because it's the
Yeah.
perfect age to get a bad rap, when it's the last good thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even to the extent that like the way the art world is now, like people, it's easy to just say that like they want to like the fucking, again, the Sanford Bigger statue and the Rockefeller Center. It's easy just to say that it's bullshit. It's like against the white man. But when you actually like look at how it fits into the narrative of all of the other pieces in the Rockefeller Plaza and how it fits into the grand totality of like how the elites view the vision of the quote unquote American century. Like, I mean, me and Matthew, we did our podcast, South Talk, on it. And it's like, I think that's the problem, is that there's a very like proto, like Philistinic, not proto, there's like a very like latent semi-Philistinism to a lot of like just whatever the establishment offers.
I
I mean, a lot of
yeah.
it's bullshit, obviously, but like
I gotta take
Yeah.
a shit, and I think I'm gonna go to the store quick afterwards. So
Cheers, boy. Sorry.
Chill real quick.
It's
MK
hard
Ultra
to
Money
stop them.
podcast, as always. We had Jules on talking about getting raped by Brian.
Yeah,
Skinner
yeah.
this week. It was a fucking
Careful.
hilarious episode.
YouTube algorithm.
Recording with the Ghost Jail guys tomorrow. That episode drops next week. Recording
Hey.
with Brittany Venti IRL.
Nice.
on
Finally.
Friday.
Whoa.
So that will come out the week after.
You should do a video for that.
Can we get the Brittany Venti follow? Everybody tell her to follow me.
Brittany Venti, follow Berto if you're watching. And then I have Slav from the Fed Post coming on after
Nice.
that. So,
Oh,
Good
love
Slav.
Slav.
Thanks.
We
Love
got
all
quite-
those people.
we
He's
got
a
quite
bro.
the lineup right now. MK Ultra Money on Spotify. We've been killing it lately. Lev, as
Of
always,
course.
thank you for having me on. Berto, I will see you and the guys tomorrow.
Thank
My
you,
man.
buddy.
We'll
Thank
talk
you so
about
much.
some
Thank
real
you.
shit.
Let's
Hell
fucking
yeah.
go.
Hey.
And we got to do super chats, by the way, before we go. And Berto, again, a big pleasure for you being here. I really appreciate it. And I really appreciate you put up with me and Logo fighting during those times.
Hey man, that only took up an hour. That's fine.
Oh.
I'm just kidding. That was chill, man.
Yeah.
You guys are good.
Yeah,
I love and respect the both of you for what you do and what you guys bring. So that was cool. I mean,
Same here,
I
man.
didn't understand most of it, but that's my failing. So
No,
Don't
no,
worry
it's,
about it.
it's
Don't
probably
worry
for the
about it.
best.
It's bullshit.
Yeah.
It's bullshit.
I'm not a history
Oh.
buff.
I know it's more like not even history, but when we were talking about book recommendations, I've seen some of the more right-leaning Twitter accounts post like, "This is my book list," and there's like Julius Evola's Ride the Tiger and like related things. You know, it's like it's
Yeah.
so narrow. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
I wanted to
I
expand
got
a bit more.
I want to put it's right here next to me.
No, I mean it's
Collective
interesting.
They
but-
should be
Julius
they should
Evola.
be suggesting Jonathan Franzen, honestly.
Yeah.
The
I mean,
one they hate the most. That's why I like to bring it up.
Definitely,
Oh,
but
man.
but it's like the reason why I think I will also push back, other than me being from Russia and all that. I'm not going to talk about that now. It's just that since people are
thank
so
God.
I know, what a relief, right? I think that it's because since people on Twitter see a lot of the things that are coming out of the neoliberal establishment, whatever you want to call it, my
Yeah.
fear is that their reaction is just going to be going the complete opposite way, never mind any of the other potential problems that there may be there.
Word,
It's
yeah,
like-
you're right. That's right.
but I feel kind of like, how do I say it? It's like, I don't think there's anything I could really say other than just keep, just moving my mouth and talking about the same shit as I always talk about, because it's
Word.
like, if they're not going to do the research to find out what exactly happens in these other places, like, what the fuck am I going to say? Like, either it's very tempting just to go all the other way around. I don't know. But anyway, we got
I
super
feel you.
chat. And I really appreciate again being there while we sorted that whole thing out. But this is your
That was
show.
fun.
This is your show. This is Break the Rules with Berto, and one of my greatest pleasures today, before we get to Super Chats, was doing that animated video with your avatar.
Yeah, that ruled, man. Thank you very much.
Nice.
And yeah, like I said, you guys are good. That was great, and nothing that happened was bad. I had a lot of fun.
Here's the avatar, by the way.
Oh,
Link
God.
for those who did not see.
The dancing, bouncing avatar of me being a hot guy, which
Exactly.
I am.
Very hot.
As everyone can see, I am not.
No, that is bullshit. You are hot on the inside and out, and I'm not just saying this. I'm not just metaphorically sucking your dick. I think that you have a very handsome
How
face.
old are you, Lev? Tell me how old you are.
How old do you think I am?
24.
I
No.
wish. I wish.
How old?
32.
I'm 32.
Dude, you're older than me, motherfucker.
I know, right?
Well, that pisses me off. Your head of hair in
I know,
your
it's
face
fucking
and your
shocking.
head of hair in your fucking face and your slim frame pisses me
He's
off.
got he's got an otter body.
It pisses me off, and I'm not gonna talk to you anymore.
He's got the otter look going. I mean, he's a few pounds away from twink, so
Motherfucker.
oh
man.
I'm a few pounds away from bear. I'm gonna have to lose.
You're kind of in the middle then, I guess.
Oh
Berto.
God.
But
Yeah, I guess so. Somewhere. In
That's a pretty huge middle for me and Lev. I gotta say, that's a pretty fuck. That's like fuck.
Gio could
That's
probably.
a fucking chasm right
Yeah,
there.
Gio, you could probably eat me, and there still be room for dessert.
Oh.
No, I'm sorry.
We've
Berto will
like
be the
announced
dessert.
the end of this like 6 times, and there are still 62 people here.
Oh, hey, great.
So you guys got a loyal fan base.
Oh yes, we do.
Yes.
We've like mortified them many times, and they still It's Super
Excellent.
Chats
Coming.
left. Jeez.
Super Chats, here we go.
Oh.
Okay. All right, Super Chat.
One of them is gonna piss you off. I remember, if I recall.
Hold on. Also, we have a new Patreon. Well, this was 5 hours ago. We got a new Patreon named Jack. Interesting name, Jack. But no, it's not who you think it is. Anyway,
Jacked.
we have over here 4
Like
hours
Final
ago.
Fantasy?
We 4 hours ago we have I am Lur donated $5. Yo, what up, Berto? Shout out to the Gear Gays group chat. R.I.P.
Oh, dude, who was that?
This is
Lur.
I am Lur.
I don't know who the fuck that is in the Gear Gaze group chat, but shout out and
Is that a reference to the?
No, I made a group chat on Twitter. It's not a reference to whatever you're gonna say because you couldn't possibly know what it is, but it's a
No. The Lur name is from Futurama. No, not the group chat name.
Oh,
The group chat name is
possibly. Yeah, I just made a group chat. I think like a year and a half ago called the Gear Gaze, and we talked about music stuff, and that's actually what Ghost
the
Jill-
Gear Gay.
the Ghost Jill actually grew out of that
Whoa.
group chat because
Gearheads, yeah.
it was all gear people, and I talked about music with them, and I hit up the people that I clicked with. So.
And Fallen Student here says, just coming back for more pain. Stockholm Syndrome chat. So anyway, we have over here from Super Iron Bob, our great patron, Super Iron Bob, who's a $50 patron, by the way, and so should you.
Hey.
So, okay. And by the way, $50 patrons, they get, everything, and they also get a custom magnet. So if you like that Brittany Venti Moth magnet, my father could do whatever magnet you want him to do. He'll do it within reason. But anyway, Super Iron Bob says, Twitter and all social media is optimized for generating conflict. Logos only playing that game. May the system go quiet into that good night.
Hey.
It's true.
We're all kind of playing that game.
Yeah, we
are playing that game, and Logo is fucking good at it.
He's good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one over here. Minotaur. Oh no, Minotaur. $5. Why did Lev break up with his Japanese ex-girlfriend?
Yeah, so you never answer that one. I asked you this 5 times.
No, we kind of talked about it off the air, so I kind of did answer it. But again, it's like
You just grew apart.
I wanna. Yeah, let's put it that way. Anyway, Super Iron. Yeah, sorry you didn't get a climactic answer here, Minotaur.
Oh, I'm sure you had plenty of climactic answers with her though for the time.
Yes, indeed. She was very. She was a very creative person. Anyway,
the cunning linguist, Lev.
I'm so happy that we're breaking 4 hours. How often do you guys break 4 hours?
Oh, pretty often.
Oh, damn it!
Yeah.
I was gonna say I thought I was cool or some shit. Never mind.
No. Usually
cool.
we're
You're
stepping.
still cool.
We're
You're still
scaling
cool.
it down to like 3 hours, but 4 hours is like a norm.
This is like 4 hours like for special people.
It's a lot of fun, man.
Thank you.
So continue.
3 hours
Okay.
is like it's
All right, Super Iron Bob, $5. X to doubt logos China humping.
X to
Yeah, I do. 1 second.
So there we go. Next we have Super Iron Bob, $10 to Super Chat. The Pokemon Collector, this was for James, and he saw it. The Pokemon Collector shouts about autism, 10 out of 10 stream. So if you don't know, James is very big into Pokemon. He's got the cards and everything. So next, let's see what else we have. And that's it. Those are all the Super Chats. So thank you guys so much for the Super Chats. Not bad at all. And
Not
again,
bad.
patreon.com/breaktherules. Become a patron today. I cannot stress that enough, how important it is to do that to help us grow this channel. And of course, Berto, motherfucking Berto, you are
There's no way to support me yet.
Yes, there isn't? I mean,
no.
Watch the show at least.
Listen to Ghost Jail, yeah.
Yes, there we go. So, twitter.com/bigboyberto. Why big boy?
_big_boy_Berto for no reason whatsoever.
Did you like the Dick Tracy movie with Big Boy Caprice, played by, what's his name now, Al Pacino?
Couldn't tell you.
That's a blast from the past, Lev. Holy crap.
That's a good movie.
That's beyond our time. Fuck.
Yeah.
I've been watching old movies lately.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Which ones have piqued your interest?
I watched what's the one about the bird, the black bird? Fuck, what's it called?
Oh, the Hitchcock one?
No, it's kind of like a Hitchcock movie. I watched a lot of Hitchcock. I watched Vertigo, I watched Rear Window, I watched Dial M for Murder.
Dial M for murderousness. Yeah.
So excellent. All are excellent. Especially Dial M for Murder, actually.
Yeah.
Have you seen the original? Well, M. Have you seen M by
M is excellent.
Fritz. It was by Fritz Lang, right?
Yeah.
Phenomenal movie.
Lang,
yeah. Great.
Yeah.
But the one I watched, the one about the black bird. You guys know what I'm talking about?
Oh.
The fuck.
I think I know what you're talking about.
I can't remember what it's called. It's Humphrey Bogart.
Oh, Eagles. Oh God, what was it called?
Hold on. I got it.
Yeah,
I can pull it up. Wait, where is it in this list? No, I can't find it.
Let me find it.
One of let's see. Have you ever seen the speaking of Bogart, not Humphrey Bogart, but Dirk Bogart in this film, The Night Porter? Do you remember The Night Porter?
The Night Porter. I remember The Night Porter.
I've never seen The Night Porter.
Maltese Falcon.
Maltese Falcon. That's it.
Yeah, classic.
I'm a dumb idiot. The black bird is what I called it.
There we go.
Yeah, that was fun.
So Berto, again, thank you so much for coming in. This was a blast, and we are going to have Wilford Riley coming in this Thursday, and we are also going to have with him Oren McIntyre. So Oren McIntyre is back. The Mac is back.
The Mac is back.
The Mac is back. Look out for that. And with that, we shall be ending the stream. Again, please support Berto. Please support his beautiful work of art. It's tremendous. I love listening to all the episodes. I was listening to an episode today as I was lifting weights, and I think it really helped me get those gains. I actually did cross through gains today. I believe I lifted, let's see, on each arm, and again, I'm a skinny motherfucker, so pardon me if this does not measure up, but on each arm I had 45 pounds, so 90 total, and I was doing that for like 5 times and then 4 times, and
hey man, you keep trying to get bigger, I'll keep trying to get littler.
we're gonna even out at a certain at a certain point. We're gonna meet up, kind of like when you have a crush on an actress, and you point in which you would kind of be able to bang her, as she gets older, and
you're freezing.
Wait, I am freezing. Oh
Lev
no!
Can't freeze.
Oh no, it's happening.
Oh, there you go.
All right, yeah. I don't know
you're
why
back.
it turned.
All right.
I don't know why it turned red
All right,
now.
guys.
It said internet. All right, take care. This is the end of the
I got
stream.
a piece anyway.
All right, take care, everybody.
Rock and roll.
God bless. And
Had a lot of fun. Thanks, guys.
Take care.
You too sweet.
Oh, I still got to close this thing right now, Gio. I am still here. This is a very abrupt ending. Something just happened with one of my internets. This is actually a good test. You guys may not know this, but I have 2 Ethernet connections.
Oh, fuck.
This is how I'm able to maintain it. Well, no, you're saying "oh fuck" as if something's bad.
No, it's good. It's good.
Yeah, no, this is good. I mean, look, one of our internets just shut down here, so I have the other internet. But I guess
gotta see what's happening. Fuck.
The transitionary period meant that the other internet got shut down. So it kind of like, did a bit of a hiccup, which is why I faded a bit. But anyway, I am back, and we are ending the stream right now.